Tabling of documents. Dépôt de documents. Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Déclaration des ministres. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Don Valley West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages the report of the Canada-Africa Parliamentary Association respecting its participation in the bilateral mission to the Republic of Sudan, Khartoum and Al-Fashir, Republic of Sudan, January 15th to January 17th, 2018. Thank you.
Report de délégation interparlementaire.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Brome-Missisquoi. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As the Chair of the Standing Committee on Official Languages, I'd like to table a report on adult literacy and skills development in official language minority communities. This report mentions that we need to focus on literacy and on the education continuum in official languages, minority communities. And also we need to broaden this focus not just from individuals but to families. We need programs that better meet the needs of communities. We need bilateral agreements with executory clauses. So I'd like to thank very much Christine O'Kay, the clerk of the committee, Lucie Lecomte, all of the witnesses and stakeholders, and all of the committee members. I have the honor of tabling in both official languages the 9th report of the Standing Committee on Official Languages, entitled Adult Literacy and Skills Development, an essential component of the education continuum in official language minority communities. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the House table a response to the report.
Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of Private Members' Bill. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant des députés. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Motion. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I table today a petition signed by many constituents of Winnipeg North asking the government to take a look at having a universal pharmacare program, recognizing the importance of the Canada Health Act, and one of the things in terms of adopting changes that would see prescription drugs be a part of a national pharmacare program. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honoured to rise today to table 2 petitions on behalf of constituents of Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek. The first petition concerns religious freedom. Petitioners are asking that the mandate of the Office of Religious Freedom be renewed. Of course, we know that this Liberal government has shut down that office. The second petition contains the signatures of hundreds of constituents calling on the Prime Minister to withdraw the values test on applications to the Canada Summer Jobs Program. These petitioners add their names to the thousands of Canadians who have also signed this petition. Thank you.
Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise to present petition signed by residents from within Saanich Gulf Islands, particularly from Salt Spring Island, calling on the government to expand the moratorium on tanker traffic of crude oil tankers or those containing dilbit to be a permanent ban on the west coast of Canada, protect BC's fisheries, tourism, coastal communities and natural ecosystems forever. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Saskatoon, Grasswood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of citizens of Saskatoon, I wish to present this petition today. Many of them believe the current Liberal government's proposed attestation requiring the Canada Summer Jobs Program applicants to hold the same values of the government. They're very upset with this, Mr. Speaker, and on behalf of Saskatoon residents, I have literally hundreds that have signed this petition over the objection of this Liberal values test on people that applied for the Canada Summer Jobs in our city of Saskatoon. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Haldimand, Norfolk.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise again in the House today to table more petitions on that same subject. This time it's 4 petitions from 369 constituents. And they're calling to the government's attention that, as is now written, the application form for the Canada Summer Jobs Program forces employers to choose between their charter-protected freedoms and eligibility for government programming. They're calling on the government to remove the discriminatory attestation requirement from the Canada Summer Jobs application and to respect the charter rights of all Canadians, even if those Canadians' views differ from the political ideology of the government of the day. And Mr. Speaker, this brings the total number of petitioners to 862.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'd ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is that agreed? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Government orders, government bills, commons. Resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-74, Budget Implementation Act 2018, number 1, and resuming debate on the amendment of Mr. Poilievre.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Midnapore is rising on a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Point of order. Mr. Speaker, I rise today regarding the preliminary review of the member from Brampton East by the Ethics Commissioner. As you may know, it was my letter to Mario Dion that started the inquiry into the member's actions. Once the preliminary review was public knowledge through media reports, I confirmed through social media that I had submitted the original complaint to the Ethics Commissioner. As you know, Mr. Speaker, in June 2015, a new section was added to the Conflict of Interest Code that requires MPs to avoid publicly commenting on complaints before the individual who is the subject of the complaint has been informed. The Commissioner has since informed me that I should have waited before I commented on the matter publicly. I can assure you and the House, Mr. Speaker, that the error was totally inadvertent because I believe that I was free to comment once the information became public. I understand now that I should have waited until receiving formal confirmation from Monsieur Dion. Therefore, I want to apologize unreservedly to the Ethics Commissioner, to the House, and to you yourself, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Well said.
Well, I thank the Honourable Member for Calgary Midnapore for bringing this to the attention of the House. When the House last took up debate on the motion before the House, the Honourable Member for Central Nova was just about to begin the 5-minute period for questions and comments. So we will begin that now. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have a very, very simple question for the member from Central Nova. When will the budget be balanced?
There's a great question.
Member for Central Nova.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Implicit in that question is a conversation about the plan of the government to grow the economy. Currently, we know that we campaign on a promise to invest in our infrastructure, among other things. One of the consequences of that plan is that in the short term, there would be deficit financing. The difference between just running deficits rampantly without a plan for the economy and what we've actually chosen to do is the investments that we're making are going to help grow the economy. We need to be taking advantage of the opportunities that present themselves. When interest rates are at a historic low and we have an opportunity to achieve the kind of economic growth that we are achieving, it is a far better plan to take advantage of these circumstances than it would be to say we're going to balance the budget at all costs. If that includes selling assets that appreciate, like Sales and General Motors Company, which in the long term do not serve the interests of Canada, I would take every time the plan of this government to invest in our country, grow our communities, create jobs and grow our economy.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know the member's area very well. In Central Nova, I've knocked on doors throughout his riding. I know that people of Central Nova actually believe in fairness. And what we saw in this budget is the actual opposite of that. As you know, Mr. Speaker, we see massive tax loopholes for Bay Street, for wealthy corporate CEOs. And we're seeing this government, the Liberal government, doing the same thing as the former Harper Conservatives did, which is, of course, signing tax treaties with notorious overseas tax havens so that wealthy and privileged in Canada can take their money overseas and pay a zero tax rate. Now, I know that members' constituents in Central Nova would oppose that, and I think the members' constituents as well would be very concerned that we're putting off pharmacare, we're putting off pay equity, we're putting off all these issues that Canadians feel very strongly about in order to feed what is a increasing problem of unfairness in the tax system, tax havens, and tax loopholes. Would the member not agree that constituents believe in tax fairness in Central Nova?
Central Nova.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can't say how ecstatic I am to answer the question. Had the member been here yesterday, it was a focus of the remarks I gave in the House, was the pursuit of ensuring that, as a Canadian, you should have the ability to participate fully in the economy, whether you come from money or whether you come from nothing. Ensuring that the benefits of federal government policy accrue not only to the wealthy but to the most vulnerable people in our communities is essential. Some of the loopholes that he mentioned, we've actually been trying to tackle. And I don't blame people who were taking advantage of tax measures as they've existed, but that doesn't mean there can't be room for change. We're actually lowering the tax rate for small businesses, but ending practices that allow the wealthiest individuals behind private corporations to profit if that does not help grow the economy. At the same time, we are helping individual Canadians live more fulfilling lives by indexing the Canada Child Benefit, by implementing the Canada Workers Benefit, which is going to help 45,000 low-income Nova Scotians alone. This is a massive sea change in the way that we are adopting economic policy in Canada. I could not be more proud of our government's record on supporting those who need our help and not just the wealthy few.
We have time for one more short question and response. The honourable member for Oakville.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for his presentation. Mr. Speaker, one of the biggest benefits of Budget 2016 was the Canada Child Benefit. It's lifted so many children out of poverty and is supporting families all across Canada. In my community of Oakville alone, $48 million a year comes into Oakville for children and for families under the Canada Child Benefit program. It helps them with sports, it helps them with groceries, it helps them with rent, it helps them with daily living costs, it helps them with daycare. It's a fundamental plank, I believe, of what's supporting Canadian families right now, and it's been a great improvement. Could the member speak about the importance of indexing that and some of the other changes that are happening to the Canada Child Benefit that will continue to ensure that Canadians benefit from this going into the future? Thank you.
The honourable member for Central Nova.
Thank you, and I'll thank my honourable colleague for the question. He's absolutely correct. The Canada Child Benefit is a marquee policy of this government. It stopped sending childcare checks to millionaires and put more money in the pockets of 9 out of 10 Canadian families. In my riding, the median income is about $21,000. The difference that this policy is making for the people that I represent cannot be overstated. During my remarks yesterday, I had the opportunity to share 2 examples. I've met folks who have told me that they've been able to enroll their kids in swimming lessons for the first time because of the Canada Child Benefit. I've had a single mother approach me and tell me that for the first time in her life she was able to buy a new outfit for her kids on the first day of school. There's a very human impact to this policy, and I'm so proud to see that we're not only supporting it but indexing it to ensure that as the cost of living rises, the benefits will continue to accrue to Canadians.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sudbury.
I rise today to speak on Budget 2018. I'm very proud to be in this House to speak about this budget that provides a lot of investments to Canadians. But before I start talk about the budget, I talk about the overall economy. We've heard many times in this House the debate about where the economy is going, but we know the facts are unprecedented growth in Canada, as well as the lowest unemployment rates, I know, almost in my lifetime in Canada, and that's because of the investments that we made in Canadian institutions, and Budget 2018 continues on that investment. Now, before I start again on the specifics of the budget, currently, Canada, when we compare ourselves around the world to the G7 countries, we are in very, very good shape economically. When we compare ourselves to our neighbors to the south, certainly when we look at our deficit to GDP ratio, we're in a much, much better position. When we look at the deficit itself on a percentage to our GDP, we're at 0.5%. When we compare ourselves to the U.S., they're at 4%. Now, I've heard many times since November of last year, in the U.S., they have cut taxes, and at the same time, you know what? they are running record amounts of deficits. So we can't have it both ways. We got to be responsible with our investments and at the same time responsible with our economy. And that's exactly what Budget 2018 does. By investing in Canadians, keeping the debt to GDP ratio on a downward slide, we are in one of the best fiscal positions across the world. At the same time, lifting families out of poverty, making sure that children get education, and at the same time having a conversation, and this is what Budget 2018 does on one of the elements, on pharmacare. How do we move forward as a society and as Canadians on pharmacare? How do we also look at private pension security? How do we move on to ensure that somebody who is invested in their pensions, make sure that they have 100% of their pensions when they do get to retirement? Now, another factor is, in my riding of Sudbury, there are unprecedented investments coming along by the private sector. Over $3 billion will be invested in mining sector alone in the next few years. 3 mining companies will start 3 new mines in the area. Those are thousands of jobs in our area. The challenges that we're actually facing in Sudbury is to find workers to fill those jobs, which is a great place to be, but at the same time it's very challenging. That's why in Budget 2018, one of the pillars of this budget is parity, ensuring that access to jobs by females is actually at the same level as on the male side. So ensuring that we're investing in education for females, certainly in trades, is a signature piece as well in our investments. We're looking at tens of millions of dollars to ensure education, that our females have access to trade jobs, have access to education with respect to the jobs that need to be filled. Now, another amount that is invested in the in Budget 2018 with respect to women and females is actually in women in sports, ensuring that we have the same amount of girls and women that have access to spaces in sports. And I have a daughter that plays hockey, and she's been a hockey player now. She aspires to play at the university level. And the fact that we can create opportunities for girls at the same level as the boys is very important. Because when we look at 35 years ago, in my hometown of Kapuskasing, my sister wanted to play hockey. And because she was a girl, my dad actually went up to sign her up. And then they took her in. They said, okay. A week later, they came back with his check and said, sorry, she's a girl. She can't play. She was devastated. And now, 35 years later, here we are investing for girls to be at parity in sport just like the boys. My daughter aspiring to play university hockey. And as well, in my hometown in Sudbury, in my riding of Sudbury, next year, we will have the HoC Cup. The HoC Cup is a national championship for midget girls hockey. And again, looking at where we were 35 years ago, look at where we are now and the investment that we were making to ensure parity, that girls have the same opportunities as on the men's side, is, to me, is a great way forward, and that's how we build an inclusive society. Furthermore, 2 weeks ago, I was in the reserve of Wikwimikong, about a 2-hour drive from the riding of Sudbury. 4,000 Indigenous people live in that riding. I was with the member from Thunder Bay, Rainy River, to have a discussion with them as the needs and the concerns that they have. They've expressed to us how happy they were as our government was moving forward. However, they had concerns of how to ensure that the investments, that they were able to tap into investments. And one of the investments that they were ecstatic about, but again wanted to make sure that we were moving very well forward with it, is on languages. Wikwimikong is an Ojibwe community that has around 20% of the population speaks fluent Ojibwe. And now, with investments in Indigenous languages in this budget, we're able to continue those investments. And given the fact that there's such an important community and the languages is so strong, they are one of the biggest exporters of Indigenous languages, of the Ojibwe language, across the country and across the area, because they train. They have people that live there, and they're the ones then who are able to train other people to teach language. Because when we talk about reconciliation, we talk about language and culture, those are very, very important investments that need to be made. And this is our government in making those investments after 10 years of cuts and no investments by the previous government. On another matter, j'aimerais un peu parler aussi de nos investissements.
I'd like to talk about our major investment in official languages. In Canada, Mr. Speaker, we have a choice. Either we're bilingual or we're not. Are we going to be truly a bilingual country or not? and under the Harper Conservatives, the spending on official languages was slashed, and in 2013, other spending was added to the envelope for official languages, which had the effect of decreasing the amount of money that was actually contributed. We've increased funding by $400 million to ensure that we are truly a bilingual country, so that you can speak French outside of Quebec and English in Quebec, and so that these minority official languages can thrive and flourish. So with our new plan, our new action plan is to invest in our communities to ensure that both cultures continue to thrive, and so that young people can develop fully, because language and culture, we see that reflected in our arts. And that's another major investment that we're making in arts as part of that action plan. In addition, Mr. Speaker, I have 4 uncles with intellectual deficiencies, and they have participated in the Special Olympics.
2 of them have participated at the regional, provincial, and national level with the Special Olympics. And this budget goes to reinvest and continue investments after stagnant investments to give them the opportunity to participate. Again, these are small amounts. These are small investments that go a long way for Canadians. That's why this budget, we're reinvesting in Canadians. Now, we're going to hear, just like the last question was to my colleague, when are we balancing the budget? When are we zero deficit? At the same time, Conservatives want to treat Canadians like numbers. We want to treat Canadians like people and invest in Canadians. When we compare ourselves in our fiscal situation right now, we are in a great position to continue investing in Canadians. It is not time for austerity. It is time to continue to invest in our veterans, in our Indigenous communities, as well as with respect to training, because to remain competitive on a world basis, we need to ensure that we have the best and the brightest in the country and around the world as well. And that's what we're doing. We're continuing to invest in another big investment and a record amount of investment with scientific research. And I must say, a few weeks ago after the budget, Laurentian University president wrote a column in our paper, an op-ed saying how proud he was and that the investments, a final investment in Canada, in Canadian research, instead of ignoring Canadian research. And that gives opportunities. Opportunities at so many levels for Canadians to get to thrive in Canada and around the world. And these investments go a long way to also educate our population here. Because at the end of the day, how do we compare ourselves to other countries when we have fairly accessible universities, in the sense that when we compare ourselves, again, it's fairly cheap to go to university here in Canada. It's still expensive, but having more opportunities for research at the master's level, at the PhD level in Canada, we are on the cusp of continuing the Canadian brand to continue to invest and expand around the world. So on that note, Mr. Speaker, I will end my comments, but there's a lot more to this budget that I would like to speak about, but maybe I'll have another moment to continue on that conversation. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And comments. The Honourable Member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour of serving on the Environment Committee, and the testimony we're hearing about Bill C-69, the new Impact Assessment Act, is truly, I use the word advisedly, horrifying. And my colleague across the way had a rosy comment about Canada's economy. Well, that view is not shared by the resource sector, which is some 1 in 10 Canadian jobs is provided by the resource sector, which is rapidly declining. Canada is losing investment. We've lost about $80 billion, and the Royal Bank says investment is fleeing Canada in real time. Chris Bloomer, the head of the Canadian Energy Pipeline Association, went so far as to say that Canada has a toxic regulatory environment. Just let those words sink in. And we see what's happening on Kinder Morgan. Again, the uncertainty is starting to increase. So with the natural resource industry being about 1/3 of our economy, what does my colleague across the way, how is he going to deal with the investment that's fleeing this country right now? And project after project, Petronas, Energy East, on and on and on. These projects are dropping by the wayside along with the thousands of jobs. Does he even care about the workers in the energy industry?
Honourable Member for Sudbury.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. Actually, in my area, and I spoke to this in my speech, we are investing, private businesses, international businesses are investing over $3 billion in my area alone in the mining sector. So in the natural resources sector, they actually made a decision. Where should we invest around the world? They decided to invest in Canada. Why? Because the economic conditions of Canada are the places to invest. Again, 3 mines, Valley, over around $800 million. Then we have Glencore Xstrata, investing $1.2 billion, and a gold mine just outside of my riding, another $1 billion that they are investing. Canada is a great place to invest, and I'm seeing, and in Sudbury, we are seeing those investments take place. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, in the previous Parliament, when the Liberal Party occupied this corner of the House, they used to be quite critical about the use of omnibus bills. In fact, we have pages of quotes from members like the member for Winnipeg North, the Minister of Public Safety, and now, all of a sudden, when they're in government, they feel that a giant 556-page omnibus bill changing over 40 different statutes is okay. I can remember the Liberal candidate in 2015 in the election in Cowichan, Malahat, Langford used to decry the use of omnibus bills to the applause of the crowd. So my question to the honourable member is, why, with all of the criticism that the Liberal Party used to levy against the Conservatives for this tactic, why does he now feel it's okay now that he's in government?
Member for Sudbury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, this is a budget. And in the budget, there are many items that we need to go to move things forward. Investments in Canada is just not one on the tax side. We need to invest on a broad spectrum. And that's what we're doing here. And at the same time, you know, one of the tenets that I just briefly mentioned with respect to gender equity and equal pay for equal work. And again, unless the member wants to see other legislation aside, this is a budget item. And this budget invests in Canadians. There are many items, I agree, but that's how we move forward, to have these debates and to ensure that we're investing. And again, we have listened to Canadians. That's why there's a lot here, because we've invested in Canadians, we've listened to them, and now we're seeing the fruits of this listening and work.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliament Secretary for Status of Women.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for his eloquence in both official languages. And just a question to him, Mr. Speaker. I have next to me the member for Kildonan St. Paul, and we were very pleased to see record investments to our regional development agencies, WD, Western Diversification, an additional $185 million, $35 million alone for women entrepreneurs. And I'm just wondering if the honourable member could comment on his regional development agency in Northern Ontario and how it is assisting in building his local economy with the additional investments.
For Sudbury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I really think the question is, in 10 minutes you don't have a lot of time to say a lot, but certainly FedNor plays a critical role in Northern Ontario in the economic development. And in the past 2 years, we have reinvested in FedNor to the tune of around $10 million a year after being almost reduced by 50% by the previous government. And as well, in the last debate, what we heard is they've actually voted against any more investments in our regional development agencies. That is critical to the expansion and basically helping businesses thrive and continue the great investment that they do. So I know these investments go a long way, and FedNor plays a critical role reinvesting. I've heard from many constituents they are extremely happy with these new investments.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise to speak to the Budget Implementation Act. A few weeks ago, I spoke on the original budget, and I had different names for it. One of them was the Honey, I Sunk the Kids Act, because it sinks our children or grandchildren, adding almost $100 billion of added debt over the next several years. In fact, about 5 years from now, we're going to be spending more on interest payments than we do on our military. And another name for it, the Dude, Where's My Infrastructure Budget? Because we know this government, despite offering so much infrastructure, it's almost like watching the Oprah Winfrey Show. Instead of Oprah going, you have a car, here's a car for you, here's a car for you. It was Liberal after Liberal saying, here's infrastructure for you, here's infrastructure for you. Unfortunately, none of it can be found. The PBO, in fact, can't even find half of it that's been promised in Budget 2016. Of about $15 billion identified in 2016, only 7.2 can be found. Now, a lot of it's missing, a lot of it's lapsed, I understand that. He did note of the $7.2 billion that has been sent so far, it's only created a certain amount of jobs. In fact, it's cost us $700,000 per job, or $700,000 per job created by their infrastructure spending. But I have a different name for this budget. I'm going to call it the Vantablack budget. Now, what is Vantablack, you're probably asking? Well, it's a chemical substance made of vertically aligned carbon nanotube arrays and the darkest substance known to man, absorbing 99.965% radiation in the visible spectrum. In fact, even as liberals talk about openness and transparency, they say sunlight is the world's best disinfectant. Liberals will shed new light on government and ensure it is focused on people it is meant to serve, which is Canadians. But even a supernova cannot shed enough light to get past the Vantablack in this budget. Now, we've seen the Liberals fail again and again on transparency. We've seen the Treasury Board President fail with his update to the Access to Information Act. Now, our office, we've been submitting many ATIPs, access to information, since we started here 2 years ago. Some of them, in fact, are almost 2 years old. And at the rate of the Treasury Board President's sloth-like pace, we could actually see these ATIPs being eligible for parliamentary pensions before they actually come to light. Now, there's a gentleman named Alan Cutler who helped the Operations Committee write a very good report that the Treasury Board President promptly just threw in the garbage about improving whistleblowing protection for public servants. He submitted a HEP regarding the UBS banking scandal, one of the largest banking scandals in the world, and involves Canadian firms and banks sending money abroad, basically laundering money and bringing it back. He got a response back from this government that it would take 800 years to fulfill the HEP. 800 years, you're hearing it right. Now, we also have the Atwell case, where the Prime Minister trotted out the National Security Advisor with some cockamamie story about a rogue Indian government involvement. I had to laugh. I'm sure a lot of us saw the the interview with the public safety minister when they press cornered him and he ran so fast to the elevator. He went at such speed, even the Russians were asking for a doping test on that. Now we see the lack of transparency with the shipbuilding. The shipbuilding national ship strategy was, PBO said about $60 billion. We have some experts saying now it's $100 billion. Now we're not sure because the government won't release the RFP to the public or even to the Parliamentary Budget Officer. Now, the Parliamentary Budget Officer, to come out with this is costing for the SHIP program, actually had to go down to the United States to access their to use his top clearance to access their costing for the Arleigh Burke ships to bring it back to extrapolate the costs for Canada, because you can't get the costing or the access from DND. Now, I want to quote from a page from the Omnibus Bill. I do want to thank the Liberals for only spending about $800 on the cover, unlike the $200,000 they spent last year for the cover. Now, page 313, for those following at home, says, compared to the fall economic statement, direct program expenses are lower, reflecting lower projected expenses for Crown Corps, year-to-date results, and updated departmental outlooks. Fine. When you look at page 324 of the budget, you will see that the actual spending between 17-18 up to 2022 program or operating expenses is only increasing 1.8% overall. Now, normally I'm quite fine with lower spending, but over 5 years of inflation, 5 years of population growth, as well as billions for the national housing strategy they've announced, billions and billions for the ships, billions for the infrastructure, which I know half of it can't be found, and billions for Indigenous plans. And a lot of these are very valid plans, but there's billions and billions, but it's not reflected in the outlook for program expenses. So we asked Finance, this government, to explain where the money is, as identified in 313. Okay, so you've updated department outlooks. Where's the money? They refuse to respond. The Parliamentary Budget Officer asked for this specific money. The spending that this government is doing over the years. Where are you going to cut to get to only 1.8% when you're spending, we've got so many other billions of spending? They refuse to publish the information. They sent a couple of scant details to the PBO and marked it confidential. So again, it gets back to zero transparency for the government. But here's the kicker. Here's the real part behind the Vantaplaque budget, as I call it. Now, it's not the 600 pages of legislation. It's not the 200-page morass of the BIA that is the explanation of the carbon tax. It's not even the issues identified in page 324 and 313 that I just spoke about, but it's what's called Vote 40. Now, that's the slush fund, the $7.4 billion slush fund that's in the estimates. Now, the estimates process is when the government or when the Parliament actually approves specific spending. The Treasury Board President has decided to try and reform the estimates process to make it more transparent. He's obviously going the wrong way. He's making a lot of changes, taking away accountability from Parliament for the sake of transparency. But this is what the Parliamentary Budget Officer says about the main estimates. With respect to the estimates, the government indicates that the core impediment in aligning the budget and the estimates arises from the government's own sclerotic internal administration processes, not parliamentary timelines. The Treasury Board President himself says these materially delay the implementation of the government programs. So the government's own administrative issues are the problems with aligning the estimates. So what's his solution? Well, it's less oversight and scrutiny. The government can't get its act together to get its programs out the door, so it takes away the members of Parliament's and public's ability to hold the government to account. Normally, the authorities, for the spending authorities, are putting to the estimates, the mains, and the supplementaries. Ministers come to committee with their deputy ministers, their staff, defend their spending decisions, explain exactly what the spending is going to be used for. But this is all taken away now for $7 billion, which when you take away the infrastructure from the operating expenses, it's over 10% of the government spending. The oversight is taken away. Now, $7.4 billion is going to sit with the Treasury Board to dole out without explanation or oversight until it shows up in the public accounts after the next election. Now, this government is very good on avoiding scrutiny, and this is just one other step. Now, they claim, this is an interesting part, the Prime Minister's own cabinet as well as the Treasury Board oversight team haven't actually vetted the $7.4 billion in the slush fund. So it makes you wonder, why does he think they're actually worthy of parliamentary approval if the cabinet hasn't even approved it? The alleged programs being funded through this vote haven't been approved by cabinet or the Treasury Board oversight. And if they end up actually being ineligible for funding, the money gets frozen. They're assigning funds to programs that haven't been approved yet on the chance that they're feasible, when they could be actually using that money toward actually needed things such as perhaps the infrastructure. Now, the language around the Vote 40 is so vague, you could actually drive a truck through it. There's no actual legal authority that says that the money set out in this Vote 40 has to be used for the items that they identified it for. They can take that money and spend it any which way they want. The same people that brought you the sponsorship scandal, the same people who thought it was a great use of taxpayers' money to spend $8 million on a hockey rink on Parliament Hill, the same people who spent $500,000 to wrap a building in Canada 150, the same people who can't even plan a birthday party for Canada on July 1 want $7.4 billion for free spending without oversight. Well, Mr. Speaker, that's a disgrace. This side of the House will not stand for it. Canadians will not stand for this attack on parliamentary principle and oversight, and I will not stand for it either. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Oakville.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I wanted to thank my honourable colleague for his remarks. I found it interesting what he didn't talk about. So in my community of Oakville, I have several veterans. They've been meeting. I've had roundtables with them. We have two legions that they're part of, Legion 114 and 486, and they're very proud organizations supporting their veterans. When I've met with them, they talked about the concerns they had about government services. The Conservatives had 10 years to make changes that the veterans were asking for, and they did nothing. Actually, they did worse than nothing. They cut budgets, they closed offices, and they ignored the voices of our veterans. So this budget delivers on a promise of pension for life for veterans. It's monthly payment for life, it's tax-free, and it provides income replacement payable at 90%. It's annual, and there's another $67 million in the budget for further investments in veteran services. Could the honourable colleague talk about veterans in his riding and why he doesn't feel they should be supported through this budget?
The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's an offensive comment that I don't support veterans in my riding. I'm actually a member of the Air Crew Association of Vancouver Island, which is made up of RAF veterans, RCAF veterans, American veterans. Your comment, actually, let me point out something from page 331 of the bill. Going forward, $67 million for support from Canadian veterans next year, minus $311 million. 2020, 2021, minus $323 million. 2021, 2022, minus $255 million. And then minus $196 million. So that's a Liberal record on that. But the issue I've been talking about is the lack of transparency. And every time we stand in this House and say, here's the issue, the lack of transparency, we're talking about the slush fund, the government, instead of defending it or explaining it, gets up and tries to distract. Nothing's going to distract the fact that this government is taking $7.4 billion of Canadians' taxpayers' money, squirreling it away in a slush fund for the election that's not going to show up until a year after the election.
Shameful. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank our colleague from Edmonton West. Very passionate speech. And it was interesting, you know, the member before from Sudbury was talking about 3 mines in his region of Sudbury, $3 billion. But in the last 2 years alone, $80 billion in investment has left this country. So that's the Liberals' math. I got $3 billion coming in, and I got $80 billion leaving. $80 billion leaving. Most of it in Alberta and Saskatchewan, I might add. Most of it in Alberta and Saskatchewan, where the Liberals are non-existent. It's shameful what is going on. Mr. Speaker, I would like to say this. For the member of Edmonton West, because he was the one that found the $7.4 billion slush fund, I want him to talk a little bit more on how he found that slush fund that will go forward to the next election for the Liberal Party.
The honourable member for Edmonton West.
I want to thank my colleague from Saskatchewan for the question, and I appreciate his passion for his province and for energy workers in Alberta. I'd like to talk a bit more about the slush fund, but I want to follow up on a question about his comment about the amount of money that's leaving Alberta, $80 billion referred in investment. I get the opportunity to go to schools from time to time and speak to the students. I talk to the principal. We like to do a mock parliament. I speak to the principal. And I went to one school and I said, what should we talk about? Marijuana, rock bands, rap? She said, no, it's stress. Stress on children whose parents are losing their jobs and not sure if their parents are going to stay together, if they're going to have a house over their head. Right. And these are grade 6 students. And you know what? I've spoken about this before in the House a year and a half ago, and this problem, a year and a half, it still exists because of this government. It's letting Albertans down on Trans Mountain Pipeline. It's letting Albertans down, Saskatchewan, people from Saskatchewan down. It's letting Canadians down on energy development. It's disgraceful. It's hurting Canadians, it's hurting Albertans, and it's hurting Edmonton. And we're looking forward to 2019 when we can have a change to that issue.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister for Youth. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is an honour for me to rise today in the House and add my voice to those of 100,000 members of my community in response to Budget 2018. It was brought forward on February 27th, and this third budget of the government takes brave steps to support our environment, equity, and the middle class. More importantly, Mr. Speaker, this budget takes a giant step towards gender equality with new legislative measures for pay equity. Canadian women will be able to take advantage of real and equal opportunities to succeed. Every day I am humbled before the strength of Canadian women throughout the country. They are leaders in the business sector, in their communities, and on environmental issues. Women are at the heart of Canadian society, and they push us to do better, to be better, and to hope for better. I have the privilege of sitting beside several women who make me proud to be a member of Parliament. We are stronger for the equal number of women sitting at the decisional table of the Cabinet. However, Mr. Speaker, my pride for the work that we have accomplished together is somewhat mitigated by the scope and the importance of the work that remains to be done. Budget 2018 is a building block towards a promising future for all Canadians. For the members of my Vaudreuil-Soulanges community, this budget opens the way to success for middle-class families, to more security for our most vulnerable seniors, and to a better future for young Canadians. I am proud to be able to say that Budget 2018 provides an additional investment of approximately $300 million in Quebec's health system, which means that our province will be better prepared and able to meet the needs of our changing population over the coming years. With this investment, Mr. Speaker, we will have increased by $600 million since coming to power health transfers to Quebec. This progress builds on the historic increases in benefits for seniors, children, and workers, which now represents $100 billion of investment this year alone. Mr. Speaker, the government is taking concrete and tangible measures to meet the needs of members of my community and communities throughout Canada. In my riding, our community is surrounded by beautiful nature. We have the Mont-Rigaud summit, the rapids of Ile-Perrot, and the densely forested and green roads of Saint-Lazare. And the members of my community in Vaudreuil-Soulanges are waiting for and deserve a government that takes environmental risks seriously. They deserve a government that supports science, technology, and that knows how to acknowledge and appreciate our natural wealth in Canada. Budget 2018 takes necessary and significant steps to do this and more still, thanks to an historic investment of $1.3 billion over 5 years to protect our parks, our fauna, and our natural beauty. With this investment, species, land, and ecosystems at risk will be better protected and will be better able to become rehabilitated from the damage caused by climate change.
Our government's management of protected areas and natural parks will be increased. The plan put forward by this budget, Mr. Speaker, also ensures that our conservation areas will be better managed, integrated, and coordinated in a network supported by our provincial, territorial, and Indigenous partners. And finally, Mr. Speaker, it means that my two children and thousands like them across Canada will be able to see the natural parks that we cherish for free until their 18th birthday. Canadians across the country and in my community are also concerned for their future and for the future they will be leaving behind for their children, Mr. Speaker. As greenhouse gas levels continue to rise, they worry about our changing climate and the real impact it has and will continue to have on our region. I was proud to see, Mr. Speaker, that in Budget 2018 we set aside nearly $110 million over the next 5 years to implement our government's promise to set a national price on carbon. My children and our children's children will be thankful for the leadership of the Prime Minister and the Minister of the Environment in making the protection of our air, our water, and our future a priority. We also know that in order to protect future generations, Mr. Speaker, we have to ensure that young Canadians have a real and fair chance at success. Those opportunities develop first from strong, supportive, and comfortable middle-class families. And that is why we will be indexing the Canada Child Benefit to provide an additional $5.6 billion in direct support to Canadian families that need it most, starting this July. Each and every month, families in my constituency receive $6 million in direct investment for over 22,000 of our kids through the Canada Child Benefit. That investment goes towards lifting thousands out of poverty, putting food on the table, and to helping our children enroll in organized sports. Mr. Speaker, now more than ever before, our kids will grow up with the support they need to succeed. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, based on the discussions that I've had with members of my community, it's already having a significant impact. I've spoken with parents who are saying that they can now afford proper clothes to send their kids to school. I've spoken with parents who are now saying that they're able to buy the proper school supplies that they've been wanting to buy for years but just couldn't afford it. I've spoken to directors of our day camps, Mr. Speaker, who told me that 6 months after the initiation of the changes to the Canada Child Benefit, for the first time in 25 years, they now have a waiting list of children that are looking to get into summer camp, most of which will be for the first time. And when they eventually grow up, Mr. Speaker, our government will be right there to help them get the work experience and skills they need to get good, meaningful, and well-paying jobs through a nearly $450 million investment in the youth employment strategy. Budget 2018 also offers support, Mr. Speaker, for pre-apprenticeship training in partnership with provinces, territories, and post-secondary institutions. Now more than ever before, our young people will be ready to succeed, prosper, and lead the Canada that we leave behind. Nous prenons également
We are also taking decisive and significant steps to protect our heritage and our culture. In Vaudreuil-Soulanges and throughout Quebec, we are proud of our history and of our heritage. This is a heritage that deserves to be protected. Budget 2018 supports the Official Languages Action Plan, which will provide more than $400 million in new funds to community organizations, to Francophone and minority Anglophone newspapers. It will also improve access to services in English in majority Francophone communities. These initiatives come with a $50 million investment over 5 years to support local news. Taking these steps today sends a clear message to Canadians and to the members of my community of Vaudreuil-Soulanges. In our Canada, everyone is welcome. We will support you. We are there for you. And we will make sure that you get better services in the language of your choice in the years to come.
Mr. Speaker, this budget is a clear commitment and promise to the people of Canada. It shows that this government is not simply here to make investments and develop programs. We are here to implement real change for Canadians, change that recognizes that we need to do more to promote equality, to protect our environment, Mr. Speaker, and to help our middle class grow and succeed. This budget proves that our government is listening to Canadians from coast to coast to coast and is not simply hearing problems, but is actively working to solve them. And that, Mr. Speaker, is change that, as always, I am proud to be a part of. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Merci beaucoup.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Barrie, Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the Honourable Member talks about the plan to tackle climate change. And within that plan, within this budget, there's almost 200 pages, over 200 pages, that talks about carbon taxing, carbon pricing, as the Liberals like to vanilla it as. There's been many questions that have been asked on this side of the House in terms of how much a carbon tax is going to cost the average Canadian. How much will it actually reduce emissions? And to this point, not only have we received redacted answers for paper questions that we've asked, but we've received no answers. We've asked directly of the Minister of Environment how much it's going to cost Canadians. There are reports that it could cost upwards of $2,200 a year for a family of four, $264 a year to heat homes, 11 cents in the increase in a litre of gas. So I'm asking the Honourable Member directly, how much will a carbon tax cost Canadians and how much will it reduce emissions? It's a pointed question, and I expect a very pointed answer, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Honourable Secretary Parliamentary.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. It's actually one that is very close to my heart. One of the reasons, Mr. Speaker, I actually presented myself as a candidate in the last election was because I felt that the Harper government wasn't doing enough to ensure that we were putting in place measures to meet the challenges posed by climate change. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, and I think that my honourable colleague knows this very well, the methodology that we've adopted to meet the challenges posed by climate change are ones that are actually supported by many Conservatives, in that we are using market mechanisms. A price on carbon, Mr. Speaker, which was actually implemented in British Columbia, worked very well in reducing greenhouse gas emissions, while also at the same time, Mr. Speaker, saw a growth in the economy in British Columbia. So it actually debunks one of the myths that is put forward by many of the members opposite, that this is going to have a negative impact on the economy, and we've actually seen it will have a very positive impact on the economy, Mr. Speaker. And in regards to the question about what it's going to cost Canadians, he knows full well, Mr. Speaker, that the money that will be collected will be given right back to the provinces and territories so that they can invest in areas right back in the communities in the most effective ways of reducing our GHGs, and he knows that, and I hope that he'll share that with his constituents, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like my colleague, I represent a riding in the Montérégie. But in Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte, I'm disappointed on behalf of my citizens in this budget. I'm disappointed in this third budget that is saying to rural regions, you have to wait. You have to wait for EI reform when 6 workers out of 10 don't even have access to it. I represent citizens who are currently in this black hole. Employers are calling me to say, Brigitte, this doesn't make any sense. I have employees who have no more money, who have not received any income for weeks. And the winter isn't even over yet. So the temporary foreign workers program also has to be changed. I represent a community where the agri-food industry is very important, and these rural communities are being told to wait for infrastructure, to wait for broadband internet. Why is this government saying to rural communities, again, you still have to wait? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Youth. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. And what I can say is this. I represent a riding that is half rural and half urban. So we have to strike a balance. And we need to be able to share our investments that will help families in rural areas as well. We also have to be able to explain what we are doing for those people living in rural regions. So what I can say to my colleague is this, and she knows this quite well. We have given $500 million worth of investments in order to make sure that there can be high-speed internet in rural areas. These are historic amounts, Mr. Speaker, that will help people. For example, take the Pointe Fortune community in my Vaudreuil-Soulanges riding. There are 600 homes, and I share the frustrations of my colleague about this because for a long time, rural communities have been asking for access to high-speed internet. And we're delivering, Mr. Speaker, on that promise to help people who live in these rural areas throughout the country. And I would be happy to speak with my colleague about how we can work together. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Humber River, Black Creek. Hello.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I, too, am pleased today to have an opportunity to stand and to talk about why I'm very pleased to see what our government's 2018 budget is all about. When we talk about equality and growth and a strong middle class in this budget, I think this represents so many of us and so many of our communities. But in particular, I want to talk about the infrastructure investments that are in this budget. But I need to go back to my days as a City of Toronto Municipal Councillor. And part of my job as a City Councillor in North York or in Toronto was always doing budgets and having to sit there at the end of the year trying to figure out how we were going to meet the needs of our cities, but not have to raise property taxes significantly. The very first year that I had become a councillor, I was inundated with phone calls from mostly seniors, but some other low-income folks in the riding, telling me about how they could not afford these tax increases, and they were 2.5 or 2.8%. And there was just so many tears and sadness on those phone calls that I, to this day, and that was some years back, I have never forgotten those conversations. And I committed at that time to those folks who were calling me that I would do everything in my power to not have to raise their property taxes, because clearly many of them living on a limited income, a fixed income. There was no way that they could afford to continue the increases. There's enough increases in other areas, and then adding to it from the property tax base, they just were being they were being driven out of their homes. So I made that commitment to them at that time that I would do everything in my power to protect them and to avoid tax increases. So that meant getting a task force together and examining budgets and looking at ways that we could cut back, trim here, where can we find the money there. So it was a constant for 11 years of doing budgets and always having to try to balance it and what can we cut here in order not to increase there. And we did zero budgeting in the city probably for about 6 years. But sooner or later, everything comes to roost because you still need money to advance, and you can only cut and save and trim so much to the point where you have to go and find additional funds. Otherwise, your roads are deteriorating, you're not able to fulfill the needs of the transit system, community centers were being neglected, and it was just, the city wasn't in as good a shape as I would have liked to have seen it. And that was one of the reasons that I decided that I was going to become a candidate at the federal level. I felt that that was where the money was, and if we were talking about investing in building our cities, then that would be the challenge for me, would be to come to Ottawa and to be able to argue the same things that I was arguing at the city level for investments in transit, investments in the quality of life, and how can we make people's lives a little bit better. So subsequently, I did seek office, and with the blessing of my community, I've had the good fortune at the federal level of 19 years or so that I have been representing them. But the first thing I did when I got here is exactly what I said I was going to do, start arguing about how can I get more money into the cities. And I approached the then Prime Minister Jean Chrétien and told him about what was going on at the city level. And he reminded me that cities are not the creatures of, they're the creatures of the provinces, not the federal government. And we could not use the word cities here in the House. We couldn't talk about the city of Toronto or Hamilton or Niagara and their difficulties because they were not directly a federal responsibility. But in spite of that and my persistence, he put together a task force and asked me to chair it and do some consultation with our urban centers. I think it was, from his perspective, a way to keep a new MP busy. But I took that 18-month challenge that he gave to me. I traveled a lot more in the city, across the country. I consulted with them about what were the pressures facing them and worked with FCM, York University, Vancouver, a lot of the academics as well, and we put together a great report that for our Prime Minister, talking about the urban and the need for an national urban strategy that would address those needs. On to that, of course, we now have a gas tax, we have infrastructure programs, we can freely talk about the challenges facing our cities across the country. So hence the reason for my enthusiasm for what we have been doing as a government in this last 3 years, almost 3 years, in investing in transit, infrastructure, all of the things that you need the federal government to do, because the cities don't have enough money and the provinces are struggling with their own challenges. So working in partnership, which is what it was all about. It was about establishing a partnership between the federal, provincial, and municipal governments to ensure that our country would move forward in a positive way. So being able to do that and see that happening is frankly one of the biggest pieces of satisfaction I've had since I came here. So now what we're doing with the billions that we are investing in this budget out into the cities all across the country, we are ensuring that we will have an infrastructure that can compete with any other country and that is desperately needed. When we talk about the congestion, well, in order to relieve that congestion, you need to be investing in transit in small communities and in large communities. And I'm very fortunate to say that $685 million was invested some years back, and we've just opened the new subway that goes up to York University. In fact, it goes up into Highway 7 in the city of Vaughan. And it has a stop at York University, which takes thousands of cars off the road, but more importantly, reduces congestion. But it also provides a better transit way for many of the students, increases the opportunity for York University to be able to expand, and makes a better quality of life for all of the students and the academics that are going to the university every day. And then, of course, now we are starting on the LRT across Finch Avenue, which will be a tremendous asset for the thousands of people that use the bus line across there to get to Humber College. So connecting all of that costs money, and there's no way around it. It would not happen without significant investment from the federal government, which is why I'm so pleased to see what we are doing with this budget in 2018, 17, and 16. So let me talk a little bit now about some of the folks that live in the riding. 35 Shoreham. It's a seniors residence. All of the seniors that are there are seniors who have struggled, who are low-income seniors, all receiving the GIS that we topped up a bit more, which we continue to do almost every year. We're trying to keep it up with the cost of living, recognizing the challenges that are facing all of those seniors there. Many of them suffer from poor health, are new immigrants to the country, don't have a real access to the language issues, and are struggling. If we go on to other issues that we've invested money going into research, which is such an important thing, whether it's at the Genome Center or NSERC or all of those, helping us to try to identify the answers to some of the terrible diseases that are out there affecting us. In particular, as a member of the ALS caucus, I think of Muriel Belanger very many times, and I think all of our colleagues remember him and the sad loss for him. And so supporting more dollars into research will help us to ensure that rare diseases like ALS will no longer, we'll find an answer and we'll find a solution to them. So, Mr. Speaker, I could go on for a lot. PharmaCare is our new initiative that I hope in the future will really, if we can bundle all of our efforts together, we can reduce the cost of drugs throughout the country. So that's a new initiative that I look forward to seeing come to completion that I know all of us in this House would like to see. So thank you for the opportunity to talk a little bit about Humber River Black Creek, and I look forward to answering some questions. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the member's speech. I think I just want to take issue with the final bit of her speech, which she concluded with, because she referred to as the PharmaCare plan as a new initiative, when we all know in this House that the Liberals first promised this in 1997 when they had the advantage of a majority government, as they do now. And I'm just wondering, like, with all the years that have passed, the broken promise back then, all of the studies that have been done on PharmaCare, most recently with the Standing Committee on Health, I mean, I hope National PharmaCare does get it cheap this time, but can she make that promise that instead of more studies, instead of more consultation, that we actually get the job done? Because report after report, evidence is everywhere that this program works and it will truly benefit Canadians. So I'd like to hear the member's assurance that this time, finally, we will actually get it done. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you to my honourable colleague for that question. I think it's something that we all want, and I think when I say that, it's all members of Parliament and the government would like to see us be able to establish this program. And it is not an easy program because it affects so many people, and it's something that you have to have respect for the provinces, the territories, and you have to bring everybody together. None of these major initiatives like that will come easily. Now, I wish it had we'd proceeded much faster, as my colleague would like to do, and I hope that with the good work that the committee has just done for the Health Committee has done on PharmaCare and their report, that's just one more tool moving us forward. We have the commitment from the Prime Minister by appointing Dr. Eric Hoskins to head that up gives me hope that we will see it sooner than later.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member from Humber River Black Creek on her speech here this morning, and I want to thank her for her years in municipal government, because that's grassroots, and you have to deal with those phone calls each and every day. But she did make some reference to, and I will quote, come to roost. So I have kids, and I'm a grandparent now, and it is going to come home to roost. The massive debt that this government has given our kids in the last 2.5 years. We've asked many times in the House, when are you going to balance the budget? We're into decades. We're told now maybe 2040s, maybe 2050s. So I'd just like to ask the honourable member, it is coming home to roost. So when are you going to balance the budget?
Member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you very much. I have to go back a little bit, because when I was in municipal politics, of course, I was not a member of any political party. And I had been asked by several of them, and I decided that I was a Liberal because I am fiscally conservative and socially responsible. That's what I call a Liberal. So at the same time as we were doing these things, they have a great track record. We're 7 years with surpluses. But when Prime Minister Chrétien came into office in 1993, the country was near bankruptcy. And that's not my words. You can find them out from all of the specialists out there. Those were the comments they were made. And we turned that around, and we ended up having 7 years with surpluses. I'd never seen that happen when we had another government, without naming it in particular.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank our colleague there for her speech. But she was mentioning and referring to seniors, and I'm wondering, in the budget, it has to do with the Canada Pension Plan of the new drop-in. The drop-in that replaces the drop-out language for people with years of low earnings due to child responsibilities and people with disabilities. So my question is, why has the government not provided actuarial modeling for the new drop-in measures? And can she assure us that the women and people with disabilities are not going to be disadvantaged with this new drop-in period?
Honourable member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you. It, again, is one of the initiatives that we are putting forward in this budget. That is, the intention is to help people, to make it easier for them to access small pockets, because there's not huge amounts of money in those drop-in or drop-out programs. And another part of that is investing money, making sure that people file their income tax at the end of every year. It's quite remarkable the amount of people that don't file income tax because they feel they don't have any income and miss out on a variety of different benefits that would have been available to them. So our government is also investing in making sure that people know that they need to file their taxes in order to be able to get the benefits that are there.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're talking about budget priorities, spending of this federal government, the new Liberal government, and being elected in British Columbia and representing Nanaimo, Ladysmith, a coastal region. I just have to say the Prime Minister's tease last weekend that he's considering putting taxpayer dollars into the Kinder Morgan pipeline is certainly a shock to voters that thought that he was campaigning on a climate change initiative, not to mention his other broken promises on reviewing the Kinder Morgan pipeline process. Certainly no mandate from voters, and certainly, I'm sure, quite a great shock to the people that believed his promises around climate change, Indigenous assent, and new environmental reviews before threatening our coastline with any bitumen oil tankers. That said, I'm going to talk about the gender provisions missing from the Budget Implementation Act and missing from this government's budget. Women are named hundreds of times, but there's very little that is delivered that actually will affect the lives of women on the ground right now, next year. There's no money for pay equity, there's no money for universal affordable childcare, and how this government can think that they are for women's equality when they have not funded universal affordable childcare, so they have not reformed unemployment insurance so that all women are able to get access to parental leave. These are all serious holes, and the government had lots of advice from lots of the activists in the women's movement, including international organizations like Oxfam, the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives, QP, Canadian Labour Congress. They really have been getting the best advice out there, and it's discouraging to me that they have not taken it up. On Tuesday, with my two of my NDP colleagues, we issued a report card on the day, on Canada's Equality Day, the anniversary of 33 years after the equality provisions were introduced into the Charter by the Conservative government, forced by the courts. We are still done waiting, and we found in our Tuesday analysis, found the gender provisions of the Budget and Budget Implementation Act very disappointing. So, speaking on Bill C-74, one of the first pieces is, again, childcare crisis. There's still no universal affordable childcare system. The current system barely serves 1 in 4 children. My own sister had to move out of Toronto because she couldn't find affordable childcare. She's paying more for childcare than she was for rent, she and her husband. This is a story that families across Canada are having again and again. The International Monetary Fund recommended that the Liberal government invest $8 billion a year into a universal affordable childcare program, and that it would pay for itself, in that it would allow working women to be able to return to work, to earn more money, to spend more in the economy, to be taxed on their income. Again and again, countries that have taken on a bold, new, progressive program like universal affordable childcare. These programs pay for themselves. That's certainly the Quebec example. In March, the Conference Board of Canada gave similar advice. So has the Bank of Canada governor. They're all recommending. I mean, these are very straight. What more credible economic advice could you get? And yet still, no new dollars. My colleague, the Member of Parliament for Saint-Hyacinthe, Bagot, has been doing good work on this in her critic role for children and families. We are going to continue to push for this most fundamental investment. That would be the first thing that you could help get women get further ahead. Pay equity, another big hole. Now, this is the words of the finance minister when he was making his budget speech. He said, in this budget, the government is taking a historic and meaningful step by moving forward with proactive pay equity legislation in federally regulated sectors. We can lead by example, and yet zero money for pay equity in this budget, not even the very simple ask that the Canadian Labour Congress and other Labour partners made, which was to right now establish a pay equity commissioner, an office of gender equality to be able to put the infrastructure in place, the program and administrative infrastructure so that you can make a program like pay equity run. Not even that. And still no legislation for pay equity, although the Pierre Trudeau government promised it 42 years ago. This current Liberal government promised it under pressure from myself and my colleague, the Member of Parliament from Jonquière, our very first Oppo Day motion in the House. We're so glad to have the agreement of the government that they will implement pay equity. But here we are, they're ragging the puck until the very end of the term. And surely if they wanted to have campaigned in the 2019 election on true feminism and truly investing in women, they would have done this most fundamental thing. $0 in this budget and still no legislation. Under questions and question period, the Status of Women Minister said it's not going to be until autumn that the bill is even tabled. That's not consistent with the advice that I got from the Consensus All-Parliamentary Pay Equity Task Force. It's not consistent with advice from any NGO partners. It's a great disappointment. We did see some movement in the budget, which I'm glad to see, about federal leadership on coordination of policies for preventing on-campus rape and sexual assault. That was good news. But a piece that was missing from my gender report card was our analysis of our repeated ask as New Democrats to the Liberal government that they fund the frontline women's organizations that are doing the bulk of the work around immediate servicing for women in this country. They're the ones that are answering the 24-hour hotline. They're the ones giving shelter when women are victims of domestic violence. They're the ones that are helping homeless women who are in terrible economic trouble. And again, we've heard these frontline groups saying, we do not want program funding that you write a grant application and you cross your fingers and you compete with your NGO partners and you hope that you might get the funding and you have to do something innovative and you only do it for a year and then the funding expires and then you have to lay the people off. Instead, what they want is operational funding, be able to keep the lights on and keep their staff hired. The budget might have gone some way in that direction, but we couldn't tease out the wording. Since February, I've been asking the minister directly in private correspondence and also got her to make a commitment at committee. Can you please clarify what this funding will do? Is it operational funding for these frontline women's organizations who are keeping women safe and fed? Still no clarification. And then in the House on Tuesday, in response to my colleague, the Member of Parliament from Victoria, when he said, in Victoria, the sexual assault crisis hotline has had to close because they can't get operational funding. She said our report card was unkind, which was crazy language. Her budget was unclear. We've been giving her the opportunity to clarify. I really hope she has heard women's organizations, and if she is going to give them operational funding, if that is provided for in the budget, then I say thank you. But we can't tease it out. And if it is still speculative, competitive, only program funding, then that is a big disappointment. Public transit is another piece that's a big emerging part for rural women in particular. If there is no public transit, it makes them unsafe in British Columbia. Highway of Tears is a prime example of that. But it also keeps women from saying yes to jobs. It's a true limiting factor, and we urge this government to make deep investments in rural public transit infrastructure. It keeps women safe and keeps women better ahead economically. We still found no measures to include equity hiring provisions in infrastructure projects. There have been great examples. The NDP government in British Columbia in the 90s put that as a condition on infrastructure investments, that you have to hire 20% women and equity employees, Indigenous employees. That worked very well on the Island Highway on Vancouver Island, where I'm elected. And it's such an opportunity with this government making unprecedented spending in infrastructure. They should be tying those conditions in. That was absent from the budget. We're glad to see gender-based analysis legislation being committed to, but it really does need to be, now. And we asked for this. Our All-Parliamentary Status of Women Committee asked for it 2 years ago. Still hasn't happened. That would make all in a transparent way, all budget decisions come through a gender lens. We're glad to see the status of women ministry become a full department. The NDP has been advocating for this. Many election platforms. My colleague, the Member of Parliament from Elmwood, Transcona, advocated for this at committee. 2.5 years later, the government's taken our advice, which we are pleased to see. So, in summary, this is a lot of talk, not enough action, not enough delivery for women on the ground, and I urge the government to accelerate and make real investments in women now. The economy will be better off, we'll all be better off, it will be more fair. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's a number of issues that I take exception to with the member's statements. And, I was a provincial MLA for many years. Most of those years were, in fact, when we had an NDP administration in the province of Manitoba. And if I contrast in terms of what this government has done on the whole issue of gender equality and movement towards that, it far exceeds many years in terms of what it is the NDP did in government in the province of Manitoba. dealing with pay equity, you name it. Now, when I look at the Prime Minister, right from the get-go of an appointment of a cabinet where there was gender equality, equal number of females and males within cabinet, to the gender analysis that's being applied to all aspects of the budget, to the many different government initiatives through the Minister of Finance to encourage and to provide support for women. Mr. Speaker, I question in terms of the real sense that the NDP want to see progress. They talk a lot about progress, but I doubt whether or not if they were ever afforded the opportunity to be in government. It's much like when the member started off, Mr. Speaker, and I guess this is where I'll put my question. She started off her question regarding, well, you know, the Liberals are too much of, they talk about being environmentalists, but we acting on the national interest in terms of the pipeline. We have to balance economy and environment. We have to balance one NDP premier in one province saying yes, another NDP in another province saying no. There's a balance. You have to work with others in order to get the things that are done. Will she not acknowledge that you do need to work with stakeholders in order to get things done at times?
Honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
That is the most convoluted question I have ever been asked. Absolutely, if this government was taking the advice of stakeholders, it would have already implemented 2 years ago. In its first budget, it would have implemented all the items that I recommended: pay equity, universal child care. Now, and on and on and on. The list is long. Honestly, I mean, it's good that the Prime Minister appointed a gender-balanced cabinet, but that is not changing women's lives right now. It hasn't reformed unemployment insurance. It hasn't helped women, working women on the ground, have a better life. I will, though, give the Manitoba New Democratic government credit for being the first province in Canada to implement paid domestic violence leave. I believe 5 days paid leave, which is the first province anywhere in the country to do that. So if you are a victim of domestic violence, now it's kind of the same as sick leave. You have time to, get your family resettled, find a new home for your kids. You'll have a job to return to, and you'll be paid while you have to be absent. Now, sadly, the Trudeau government only introduced 3 days unpaid in their Labour bill last year, but under great pressure from the women's movement and following the example of the Manitoba NDP, I'm very glad that in this Budget Implementation Act, they say now it will be 5 days paid leave for domestic violence, and I'm very glad to see that, and I applaud this government for making that move.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And following on the previous question, I've been listening to the debate on this subject for a number of days now, and we're continually hearing from the NDP that we're not doing enough, whether it's on pharmacare or whether it's on gender equality. We're not doing enough. We're not doing enough, repeatedly. Yet in the last election, Mr. Speaker, the NDP committed to balancing the budget. So my question is very simple. How would the NDP have accomplished balancing the budget with providing all of these things that we clearly aren't going far enough on, and providing everything that everybody is asking for? And will this be the strategy that we expect to see in the next coming election from the new leader, Jagmeet Singh? Will he propose the same thing, that we have a balanced budget, yet arbitrarily and carte blanche give everybody everything that they want? This is, unfortunately, one of the realities of having not had the opportunity to govern, perhaps not having a clear sight as to how to accomplish it successfully. So I'd like to know, how would they have done all of this with balancing the budget?
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
We, the New Democrats, and this is what we campaigned on in the last election, and what our leader Jagmeet Singh is also campaigning on, is to do what the Liberal government repeatedly, being too deeply friendly with their the 1% and their very, very wealthy corporate supporters, is failed to close tax havens and the CEO stock option loophole. The calculations again and again is that this could be an $11 billion benefit to the taxpayer every year. Imagine if the Liberal government had had the courage to transfer the wealth from those who have so much into social programs that would support everybody, would lift everybody up, and the programs that I'm mentioning that everybody in the progressive movement wishes that this government had invested in, if it truly was a feminist government, pay equity, and universal child care, the economy and women would prosper.
Here. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Davenport.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. It's an absolute pleasure for me to stand in this House on behalf of the residents of Davenport, a riding I'm very proud to represent, to speak on Bill C-74. If we look at Budget 2018, it continues what we've tried to do once we were elected in late 2015 and our first budget 2016 and 2017, which is about how is it that we continue to support Canadians, their family, our youth, and our seniors, and how is it that we can continue to set up both Canada and Canadians for success and to prosper moving forward. That's really, if I had to sort of summarize it, that's really what we're trying to do with this budget. And again, it's a continuation of what we've already been trying to do. I'm going to focus my comments over the next few minutes on areas where I think that Budget 2018 is of particular benefit to Davenport. And I'm going to start with something that's a bit top of mind for me right now, which is the area of the skills and the jobs of today and tomorrow. I recently attended the Public Policy Forum, and Mark Carney was one of the honorees there. And he talked about a few things. He said in any large period of technological change, it mercilessly destroys jobs and livelihoods, and therefore identities. And he also referenced a number of surveys where he said that more than 90% of people don't think their jobs will be affected by automation, while CEOs expect the exact opposite. And then he also further said that everybody will be going back to school, and clearly there's a need to not only go back for lifelong learning, but also to relook at our social welfare system on how is that we're going to support our population moving forward. And I say all of this, Mr. Speaker, because in 2015, in one of the debates during the election, 17-year-old at JJP Chinini asked me the question, how is it that government's going to protect him and ensure that he has jobs because robots are taking over the jobs that he wants to do? And my response was that that the world is changing faster than ever before, but we have a chance to actually chart our future. And I want people to know that our government is very seized with this issue. Last year, we put a significant amount of money in Budget 2017 around skills and training and putting far more flexibility in our social welfare system to allow people to train and do all we can to encourage them to go into lifelong learning, whether they want to do part-time studies, whether they're on EI and want to do some retraining, whether they're in mid-career and want to completely change careers. We've put in a whole bunch of programs. And in this year, in Budget 2018, we continue on this track. So we have made a historic investment of nearly $4 billion over 5 years to support the next generation of Canadian researchers. So what we're trying to do is invest in what are some of the areas where there's going to be future jobs. How is it that we can invest in areas that are going to create some of those future jobs, create some of those investments, encourage some of those innovations. So that's $4 billion over the next 5 years to support the next generation of Canadian researchers, $1.2 billion over 5 years for Canada's granting councils and research chairs, in addition to additional dollars for laboratories, equipment, and infrastructure that researchers rely on every day. We've put in quite a bit of money to support our colleges as well, Mr. Speaker, and I'm delighted to see that they very much are the ones that are part of the forefront to creating some of those programs that allow Canadian workers to transition. We've put in quite a bit of money, $2.6 billion around entrepreneurship. We want to make it easier for Canadians to do business and for entrepreneurs to more easily access the resources they need to innovate, scale up, and create jobs, as well as reach customers around the world. And I'll just mention a couple other things. We are spending some additional dollars, almost $2 billion to support women-owned businesses, which I think is absolutely wonderful. And finally, just a whole bunch of programs that's going to really help companies innovate and actually help them to expand right across this country and around the world. So very, very proud of that. I then want to move on to a next section, which was one of the top of the list in my pre-budget consultation for 2018 in Davenport, where fundamentally, everybody and people who came out let me know that Canada can't achieve its potential if 50% of the population is held back. And as you know, Mr. Speaker, we've put in quite a bit of money around how is it that we can make sure that women have an equal opportunity to succeed in whatever areas they want to moving forward. So government's putting gender at the heart of its decision-making, working to help support women and girls, reduce the gender wage gap, increase the participation of women in the workforce, which helps boost economic growth for all Canadians. And so in terms of just specific things that we're doing, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure you've heard this many times before, but we're very proud of it, and it's a high time that we've put in some significant money into these areas. We are we're finally introducing our gender wage gap legislation. It'll be introduced this fall. I was part of that committee. We named that report Action Now because we knew it's a long time coming, and finally at the federal level we will ensure that we will have pay equity at the national level. We're also putting quite a bit of money into helping women enter the trades and succeed in the trades. So $20 million over 5 years for an apprenticeship incentive grant for women. I think what we're doing is seeing how successful it is and if we need to put some more money moving forward. And again, there's a whole bunch of other initiatives that we're doing around women and the workforce. And I mentioned before the entrepreneurship, really encourage more women to sort of support them during when they're starting up businesses and as they're trying to build their businesses moving forward. Oh, and I should mention, this is another thing, and I know that I've had a number of parents say this, that this is a point of pride for them, which is the employment insurance parental sharing benefit. It allows up to 8 additional weeks if both partners raising children decide to actually take a parental leave. And it actually allows a woman who has traditionally held taken more of the parental leave, it allows a woman to go back into the workforce much more quickly. So very, very proud of that, Mr. Speaker. The next part I want to talk about in terms of what I'm proud of in our budget is the government proposes to provide $23 million over 2 years, starting this year, to increase funding for multiculturalism programming administered by Canadian Heritage. And, you know, the budget says this funding would support cross-country consultations on a new national anti-racism approach, would bring together experts, community organizations, citizens, interfaith leaders to find ways to collaborate and combat discrimination, and would dedicate increased funds to address racism and discrimination targeted towards a number of minority groups that we've identified in the budget. You know, I was at the local mosque a couple of weeks ago, Mr. Speaker, and one of the congregants came up to me and he said, "Julie, I'm having a hard time finding a job, and I'm fairly convinced it's because of my name and it's not because of my qualifications." And so what I said to him is that we have some money allocated in Budget 2018 around anti-racism and systemic discrimination, and I committed to him that what I would do is actually hold something in our riding around employers and around minority groups that felt that there was some sort of systemic discrimination or some sort of bias that is not seen within the system. And that's something that we could study together and come up with some solutions. So very, very proud that we actually have that in our budget. I also see this as a way of promoting our multiculturalism. 52% of Davenport riding residents were born outside of Canada. I have a huge Portuguese, Italian, Hispanic, Brazilian population. Very proud of them, and I think that they'll be very happy to know that this funding exists. I'll mention a few other final areas. I know I only have 2 minutes to speak, Mr. Speaker, but Davenport is very proud of their environmentalism, and they're very proud of our federal government's commitment to achieving the Paris Accord targets and to fighting climate change. And I'm very, very proud that in this budget, we have committed $1.3 billion over 5 years to protect Canada's ecosystems, our landscapes, our biodiversity, and species at risk. We love our nature. We're so blessed in this country that we have such a beautiful country with lots of parks, lots of lakes, lots of natural beauty. And to me, I'm very proud that I'm part of a government that wants to protect it for today and for generations to come. as well as just very quickly, we've put some money in to make sure that we support the federal carbon pollution pricing system. I know I'm in my last minute, Mr. Speaker, so I'll just mention a few other things that I think are really helpful for Davenport residents. Small businesses have told me that they're elated the fact that we are decreasing small business taxes from 11% to 9%. They're absolutely delighted. Particularly seniors have come up to me. They said they're very happy that we're very serious about national pharmacare, that we've created an advisory committee to look at how we're going to implement it, not trying to decide whether we want to move ahead with it, but we're trying to decide what's the best way to implement it across Canada. And I know I have to just mention, very happy with the dollars around border security and no-fly list, the support for local journalism, the cybersecurity support, as well as the support for Indigenous people. I just want to say thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. 10 minutes has gone by so quickly, but thanks for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the residents of Davenport, and I welcome any questions. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my Liberal colleague for her speech. But I've been listening to a lot of Liberal speeches, and I'm trying to get my head around it because Liberals are only talking about the extra money they're spending. There's nothing that they're talking about that helps the Canadians who actually pay the bills. It's very clear that the PM has this war against our traditional Canadian strengths. He made it clear this week when he reiterated in Europe that he wants to commit to phasing out our fossil fuels. He said during the election he wants to transition away from manufacturing. He's killed capital-intense industries like mining because of his regulatory and tax policies. He's regulating our fisheries. He's refusing to negotiate and end the softwood lumber dispute. So all of these things were traditionally Canada's strengths, and this Prime Minister and his policies are actually decreasing the amount of competitiveness in these industries and their ability to make money to pay for these things. So my question to my colleague is, which industries and which Canadian strength companies are going to be left to pay for all these incredibly costly expenses that the Liberals are talking about?
The honourable member for Davenport.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his question. As I mentioned at the beginning of my 10-minute speech, what we're trying to do very much is prepare the way for Canada and Canadians to actually prosper and succeed moving forward. So to me, we're strengthening Canadians, so we've actually reduced income taxes as well. It's one of our first acts of government. We are trying to do everything we can to actually remain competitive. So I mentioned the fact that for small businesses, we've actually reduced their income taxes from 11% to 9%. That really helps us. We have also invested very heavily in a number of industries, and we call it super clusters. And it's a way for us to say these are industries that we think not only we're leaders here in Canada, but we can absolutely be leaders in the world. And so we're putting additional dollars at the federal level to leverage the dollars that are already there in order for us to be able to be global leaders and competitors for years to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate the members' comments and contributions to the debate today on the Budget Implementation Act. During the election, Liberals actually talked about working with provinces on creating a pan-Canadian climate change, and actually said we won't use the stick, Mr. Speaker, to work with provinces. We'll give them carrots. Now we find out in this budget bill, 200 pages of it is a nationally imposed carbon tax. We have not been able to get information from the minister's office as to the policy rationale, including figures that would show what the average family would pay under this. Mr. Speaker, this place is dedicated towards making sure there is not taxation without representation. Does the member agree that this lack of transparency inhibits the ability of members of Parliament, including yourself, from being able to accurately decide whether or not that this tax is fair to the people of Canada? That information is funded by Canadian tax dollars, and I believe should be presented to decision makers in this place. Does she agree with this lack of transparency?
The honourable member for Davenport.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. The federal government is absolutely serious about and committed to achieving our Paris Accord targets. So we are absolutely committed. We made that very clear. We are going to be leaders and collaborators in terms of fighting climate change. And it will take all the provinces and territories and municipalities to work with us to be able to do that. We came together over a year ago. We signed a pan-Canadian framework. We all agreed that we want to achieve the Paris Accord targets and that we all have a role to play. I think Canadians expect this leadership at the national level. It is what we're trying to do. We've put some money around carbon pricing, and we are working individually with each of the provinces to be able to achieve those targets and be on track and do our part to fight climate change. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
We have time for just a short question and response. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague, the Member of Parliament from Davenport, was on the Pay Equity Task Force that was initiated as a result of the NDP motion in 2016. The government, very sadly, has delayed implementation again 42 years later of pay equity legislation. It's not in this budget. It will come when we now hear in the fall. Were there any witnesses that the member heard and the Pay Equity Task Force that actually recommended such a long delay? Because that's not what I've heard.
The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for her question, and I want to thank my NDP colleagues for their leadership in pushing for this pay equity legislation at the national level. I would have wanted all of this done yesterday. What we did here on the committee, if I recall correctly, is this last bit of pay equity equalization that we need to do is complicated. There's categories, there's a lot of complexity around different pay structures that's within the government. So we knew it would take a little bit of time, but we want to make sure that we're doing it right. And I think the story actually is, Mr. Speaker, not that it's taken so long for us to get there, but the story finally is that we are going to get this done. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Here. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to begin my comments on this Budget Implementation Act with a bit of trivia. Now, who was it that said an omnibus bill was used as, and I quote directly, omnibus legislation as a way of avoiding debate, as a way of putting everything into a piece of legislation, whether or not it had links to it, end quote. Now, we all know it was this Prime Minister, who, of course, is also quoted as saying that he wouldn't use them. Period. Full stop. And yet, here we are. Yet another example of the do as we say, not as we do approach to governing that this Prime Minister likes to use. Now, it reminds myself of the Prime Minister doing away with what's often referred to as boutique tax credits. I only mention that now as it is tax time, and I've heard from upset families with active children and users of public transportation who are upset at the loss of those tax measures. However, we also know that while the Prime Minister was quick to eliminate those tax credits, he was quick to bring in one of his own. And shortly, now the tax credit that I'm talking about, Mr. Speaker, was the teacher's tax credit. And while the measure itself, to many teachers, I'm sure, was absolutely welcome, for many in this place, they might quietly ask if the Prime Minister seems to only intend to support measures that are done by his government, not whether or not they are welcome in the community or welcome in the country, but whether or not it was put forward by a Liberal government or a Conservative one instead. Now, Mr. Speaker, shortly after the budget was released, I asked my constituents if this budget would do anything to help them or their family, and of course I have a large and diverse riding. Now, one comment in particular I thought was quite telling, and that comment was, and I quote, "This budget is pure fluff. Borrowed money thrown everywhere to shore up their chances in the next election, in the election next year. Zero in for it for the average person, no plan, no vision." Now, end quote. To be candid, I've yet to meet a single person tell me how this budget was going to help them. Now, I'm not a pessimist. I believe that all federal governments set out to build a stronger and more prosperous Canada. And that also includes helping citizens. Yet I am also reminded of the comment from our Parliamentary Budget Officer who stated, and I'll quote again, "Budget 2018 provides an incomplete account of the changes to the government's $186 billion infrastructure spending plan." PBO requested the new plan, but it does not exist. Roughly 1/4 of the funding allocated for infrastructure from 2016 to 2017 to 2018-2019 will lapse. Both legacy and new infrastructure programs are prone to large lapses. Now, Mr. Speaker, this just again shows that the government will say one thing, that infrastructure is good during the election, and then when it comes time to actually put into place, they play shell games with the numbers. I would say that this is not in the interests of Canadians, and quite frankly, when my constituents read that, when they find that their hopes for their area will not be funded because the government has not actually allocated the money, they raise legitimate concerns. And I think as members of Parliament, we all have a duty to raise those things in this place. Now, Mr. Speaker, going through the budget bill itself, you'll notice that there is quite a lot of measures. I mentioned earlier that the budget has a nationally imposed carbon tax. 200 pages of the 534-page document are dedicated to a nationally imposed carbon tax. Now, Mr. Speaker, British Columbia already has a carbon tax. It has been paying, British Columbians have been paying a carbon tax, and for quite some time. And the previous Prime Minister, Christy Clark, had actually called the member from Davenport mentioned earlier a PAN agreement on the environment to take measures. First of all, not all provinces signed on, and some provinces signed on reluctantly, asking for an equivalency. As we know, Quebec and Ontario utilize a separate system for allocating carbon, and that is a cap-and-trade system. Mr. Speaker, a cap-and-trade system allows large exemptions. We can look no further than the European Union to the issues they had in first instituting that measure. And further to that, Mr. Speaker, the carbon tax in BC was revenue neutral. Now, the only thing that has really changed since this government came into office in British Columbia is the carbon tax has gone higher and it is no longer revenue neutral. In fact, the BC government, which is a minority supported by 3 Greens to allow them a surety of supply, have raised the carbon tax as of April 1st. So families in British Columbia are paying more at the pumps. But that money is not being returned to them, Mr. Speaker. And again, when you view a carbon tax system, which puts a price broadly on everything, the exception being jet fuel, and I'll get to that in a moment, to a cap-and-trade system that can allow for large exemptions, particularly to those that are well-connected and can lobby for those exemptions, Mr. Speaker, the question is, do we have a uniformity of approach? And the answer is no. In fact, when we had premiers come in to the Finance Committee, I asked the premiers of Nunavut, Northwest Territories, as well as the representative for the Yukon, I should say the Premier of the Yukon, and there was a different approach in every state. In fact, Nunavut had actually stated that 80% of the money that is spent on diesel fuel and energy for homes is subsidized already. And his case was quite clear. A carbon tax that will only increase the costs in these areas does nothing for them. And the fact that if it's revenue neutral and it's sent back, that's money that the government is already circulating. So, Mr. Speaker, there is a lot to be said about the approach here. And when I asked the member from Davenport whether or not she agreed with her government's approach to not share information, she seemed to want to talk about taking action and leadership. Mr. Speaker, in this place, I believe that there is a role for belief that we can make Canada better. However, we also need to temper that governments will have excesses. I know a member from Winnipeg who in the last Parliament used to make regular speeches about the excesses of the previous government, ones that he found negative, and I would hope that privately he might have had a few ones that he had focused on that thought maybe that is good for Canada. But I will say is that parliamentarians should be able to get the information about this nationally imposed carbon tax, what it will cost the average family, what it will cost, and how it will circulate and percolate in our economy. Because, Mr. Speaker, not all taxes are created equal. Some will have very specific impacts on certain parts. Again, going back to British Columbia, the cement industry there used to have just around 90% of the local market. So some people near the border of Alberta or near the border of Washington State may have used cement that is mixed from those provinces. As we know, cement mixing is a very carbon-intensive use. So, Mr. Speaker, what has ended up happening in British Columbia by applying this carbon tax, they've actually seen it drop tremendously. I believe it's at 60%. And that is with a subsidy from the government. So, Mr. Speaker, when we ask questions about the numbers that this government is not presenting to Canadians, there's a challenge because we cannot make an informed decision. And I would beg Liberal members of Parliament to talk to the Finance Minister, to the Prime Minister, because they made commitments on transparency, on working with governments. For example, they have singled out the province of Saskatchewan, who is not convinced that a nationally imposed carbon tax is the way to go. And Mr. Speaker, again, when we talk about provinces, they have most of the levers of energy policy. And again, if the provinces are not working with the federal government in a proactive way, that could lead to a lot of negative consequences. So, Mr. Speaker, in sum, we will be studying this bill at the Finance Committee. I do have a lot of concerns around transparency. There are measures in here, I'm sure, that some Canadians will welcome. But again, if we cannot distinguish what is good for Canada and what is not, I would argue that that is not in Canada's interest. And I would ask this House to not support the budget without some of that transparency. And I look forward to taking questions and comments from my colleagues. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the Honourable Member from Kelowna for his presentation. A few of the items that popped to mind as he was presenting was the investments being made in Statistics Canada in order to get third-party information of programs that are being implemented, and whether the member would support the investments with Statistics Canada, a group that was really hacked and slashed by the previous government, and also the role that we play in collaborating with provinces and territories versus the previous government ruling down from the top, whether he has some thoughts about that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and a great question, and I appreciate the member for Guelph, his question here today. So, in short, I listen to a variety of podcasts, and I would suggest to this member, this is not advertisement, but Canada Land has a podcast called Oppo, and there was a discussion about Statistics Canada from two journalists, both who are considered to be on different ranges of the political spectrum. But the one thing that they cited is that if you go to StatsCan's websites today, it is confusing. You cannot find information. There's certain information that was collected to 1992, but there's no further information, and so the information doesn't match up. And again, the reason why I say this is because the member should actually know that the people that count on that, the people that are paid to view into these things, if they are having difficulties accessing it, we have the Library of Parliament. We have committees where we have analysts that can condense this information in a way that's usable for us in our work. But if journalists feel that they cannot get accurate statistics on the current website that's run by this government, and by the way, they have some serious feedback about recent revisions under this government, they feel at a loss, because that is Canadians' information. It was paid for and collected, and it should be in a form that all people, including journalists, should be able to utilize.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his speech. And I know that he does sit on the Finance Committee. Finance Committee will obviously be looking at the budget bill. In particular, what's become increasingly concerning for the opposition, I think indeed it should be concerning for all Canadians, is the fact that there's a $7.4 billion slush fund in the main estimates that's given to the Treasury Board that for all intents and purposes could be used for election purposes as we get in and closer to 2019. So I'm wondering what the honourable member's comments are with respect to that Liberal election slush fund. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
Madam Speaker, I appreciate the question from the honourable member. As a former parliamentary secretary to the President of the Treasury Board, he certainly raises a good issue. Historically, it was actually the Treasury Board was created for the war effort to allow for a more timely response to Canada's contribution to the Great War, and so, or I should say, World War II. So the member raises quite rightly that there should be some concerns because this is a remarkable change. The government has, and some government members have said that in 2009, at the pits of the greatest financial crisis since the Great Recession, or the Great Depression, I should say, there was a smaller fund that was allocated in order to get stimulus members out. I would say that that was because it was the will of Parliament and there was quarterly reporting. Now, that was during the minority years and enjoyed support from enough of members in this place to allow it to go forward. But again, it was temporary, it was targeted, and it was measured. In this case, the Treasury Board is a group of Liberal ministers will have the authority to be able to exchange funds from one fund to another without the oversight of Parliament. Madam Speaker, I would say that when we actually remove Parliament's ability to be able to vote for a specific item with a specific vote, you undermine that taxation, or pardon me, that representation, no taxation without representation, and that is really what Parliament is meant to serve. The government, by proposing this, is fundamentally undermining that process. I would ask, again, Liberal members to speak to the President of the Treasury Board and the Finance Minister to disallow this ability by parliamentarians.
Reprise de débat. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased today to stand up and support the proposed budget, Bill C-74, the Implementation Act number 1, which really has 4 areas that we've been looking at as a government, taking input from across Canada and working with all parliamentarians on looking at growth, progress, advancement and reconciliation. A wide-ranging budget which does cover all aspects of Canadian society and business and our environmental needs. This is the first piece of legislation that our government is tabling to implement Budget 2018, and Budget 2018 continues to prioritize the needs of all Canadians. Over the last 2 years, Madam Speaker, Canada's economic growth has been fueled by a stronger middle class. Canadians' hard work, combined with historic investments in people and communities, helped to create good jobs. Almost 600,000 of those jobs created since November 2015. This budget means more help for those who need it, those that also then go on to reinvest in their communities and helping their families and the businesses in the communities in which they live. Canada has renewed our relationship with neglected researchers, scientists, universities and colleges, with the largest commitment to fundamental research in Canadian history. We've also reignited the reconciliation progress. After the scrapping of the Kelowna Accord in 2006, we've successfully removed 57 boiled water advisories as an example of what we're doing, working with our Indigenous partners. The environment over the last 2 years has been at the heart of our policy, and it's inseparable from our economic success. By protecting our coasts, we protect our fisheries. By protecting whales, we protect one of our great natural inhabitants that share the country with us. Our tax credits for clean energy are helping to generate clean tech jobs, the jobs of the future. Women represent half of Canada's population, and their full and equal participation in Canada's economy is essential for our future. Removing the systemic barriers to women's full economic participation will support economic growth, strengthen the middle class, and build a fairer society that gives everyone a real and fair chance at success. The McKinsey Global Institute estimates that by taking steps to advance greater equality for women, such as reducing the gender wage gap by employing more women in technology and boosting women's participation in the workforce, that Canada could add $150 billion to our economy by 2026. Equality in pay cannot be achieved without transparency. In the spirit of transparency, our government will provide Canadians with more information on pay practices of employers in federally regulated sectors. The government will commit $3 million over the next 5 years, starting in 2018-2019, to implement this pay transparency policy. As a member of the Industry, Science and Technology Committee, I was proud to play a role in reviewing Bill C-25, which is an act to emphasize diversity on corporate boards, getting women around boardroom tables to make decisions on behalf of business in Canada. Canada's economic success rests not only on the hard work of Canadians, but also the strong trade relationships that we have in an increasingly globalized world. Canada is and always has been a trading nation, and Canadians recognize that done properly, trade can be a positive force for change. The ratification of CETA, which began under the previous government, and also the resurrection of the TPP, which is now the CPTPP, reflect the determination of our government as we open markets for Canadian goods. Our government's also focused on rural Canada. Agriculture is at the heart of rural economies, and to support Canadian farmers, we have introduced the Canadian Agricultural Partnership. I was pleased to sit on the Agriculture Committee as we reviewed and made recommendations towards this new policy. This program will provide hundreds of millions of dollars to protect farmers and bring new innovative technologies to Canadian farms, while at the same time increasing innovation and public trust. To make use of the new agricultural technologies, farmers need reliable internet access. The government is investing $500 million to extend high-speed internet services to rural and remote communities across the country. Budget 2018 also proposes additional funding of $100 million over 5 years for the Strategic Innovation Fund to support low Earth orbit satellites and to develop the next generation of rural broadband. These satellites will be going on a north-south route versus east-west route, which will help our northern communities and our fly-in communities in northern Canada. Federal government scientists enrich Canada's research environment, contributing to research focused on public interest, as well as the kind of discovery science that breeds innovation. To accomplish this goal, Budget 2018 announces a reimagined National Research Council and proposes to provide $540 million over 5 years. Coupled with the largest investment in fundamental research in Canadian history of $3 billion, Canadian scientists now have the tools they need to compete with scientists around the world and, in fact, to attract scientists from around the world. This budget also advances Canada on the path to reconciliation with Indigenous, Métis, and Inuit peoples. Together, we're working hard to improve the quality of life of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples, as well as we're forging a new relationship based on recognition of rights, respect, cooperation, and partnership. In addition to the $11.8 billion invested in budgets 2016 and 2017, the government proposes to invest an additional $5 billion over 5 years. This investment will go to ensuring Indigenous children and families have an equal chance to succeed in life, to build the capacity of Indigenous governments, and to accelerate self-determination, as was announced by the Prime Minister on February 14th. To date, as I mentioned, we've also removed 57 boiled water advisories from reserves across Canada, and I'm pleased to serve as a champion to the Minister of Indigenous Services working on water on First Nations. The government also understands that reconciliation entails a new relationship between the government and Canada's Indigenous peoples. This is why Budget 2018 proposes to invest $8.5 million over 2 years to work with First Nations to understand how to make the program more responsive to the needs of individuals and families on reserve. Budget 2018 also continues the important work initiated in 2016 to build a greener and more sustainable Canada. To support the implementation of this historic national plan, the government has allocated $5.7 billion over 12 years, including $2 billion for the Low Carbon Economy Fund, to combat climate change and to advance clean technologies in Canada. In November 2016, the government also launched a $1.5 billion National Oceans Protection Plan to improve marine safety and responsible shipping, to protect Canada's marine environment, as well as offer new possibilities for Indigenous and coastal communities, which has been discussed in the House a lot lately as we talk about pipelines on the West Coast. One example of how these investments can make a real difference in our communities is the energy-neutral wastewater treatment project at the City of Guelph. Utilizing a whole-of-government approach, both federal and provincial governments came together with industry and invested $1.5 million in an initiative to make our wastewater plant zero energy neutral. So we're also using research from the University of Guelph there, so the partnerships between our research community, business community, and our governments at all levels really are advancing the clean technology agenda for Canada. Projects like this really demonstrate how this type of collaboration and targeted investments build results for Canadians and results we can share across Canada and around the world. So I encourage all members of this House to support Budget 2018, our equality and growth budget. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And if you'll indulge me, I'll have to ask the pages for a new pen for all of the zeros I had to write down during the member's speech and the billions and billions and billions of dollars that he referred to that he was going to spend. And I think it brings up an important point. When the Prime Minister ran and the Liberal Party ran in the last election, Madam Speaker, they talked about 4 years of deficits. In fact, this year, in 2018, they talked about $6 billion in deficits, and we now know that it's going to be $18 billion. In fact, for a generation, Madam Speaker, there's no return to a balanced budget. So my question to the honourable member is, with all of the billions that he talked about spending, how can he go back to the people of Guelph who will have to pay for this, the children and grandchildren of Guelph who will have to pay for this Liberals party's and this Prime Minister's uncontrolled spending, Madam Speaker?
The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's not surprising to hear the question from the honourable member from Barrie Innisfil. We've heard this question many times. We heard it during the election, and we also heard it since in all debates in the House. And really, there's obviously two different ways of approaching Canadians' future. One is to invest in Canada, to invest in Canadians, to invest in research, and the other is to cut budgets to try and get economic growth, which we know didn't work for the last 10 years. We now have unprecedented economic growth because of investments we're making. We also have researchers developing solutions that are resulting in changes for the whole world to benefit from. So investing in Canadians, investing in our future is the way forward. It's the successful way. It's the way that we've shown more growth in 2 years than the previous government did in 10. We're not going to be changing course back to the hack and slash budgets of the Harper government. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague across the aisle on the government side describes with pride the dollar investments that are going in to protect the coast. We hear about the $1.5 billion Oceans Protection Plan. That is a 5-year spending program spread over 3 coasts, and it's being asked to do all kinds of things. Protect us from a spill of bitumen in the event of Kinder Morgan oil tanker traffic, damaging BC's coast and economy, and also solve the abandoned vessel problem. So 2 weeks ago, the Transport Minister came to Ladysmith in my riding and announced $64,000 to remove abandoned vessels. It's better than nothing, but honestly, given that the previous vessel removal cost $1.2 million, $64,000 isn't much, and it probably cost him that much just to travel there to make the announcement. Can my colleague please comment on whether he agrees that feels to us on the coast like a drop in the bucket?
The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member from across the way. I think the project that she's describing shows how the revised National Research Council will be able to help to solve problems such as she's describing on the coast, where the National Research Council has funds for the ocean coastal and river engineering programs, which are being consolidated under the National Research Council Technology Development Advancement Program, where we will be attracting money from provinces as well as private industry in order to leverage funds from the federal government. So we have to work together with provinces and industry and researchers in order to solve some of the major problems that we have on our coasts, and we are working on that, and I'm proud of the work that we're doing. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. One of the issues that I often like to talk about is dealing with just how Winnipeg North in particular, with the Canada Child Benefit, the amount of money that's going into the communities. And that just doesn't apply to Winnipeg North. It applies to every riding in the constituency. Literally millions of dollars being put into support the children of our community. If my colleague and friend could just provide his thoughts on that.
A brief answer from the member from Guelph.
It was staggering to see the numbers for Guelph, $8.8 million per month going into our Guelph economy, helping the families of Guelph as well as Winnipeg North. This budget will be indexing those funds starting this July, which will give a future growth for supporting families in our communities, supporting our local small businesses who now have customers coming to the door with additional funds to spend on their goods and services. So it's going to help our economy as well as our families. It's a wonderful program. I'm very proud to say that we've developed a winner here. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. As this is my first opportunity to rise in this House, I just wanted to express my deepest sympathy and condolences for the Humboldt Broncos. I think this has been an incredibly impactful disaster in our whole country, and people are feeling it. And I just want to also take an opportunity to thank Port McNeill, the local IGA, and the Port McNeill Minor Hockey Association fundraised $6,000 to donate. And I just really appreciate across the riding how this has really brought people together when we think about those small communities where sports play such a fundamental role. I also want to take this opportunity to express my deep condolences to a member of this House who used to represent a large part of my riding, John Duncan, who just recently lost his wife, Donna Richardson Duncan. You know, we may not have always seen eye to eye in terms of policy, but I absolutely deeply respect the hard work that every member does in this House. And I know that John Duncan is well respected in the North Island, and I just wanted to share my deepest condolences with him and his loved ones. So today I'm here to talk about Bill C-74, which is an implementation act for the budget. And, you know, it's a little bit hard for me to speak here because I do feel that it is a bit of a timid budget. When I look at the riding of North Island and Powell River and I look at the needs that are so fundamentally there that I work really hard with my staff every day to address, I really wish that we could see some more action coming out of this. One thing that I've heard from many of my constituents is the time for studying is over, the time for action is now. And again, today we're talking about a bill that contains 556 pages. It amends 44 separate acts. It's another omnibus bill. This always concerns me because I think debate is a fundamentally important part of what we do here. And it also is about transparency to Canadians. This bill also has a new bill inside it for carbon pricing. And I think this should be a standalone bill so that we can meaningfully debate this and see some more activity go on around it. There are a few positives. I really appreciate the fact that a promise that was made has now, that was betrayed, is now actually coming to fruition, which is reducing the small business tax rate. I think small businesses have had a hard time in the last several months as this government has really looked at them in a way that was not as friendly. I know that in my writing, talking to healthcare professionals, doctors specifically, who really were appalled by the process that happened and felt very offended and actually dealt with patients being angry at them because of some of the things that came out of this. They asked me to let the Prime Minister know there's not a lot of rich doctors. There's just a lot of hardworking doctors in our rural communities. I'm happy to see that there's some additions for judges to address those significant shortages, and I definitely appreciate the improving access to the Canada Worker Benefit. But you know, I want to come back briefly to carbon pricing, I think, we really need to have this separated out. It deserves the really robust debate. This is an issue across the country that is becoming more and more important as people are concerned about emissions and what's happening, and are we actually tackling this in a meaningful way so that we can see that change. I know for myself as a member from British Columbia, with what we're seeing with Kinder Morgan right now, this is something that has not been addressed, that people really need to understand and have that fruitful discussion. So I think, why not? We know that polling has said that a lot of Canadians are very unsure that this will actually reduce emissions, and this is really where the impact is wanted to be seen. It would be great if the government would actually take this step so that we could have it go into committee and have a report that goes back to parliamentarians but also goes back to Canadians. We want to make sure that what is happening is actually working. The other thing that I found very disappointing is, again, we're not seeing what we need to see, which is more fair tax regime. This government has again not addressed the significant loopholes that are there for wealthy CEOs and the very, very wealthy. We know that Oxfam has just reported this year that about 82% of the wealth accumulated last year went to the top 1% earners across Canada. I don't represent a lot of those people in my riding. I represent a lot of hardworking people. We just had a senior come into our office the other day who is now having to pay back CRA because his wife had to go into a care facility. They did all of the appropriate paperwork for CRA. They talked about the forced separation. They were given a little bit of support and relief because of that, and now CRA is saying to them, no, you have to pay us back. That's not a fair tax system. The most vulnerable people being asked to pay back what little support that they desperately needed during a very hard time in their life. Another issue, of course, is pharmacare. Across my riding, medication and the cost of medication comes up repeatedly. The parliamentary budget officer was very clear, over $4 billion in savings to Canadians if we could address this issue. In my riding, we're having too many people having to make significantly hard choices about what they're going to be able to cost out. And I think it's important that we recognize that when people cannot afford to take the medication that they need, the expense to the taxpayer increases because they're having to go in and out of hospital. It's not good for their health, it's not good for their families, and it's not good for the taxpayer. I think, again, like I said earlier, many constituents in my riding are saying the time for studies is over. So the fact that the only investment that we're really seeing is another study on whether we need pharmacare is ridiculous. We just need to get to action. We now have a report that's come from the Health Committee that has been very clear. All parties know that this needs to happen. We don't need to study. We've studied this repeatedly. This is a long-term promise that the Liberal Party has made over many, many years. Let's get to the action part of this. Madam Speaker, I represent rural communities, and I'm very proud to do so. But one of the things that I find disheartening about this budget is it is not really addressing a lot of the fundamental issues that rural communities have. The resource industry has built a large part of the wealth of this country, and many of those communities are like ones that I represent. They're small, they're rural, and they're hardworking. And the resource sector has a history, it has a present, but it also has a future. And we're not seeing the investment in looking at innovation, looking at supporting diversification in smaller and rural communities. We do not want to leave our small communities. We want to make sure that they're robust, we want to make sure that they're healthy, and we sometimes need the government to give opportunities for that to happen. So I, will be attending, for example, the Forest Friendly Community Celebration in Port McNeill in May, where we're going to be talking about the innovation that's happening in that sector and how strong that history is. We just need to see that this government actually cares about these communities. Madam Speaker, I also have to say that I have the great joy of representing 19 Wing, a base in my riding in Comox. And one of the sad things and one of the wonderful things about representing this area is we have a lot of veterans that come and move to our community, and I'm really happy to have them there. They provide a lot of support to our community, and I really respect the work that they do. But one of the sad parts about that is we often have veterans that have multiple challenges. So, you know, a few weeks ago we had the Wounded Warriors of BC running through our communities. It was amazing to see the support. And one of the most important things that they were doing was fundraising so that they could see more of our veterans who really need the support, who have post-traumatic stress disorder, get some of the service dogs. So, you know, it's a step in the right direction that we now see in this budget a tax credit that will help with those service dogs. But I want to be very clear, this is a very expensive investment. And another issue that a lot of veterans are having in my riding is the access to housing, especially if they do have a service dog. Sometimes it can be very challenging for them to find a home that will allow them to bring their service dog with them. So I think, you know, one of the things that was heartbreaking for me is there was a few steps in the right direction, but it's just too little and it's too slow. Veterans have waited a long time for some support, and we definitely want to see that happening for them. Madam Speaker, I just have to reiterate, housing is a big issue in our riding. And I think, you know, when you look at populations as small as I think of Port Hardy, 4,000 people who are struggling right now to find housing for people where they don't have a lot of affordable housing. This is not an issue that is just urban. It is an issue that is across the whole country. So I encourage this government to step forward. They've made announcements about funding. The majority of it is not coming into fruition. Please make that money flow faster. People need a home and they need it now. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A question to the member for North Island Powell River. At the beginning of her speech, she noted that in this budget there is funding to hire new judges. In budget 2017, there was also funding to hire new judges. The NDP government in Alberta, by way of order in council, in October of 2016 established 10 new judicial spots in Alberta to deal with the court backlog. A year and a half later, the minister has managed to only fill one of those spots, and that was just in December. So it's one thing to talk about money and allocating money, but when it comes to actually appointing judges, it seems that the minister just can't get it done. And as a result, serious criminals continue to be let out on the streets. I was wondering if the member could comment on that.
The honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for this important question. I think if we look at a lot of realities, we see that money is promised, and then sometimes it doesn't flow as quickly as we absolutely need to see it. I think a lot of small communities across Canada are asking for the process to happen a little more quickly. They know that there's serious incidents that they want addressed. I know that a lot of people that are in the system themselves are feeling overwhelmed with the amount of people that are waiting to be processed. So, you know, I hope that the minister will get on top of that. I know that it's very frustrating for small communities and for communities across Canada to wait and wait and wait. So thank you for that question.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Oakville.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I was very happy to hear the member from North Island Powell River speak about national pharmacare and the reference to it in Budget 2018, and happy to hear support for it. As a member of the committee, we were very, very proud of the report that was released yesterday. I certainly believe that no Canadian should be denied access to necessary prescription medicines because they can't afford it. That's a fundamental. In the committee's recommendations, there were 18. 2 of them dealt directly with the model of how national pharmacare should be designed. 16 of those recommendations dealt with implementation challenges. And what we heard from expert witnesses is that implementation of national pharmacy in our nature of our confederation with the provinces and territories and the federal government is incredibly complex. So I was delighted to see in the budget the creation of a national council that will study implementation of national pharmacare. Dr. Hoskins has 1 year. He'll be back next spring with, I think, a very comprehensive analysis of how best to implement national pharmacare. My question to the honourable member, Madam Speaker, is does she not support more time to make sure we get this right and not lose this because we've rushed implementation?
The honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Well, I just thank the honourable member, and I thank him for the work that he has done on this very important issue. I know for people in my riding, this is something that comes up quite frequently. You know, one of the first experiences I had was meeting with a woman who actually bought a van because with her health issues, she couldn't afford rent and medication. And so her question to me was, I'm doing the best that I can, but I'm really worried it's going to get cold. And I mean, you know, I come from BC, I come from Vancouver Island. A lot of people like to joke about how warm it is where I am. But if you're living in a van because you can't afford rent and medication, it can get pretty damn cold. Excuse my language. So I really appreciate that making sure that we implement this really well makes sense. But there are a lot of models that we could look at. And I think if we continue to study, and I want to be very clear that that's what it says. It doesn't talk a lot about implementation in this bill. It talks about the study. We have done a lot of studies in this place. This has been a promise, and people get tired of waiting. And at some point, we have to say, okay, it's not going to be perfect right away, but we're going to get to the action part of this, and we're going to make it really clear. So you're saying in a year. So we're going to wait here and see if it happens. But unfortunately, that promise has been made many times. So we will watch, and we will wait, and hopefully it will happen, because a lot of people are making terrible choices, like living in a van.
Reprise de débat. Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown, Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm very happy to stand in the House today to talk about our 2018 budget. It's a very fitting budget called Equality and Growth and a Strong Middle Class. And that is really the direction that our government is leading in Canada. This budget is the next step in the government's plan, which is investing in people, investing in communities, and investing in our economy. It has already been able to put more money in the pockets of Canadians. It has helped create more well-paying jobs and is giving Canadians greater confidence in their future. Since November of 2015, when we took office, Canadians have created more than 500,000 new jobs, and the unemployment rate has fallen from 7.1% to 5.9%, close to its lowest level in over 4 decades. The Canadian economy has been very strong and growing at a pace that is well above all the other G7 countries since mid-2016. Measures like those that we introduced around middle-class tax cuts and a new Canadian child benefit means that Canadian families now have more money to save, invest, and spend on their families and in their communities. Because we have lower taxes for the middle class, we are helping them with the high-level cost of raising a family in many regions of this country. So Canadians are feeling more optimistic about the future, and I certainly feel that in the riding that I represent. Whether it's the ability to be able to save a little more, the ability to be able to buy their home for the first time, whether it's the opportunity to go back to school and train for a new job, or whether it's the ability to obtain employment in regions where it's often been difficult. These are things that people see as strength in our economy and in their communities. As a government, we're going to continue to grow that sector, to create those jobs that people want, and to ensure that people have opportunities. Madam Speaker, new investments will support many pieces of infrastructure across Canadian communities. One of those pieces that has been critically important to many First Nations, Inuit, and Métis communities in Canada has been the ability to ensure for good housing on reserve and off reserve in their communities, as well as the ability to ensure that they have access to clean drinking water. Investments that we are making in this budget includes committing over $170 million over the next 3 years to continue on the path of improving access to clean and safe drinking water on reserve. The Minister for Indigenous Services has been very adamant on meeting this target and ensuring that long-term drinking water advisories in Canadian communities, especially Indigenous communities, are eliminated. We've also been making tremendous investments in housing. I represent a riding that in the northern part of my riding, in the Inuit region of the Nunatsiavut, or in either of the First Nation communities, if you were to ask today what is their #1 infrastructure priority, they would tell you it is housing. For the first time ever, Indigenous governments had the ability to deliver on housing money in their own regions. Inuit across the north last year, for the first time, received direct transfers from the Government of Canada to ensure that they were able to build the houses, modify houses to meet what their immediate needs were. This year's budget includes an additional $600 million over the next 3 years to support housing on reserve for First Nations communities. It includes an Inuit-led housing plan for Inuit regions like Nunavut, Nunatsiavut, Inuit, and the government has proposed $400 million over the next 10 years to address the needs of housing in Inuit communities. This is in addition to the $240 million that was announced in budget of 2017. And the government is also proposing $500 million over the next 10 years to support the Métis Nations housing strategy. These housing strategies are important to Indigenous Canadians. It is important that they have proper housing in their communities in order to make real progress on many other areas that they have concerns around. This year, Madam Speaker, I was really proud to be a Member of Parliament in the Government of Canada representing the province of Newfoundland and Labrador, because this year we saw major transfer increases to our province from the federal government. We saw increases in the Canadian Health Transfer and the Canadian Social Transfer, increases that will allow the Government of Newfoundland and Labrador to meet and address some of the growing needs that we have as a province and ridings like mine are dealing with. For example, if you look at issues around mental health in particular and suicide, these are fundamental social programs that our government has continued to invest in. We have worked with Indigenous communities in my riding to develop suicide strategies and to invest in those strategies, working side by side with them to eliminate and reduce suicide and addiction levels in communities. We also work with those governments, Indigenous governments, and the province of Newfoundland and Labrador to invest more in mental health and addiction services. Last week, I had the opportunity to be in Happy Valley Goose Bay with the Premier to announce that for the first time ever, there would be 6 mental health beds opening at the hospital in Labrador, and there would be 2 psychiatrists hired in that rural northern region of where we have never had those services. This is a government that is listening to what the needs of Canadians are, no matter how remote, no matter how northern, no matter how isolated. They are listening and they are acting to ensure that they meet the needs and address the issues that are important in regions. Madam Speaker, there were many things in this budget that my constituents and people across the country were very proud of. I want to outline what some of those pieces are, because I think it's important that we always reiterate the investments that we're making, because these are not our investments. These are investments that Canadians have asked for. We have worked with Canadians to form a vision of where they would like their country to be going. And what we do as a government is in response to what they are asking. I represent a riding that, until a few years ago, was basically unconnected in many ways, whether it was through internet and broadband or whether it was through highway transportation and ferry services. As a government, we have invested in those areas. We have been able to invest to build, to date, nearly 400 kilometers of paved road through one of the most northern remote regions of the country in my riding. We've invested in some of the smallest communities to allow them to have internet and broadband access, a basic service that many Canadians have enjoyed until for many years. We've also, Mr. Speaker, listened when they talk to us about EI reform and the need for EI reform for those people who work in seasonal industries, the need for reform for women and and parents who are taking leave to have a child, the need to extend maternity week benefits, the need to look at sick benefits for people who have to care for sick family members and children or for themselves. We listened to Northerners across Canada when they told us that the Northern tax deduction had not increased in many, many years, and we acted to ensure that Northerners are receiving tax deductions that allows them to live at a better quality of life as other Canadians have. We've invested in small crafts and harbours, listening to the fishing industry, which quite often has been ignored by previous governments, ensuring they have the infrastructure in their communities to create the jobs in an industry that has allowed for tremendous opportunity in Atlantic regions of our country. We also, Madam Speaker, gave great certainty to military operations. I represent a riding that has home to 5-Wing Goose Bay. We, for the first time in many years, ensured the operational requirements of that base, ensured its stability and longevity as part of the national infrastructure for defence in this country. We support workers like those in communities like Wabush and Labrador West that I represent that are heavily engaged in the mining industry. Madam Chair, this budget is a reflection of Canadians.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and appreciated the member's speech. As she knows, I've been in her riding and knocked on doors in her riding, and the folks in Labrador are folks who believe in equality and fairness, and I'm sure she'd agree with me on that. Now, we have a budget that profoundly continues what is one of the most unequal periods in Canadian history. In fact, as you know, Madam Speaker, now 2 Canadian billionaires hold as much wealth as a third of the Canadian population. We're seeing more and more of these tax treaties signed with notorious tax havens overseas, a practice started by the Harper Conservatives, continued by the Liberals now. And so we're seeing more and more very wealthy Canadians, large businesses, not having to pay a cent of tax because they can take their money to overseas tax havens. There are more and more tax loopholes that this government refuses to close. And as a result of that, this government says it doesn't have the resources to bring in pharmacare to help people, to bring in pay equity, and all of the other programs that would actually make a difference in people's lives. So my question to the member is quite simple. Would she not agree with me that her constituents in Labrador would want to see a fair tax system, would want to see a closing of these tax loopholes, and would be very disappointed that they see none of that in this Liberal budget?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his question. I think it's very fair to say that this government has taken tremendous action on taxation. First of all, we've been able to reduce taxes for small businesses in Canada. Secondly, we reformed the taxation program for individual income earners across Canada to ensure that the wealthiest pay more and the lower income and middle income people do get a break on taxation. The other thing we have done and we have committed to do and we're continuing to do, and that is to ensure that we do crack down on tax havens offshore. The Minister has said this time and time again in the House of Commons. It is a commitment of this government to do so, and we're continuing to do so. We believe that every Canadian deserves to be treated fairly. Every Canadian deserves to be treated equally when it comes to taxation. We do not believe that people should be allowed to escape paying taxes in this country. We expect them to pay, and we are going to ensure that it happens.
Questions et commentaires. Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, this budget is a budget with heart, a budget that cares, a budget that's about people, a budget that's about equality. My question for you, Madam Speaker, to the member is how does this budget in 2018 attach itself to that equality throughout this nation, to each and every individual through our great nation? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. and I know that he shares my sentiment that Canadians deserve to benefit from the wealth of their country no matter where they live in this country. They deserve to benefit no matter the status that they hold. This is a government that is reflecting that in the decisions that we make. Whether you're urban or rural, whether you're Indigenous or non-Indigenous, whether you're wealthy or poor, we as a government are implementing investments, infrastructure, and programs and services that are reaching all Canadians. We are not cherry-picking those in one region or another. We are not sacrificing one province for the sake of another. We are fair to all Canadians because that's what Canadians want from us. They want a government who is going to listen to what their issues are and act on them. And that's exactly what we're doing.
We have
time for one brief question. The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our colleague opposite said that the Liberal government listened to Canadians on employment insurance. Well, I think it's important to note that there was some partial listening. We need fundamental, in-depth reform, but still 6 out of 10 workers do not have access to employment insurance. Can my colleague tell us when this government will make employment insurance benefits more accessible?
Parliamentary Secretary, a brief answer, please.
Thank you. We did make modifications to the Employment Insurance Act. We did so allowing claimants to be able to earn money and keep more of their employment insurance during the off-season. We also extended benefits for maternity for those that needed it, and we're continuing to look at the employment insurance program. It's safe to say that the program today is available and being used by many Canadians across this country, and without the support of this program, there would be much jeopardy in many seasonal industries, and I think we all understand that.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Quebec has never been so disregarded in Ottawa. C-74 is 560 pages to implement the budget, and it's 560 pages that simply ignore Quebec. In this government's head, in the head of the Minister of Finance, in the head of the Prime Minister, Quebec simply does not exist. C-74 is for the GTA, it's for the West, it's for the Maritimes, it's for Canada, but not in Quebec. Quebec counts for nothing here. C-74 continues on with deficits and gifts for others. For instance, the $75 million being given to Irvine to fight against the spruce budworm in the Maritimes. Well, that's a nice gift and terribly unfair for Quebec, that's not receiving a cent. And yet, the spruce budworm in Quebec is affecting an area that's greater than the entire province of New Brunswick. C-74 is the biggest bill that has been tabled to date by the Minister of Finance, and yet one of the election promises of this PM was to no longer table these types of omnibus bills. We have 560 pages that is still not resolving the issue of the spring black hole in employment insurance for our seasonal workers. We believe that people should be working in their areas. We want people to be able to make a living throughout Quebec, not just in big cities. And when you're out in the regions, well, seasonal industry exists, and that's what supports the people who live there. That means we need to deal with the issue of the period during which people are not receiving an income and are not receiving employment insurance. That means that the rules for eligibility to employment insurance have to be changed, because this has been going on for years during which our seasonal workers are experiencing stress every year knowing they won't be able to make ends meet. We were told in the budget that seasonal workers would be able to receive 30 hours of training per week and receive income replacement, but that doesn't solve the problem. The government has to listen to the distress of the people who are suffering and take the necessary steps to resolve this issue once and for all. C-74 is 560 pages that simply reflect this government's schizophrenia when it comes to the environment and climate change. The Prime Minister wants to maximize market opportunities for the West's dirty oil in order to be able to raise funds to protect the environment. Wow. We have a Prime Minister who chose to defend Canada's oil by imposing the Trans Mountain Pipeline on a province and a government who want nothing to do with it. What a democracy. Congratulations. And at the same time, the same Prime Minister struts around at the COP21 in Paris with respect to climate change. Jeffrey Sachs from Columbia University said that the Prime Minister and this government have lost all credibility on the climate change file. In C-74, there's not a single line or a single step for green energy. Same for electric vehicles. Yes, imposing a tax, a carbon tax, will set a minimum standard so that one province's efforts aren't cancelled out by another. But in C-74, what is mostly notable is the absence of a plan and the absence of will to seriously protect the environment. For example, what will the government do if Doug Ford is elected Premier of Ontario? Ford has already promised that he would limit the Ontario carbon market and that he would fight against the federal tax. Same for Alberta under Jason Kenney. Quebec, as we know, is way ahead in terms of environmental issues, but its efforts will be cancelled out by others who will not be willing to enter the 21st century. In Ottawa, the same targets are being kept as those set by the Harper government. The Minister of the Environment already said that this tax will apply regardless of what the provinces think, but we doubt that. We can see what's happening with Trans Mountain. The federal government has chosen its side, that of the oil industry. It even says that it's willing to fund the project. The Liberal goals are the same goals that were ridiculously low and that were set by Stephen Harper's Conservatives. And on top of that, the government isn't even on track to reach them. C-74 is the first budget omnibus bill. We know that there's a cannabis tax. We know that in Quebec, provinces and cities and schools and police services are not ready for this legalization. They want to know if they can be given more time, and Ottawa is simply ignoring them. This is something that's going to cost a considerable amount of money for Quebec and the municipalities. But Ottawa has just chosen to take up all the space, take up a quarter of the taxes without having to spend anything. That's easy money. And Ottawa is not even taking responsibility for the costs linked to legalization. What conditions will be set on the taxes being provided to provinces? We know that with this government there are often many conditions. It's not able to pay its own staff. Well, how is it going to be able to tell Quebec how to manage its own affairs? Now, because Ottawa is taking up all this space, it obviously is the one that holds the biggest end of the stick. And I imagine that the Prime Minister may tell the provinces what to do if it wants that money. Now, we all know that in terms of health transfers, the levels are way below any acceptable level. But funding health does not pay off in elections, so it's being ignored. People are wondering what's happening in Quebec. For example, money for our infrastructure. Conditions are being set, and the money has not been released. This runs counter to Quebec's requests, and it also breaks an election promise. And we see this over and over again. In the budget, there are small steps that are improving people's situation somewhat. For example, the workers' benefit. It's a small amount, but it is helpful for low-income people. Same for measures for veterans. Reducing the tax for small businesses will also help people. Now, Madam Speaker, we know that this step was just pulled out of a hat when the government was being criticized for its tax reform that it wanted to table. In the end, it backed down on its tax reform. In fact, it mostly abandoned it. And the government kept its proposed steps on passive income, but not much else changed. Madam Speaker, why not deal with tax havens? That's where the greatest lack of equality exists. According to the Conference Board of Canada, we're losing at least $9 billion every year in income for the state. That's a lot of money that the government could collect. That's how we would be able to achieve more of a balanced budget. But I know that the government won't do that. And Quebec has wanted it to resolve the issue of tax havens, but Quebec hasn't been listened to. As I said, Quebec is not being listened to at all. Here we have 560 pages of legislation that shows perfectly well that Quebec is being ignored. Its aspirations and its concerns are being ignored. In C-74, it's very clear that Quebec counts for nothing. That's what I had to say. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I can assure the member that Quebec accounts for a great deal. You know, I'm listening to my colleagues across the way's comments. He makes the argument why it's important that we actually have a strong national government here in Canada. Think about what it is the member was saying, Madam Speaker. He talked about the price on carbon and the impact if one province goes ahead of another province in a progressive fashion. For the first time in many years, we finally have a Prime Minister that actually has a strong national vision. And that's one of the reasons why we saw a national program for a price on carbon. And that is, in essence, what it is that the member across the way is calling for. Because if you have one province that does it one way and another province that does it another way, you know, my ancestry comes from the province of Quebec. We want to be able to see national programs. Thinking, you know, we could talk about the budget here, and one of the wonderful things in this budget is the increase to the Canada Child Benefit Program, which brings into millions of dollars in every riding across our country, including my colleague and my friends across the way. Again, it's a strong national program that contributes to the well-being of the nation as a whole. And by doing that, we can see more progressive policies. And I'm wondering if my colleague would not agree with me that there are a number of strong national programs that can have a profoundly positive impact on all provinces, including the province of Quebec.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, we've seen what national policies are in English Canada under this government. We saw, for example, when there was a decision to build new vessels in the Maritimes, when there was a shipyard in Quebec, nothing. My colleague opposite talks about national policies with respect to climate change and the carbon tax. Well, what I see as a national policy is the decision that was made here, which is to support Canada's oil. That's the national policy. We condemn that, and I think that's been condemned in British Columbia. We see what has happened there, and we see it with this example. The government has a strong policy to impose its own financial interests and to impose the will of Bay Street on provinces. That's Canada's model. So, how can we possibly believe, then, that there will be a climate change policy that will have any sort of credibility? We don't believe that. And not only us. There are academics like Jeffrey Sachs, for example, from the Columbia University, who has said that. In terms of climate change, the Prime Minister has lost all international credibility. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Cowichan-Lahat-Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate my colleague from Joliette, his speech. I especially appreciated his mention of the tax haven issue, because that is certainly an issue that we in the NDP fundamentally agree with, and it's very important to illustrate this, because when we see the amount of revenue that we lose to wealthy and well-connected Canadians who are able to evade paying their fair share, would he not agree with me that that not only prevents us from investing in people who need the most help, the most vulnerable members of our society, but it also shifts the tax burden onto everyone else? And if this Liberal government is all about helping the middle class and those hoping to join it, would you not agree that one of the best policies that we can put into place is to tackle the issue of tax evasion, to make sure that the most vulnerable members of our society, the middle class and so on, are not having to shoulder that burden? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague and congratulate him on his remark, his relevant remark. Because here's the problem. It's this lack of fairness and, more specifically, tax havens. Why should the most powerful be able to evade their responsibilities with the complicit cooperation on the part of government? We know how strong Bay Street's lobby is. We see it. We see it in the Minister of Finance's position. We see that he hasn't wanted to act to resolve this issue of the lack of tax fairness. I agree with my colleague. The government boasts that it's doing a lot for the middle class, but actually it's saying more than it's actually doing. And it's saying this simply so that it can be reelected, because in fact the government is complicit in the use of tax havens that benefit mainly the big banks and a sector that doesn't even create jobs. And that's unacceptable, and it has to change. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it gives me great pleasure to rise on this occasion to speak in support of the 28 budget and the Budget Implementation Act, which will continue to advance the priorities of Canadians. And what I thought I would do this morning, or this afternoon now, is to break up my remarks into three themes. One is to talk a little bit about where we were in 2015 when this government took office and took the reins, and to talk a little bit about where we are today, mid-mandate, and finally to foreshadow where I think we are going in the future. The budget that was introduced this year by the Finance Minister put into very sharp context and focus the many challenges that we faced coming into office. A former Conservative government that had a record weak amount of growth, the weakest performance when it came to jobs and economic growth since the Great Depression. This coming from a party who talks about being a champion of industry and enterprise, a champion for small business and hard-working Canadians. A Conservative government that promised not to ever run a deficit and ran 6 during the course of their 10 years. Those were the challenging circumstances which this government took the reins of authority and power, and we did so on a commitment to actually deliver for hard-working, middle-class Canadians, Mr. Speaker. And among the very first things that we did to turn things around was to provide a tax cut to middle-class Canadians, Mr. Speaker. The very first order of business that we did in December of 2015, a little more than a month after taking office. And what this did was, Madam Speaker, is it put more disposable income into the pockets of middle-class Canadians so that they could provide for their children, their loved ones, their relatives, and this begun the turnaround of the Canadian economy, a resilient economy, a competitive economy, at a time when the global economy continues to face some uncertainty. The second major thing that this government introduced to spark and spur on economic growth was to introduce the Canada Child Benefit Plan. Now, this plan has been one of the bedrock principles that has helped provide families, young families, through a means-tested approach, not a one-size-fits-all, but looking at the needs of the family through the lens of how many children and how old and what is the overall income of the household, tailoring it to their needs to provide them with the transitional measures and support so that they can provide for their children as they raise them to be successful and innovative and thriving young Canadians for future generations, Mr. Speaker. And as a result of that, not only have we provided present-day support, Madam Speaker, I beg your pardon, but we have lifted approximately 300,000 children out of poverty, something that every member in this House should be celebrating, Madam Speaker. Well, I hear my honourable colleagues are heckling, which is an awful shame, Madam Speaker. The day that the Conservatives don't realize that it's a positive thing to be lifting children out of poverty is a tragic moment, and it reflects just how out of touch they continue to be. And Canadians are watching very closely, Madam Speaker. Something else, Madam Speaker, that we did in 2015 and since then is we listened very closely to small businesses and medium-sized businesses who have been saying to us, we need the support to remain competitive, remain a competitive jurisdiction in light of the uncertainty across the globe, and we want to keep taxes at a competitive rate. So one of the key pledges that we made in the last election was that we would reassess the small business tax rate and we would lower it. We went through an exhaustive consultation process where I heard from small businesses in my riding the importance of keeping that commitment. And I'm very proud to say that the 2018 federal budget will ensure that we're lowering small business taxes to 9%, among the most competitive in the G7, in the G20, in the OECD, so that the conditions are set for their success. And this in stark contrast to the last Conservative government, who talked a big game around wanting to lower small business taxes, but then when they had the opportunity to support lowering small business taxes in the 2018 budget, what did they do? They voted against it. And again, Canadians will be watching very closely, Madam Speaker. They won't just be listening to the conventional rhetoric that they hear from Conservatives, that tired old recycled rhetoric around being great champions of industry. They're going to look at their voting record and they're going to ask their members of Parliament, why did you vote against it? They won't have a compelling answer, Madam Speaker. Other areas that we have been trying to address as Canada continues to succeed and thrive and grow in an increasingly competitive global economy is to provide more flexibility around young families who are growing. How do we do that? By ensuring that mothers and fathers and parents can take the leave that is necessary, that time away when they're having children or adopting children, to have their families grow. And the flexibility that is engendered in the 2018 budget will do that. Once again, I wonder why my Conservative colleagues don't support measures like that. If they are truly for families, why aren't they supporting it? No answer. Silence. Actions over words, Madam Speaker. Actions over words. Now, a few other areas that I'd like to touch on that will capture where I think we are today, because we have made progress from where we were to where we are today. And how do we know that? Over 600,000 jobs created, Madam Speaker, since this government has taken office. Records jobs growth. Full-time jobs, the majority of which. Thank my honourable colleague for clarifying that. We have seen record unemployment, Madam Speaker. Since StatsCan has been taking very precise measurements around unemployment, we have seen it go through the floor, thanks in part to the investments that this government has made when it comes to the Canada Child Benefit Plan, when it comes to reducing small business taxes, when it comes to creating something called the Workers' Benefit. The Canada's Workers' Benefit will ensure that those low-income earning Canadians, those Canadians who are working hard to get a leg up to provide for their loved ones, will have some additional support as well. Now, an issue that has hit home very close to me and to the people that I represent in Eglinton Lawrence very recently has to do with gun violence, Madam Speaker. And we have seen far too many innocent Canadians lose their lives as a result of organized crime, getting their hands on both illegal guns, but also guns which were purchased legally, but then commandeered through organized crime. And this government is very sensitive to those issues. And it's an issue which touches all Canadians. Well, I hear my...
Order. I just want to remind members, and the members have been here for quite some time now and should know what the rules of the House is. When somebody has the floor, that person has the right to speak without interruption. And if people have questions, comments, or want to have their views heard, then they wait for question and comment time to be able to do that. And I also want to remind the person who's making the speech not to engage with the other individuals that are making comments, whether it's on his side or the opposite side. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, and I remain very focused on being a voice for my community, notwithstanding the heckling. And what I was saying before being interrupted was that gun violence is an issue that touches all Canadians. And we have seen far too many lives lost. Now, we have restored many of the cuts which were made by the last Conservative government to law enforcement, to our public safety apparatus. We've introduced legislation which will be supported by the investments which are outlined in Budget 2018, I once again call on my Conservative colleagues to support those measures if they truly care about keeping Canadians safe. The last area that I'll touch on, Madam Speaker, before I conclude my remarks, has to do with some of the new investments which we've made to protect Canadians' privacy. And you will see in the 2018 budget that we are allocating approximately $155 million over the next 5 years to protect privacy by creating a new centre of cybersecurity, which will strike the balance between ensuring that Canadians have the choice and access to the internet and social media, which touches on every aspect of their lives, while at the same time protecting our national security. Again, important, forward-thinking investments and priorities in the budget, which I'm calling on my Conservative colleagues and all members of this House to support. Now, we can't do that when we see the kinds of dilatory motions which get routinely introduced in this House to stop the business of the people from getting advanced. I'm glad we were able to dispense with the motion that was introduced earlier, but now is the time to think forward, to continue record jobs growth, to continue record unemployment, and
The time is up, but the member will be able to continue any of his remarks within the questions and comment period. Questions and comments, the honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
So I listened attentively to the member's pontification, I guess I'll call it that. He mentioned the middle income tax cut. It did nothing of the sort, actually. You know who got the biggest tax cut, Madam Speaker? Every single member of Parliament actually enjoys the biggest tax cut because it happens to be in the middle bracket. That's how the tax system works. The more you earn at tax time, the more you'll pay in taxes as you move through the bracket. So those earning $45,000 and under, they didn't get anything. They actually got a higher carbon tax, higher fees. They actually pay more today. According to the Fraser Institute, $2,200 more per family. A think tank, by the way, I hear members heckling me now, that's had 3 Nobel laureates sitting on their board of directors. 3 Nobel laureates. So to the member, how can he still claim that middle-income Canadians got a tax cut when it's absolutely not true? And in fact, every single member of Parliament here got the biggest tax cut benefit out of what they did.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Well, here's how I can claim it. We look at the hard-working people that work in our ridings, and we see all of the ones that are in the middle class getting a tax cut. 9 million Canadians right across the country. The honourable colleague from across the aisle cites the Fraser report. Madam Speaker, the very flaw in that report, which has been debunked time and time again by people who read it, is that it doesn't take into account the Canada Child Benefit Plan. And how do you have an objective assessment of whether or not there is more or less financial burden on an individual or on a family if you don't take into account what has been one of the most significant, one of the most historic investments in the middle class in the history of this country? Madam Speaker, I'm going to encourage my honourable colleague to take a close look at all of the facts. If he wants to make a compelling argument, he'll do so. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Parliamentary Secretary for his speech. You know, I think what becomes quite evident to any observer of Canadian politics over the last several decades is that Liberals are masters of the long promise. You look at the example of pay equity, you know, it was the Pierre Elliott Trudeau government that promised this back in the 1970s. We've been looking at healthcare, which was a Liberal promise in 1997. And I specifically want to narrow down on the pharmacare promise because we've had study after study. We know the benefits, and yet now we're having more consultation and another working group set up. I just simply want to hear the members' assurances that with all the broken promises that the Liberals are responsible for, will they follow through on this promise and deliver something that is so beneficial to so many Canadians?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, I want to thank my honourable colleague for the question and for his work on the file. We have a public health care system, Madam Speaker, that is the envy of the world. At the same time, we know that approximately 1 in 5 Canadians do not have sufficient pharmacare coverage, which is why the Prime Minister created, and this government created, an advisory council to spark a national conversation to address this issue. He recently appointed Dr. Eric Hoskins, who's a member of provincial parliament, somebody with a lot of experience in the area of health care, to continue that conversation. Yesterday, the Standing Committee on Health issued its report, and I've started to take a look at the recommendations. We believe that consultation is an ongoing process, Madam Speaker, in order to ensure that there's adequate coverage, in order to ensure that approvals for pharmacare coverage is streamlined, and in order to ensure that there is a responsible, evidence-based national drug formulary. We'll continue that work, hopefully with the honourable colleague's support.
Brief question, the honourable member for Kenora.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Just a quick question to my colleague. One of the issues that I always confront between the Liberals and the Conservatives is when the Conservatives are in power, the economy is much lower as far as employment and the growth of the economy. And then when the Liberals are in power, things start to really pick up, and the Conservatives say, well, they're just lucky every time they're in power that the economy is doing much better. Maybe the member could tell us about the vision, the differences between the two parties, and why our strategy tends to make the economy grow much better.
Member, we'll need to do that in 40 seconds.
Ours is a party that believes in the Charter. Ours is a party that believes in the middle-class Canadian, hardworking, who want to provide for their children and their future generations. And Canadians are watching the work of this government, and I believe that they are going to continue to support it, as opposed to the Conservatives, who talk a big game but fail to deliver. Madam Speaker, they talk about always wanting to balance budgets and running surpluses. What do? They have a record history of running deficits, Madam Speaker. Actions over words. This party enjoys the broad support of Canadians and will continue to do so. Thank you very much.
I appreciate the member being able to be within that 40 seconds. The honourable, resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Maybe before I begin and get into the details of this act, I just want to mention that I think a sentiment that all members of the House will share, that I hope that the member for Bay of Quinte make a speedy recovery. I know that there's been in the news he's been hospitalized. I just want to express my best wishes to the members of the opposite caucus, and I hope he returns to the House. I don't know him quite well, but I'm looking forward to seeing him back here. So, as I do in many of my speeches, Madam Speaker, I have a Yiddish proverb I like to use. I know some members always expect it. I know the table expects it sometimes too, but a gentle word can break a bone, which is a good thing, because I don't have any gentle words to share about this Budget Implementation Act. I've actually gone through most of it. I think almost a third of the document is basically about the carbon tax. And we were always told that the carbon tax would be so simple to implement. But when you go through this document, it seems like it's just a litany of how this will punish Canadian society, how it will punish individual Canadians, and some of the exorbitant and ridiculous reporting standards that Canadians will have to adhere to. Well, actually, there's very little in terms of transparency and reporting standards expected of the government. So those are two things I want to mention. The other part is I actually took the time to go through provincial budget documents. And the interesting thing that I found, and I'm going to go through them, is how taken provincial governments are with balancing the budget and actually demonstrating either an intent and a date, a specific timeline to get there, and the procedure by which they're going to get there, which is very different from what we see in this budget document, where there is no table, no intention, and no words to actually convey that message to Canadians or to members of the House of Commons that the Liberal caucus or the Liberal government intends to actually get to a balanced budget. Now we know that the deficit for this year is $18.1 billion, which is 3 times larger than what they promised to do during the election. So that's a broken promise right there, Madam Speaker. 3 times harder than it was supposed to be. There's not a single fiscal table, there's not a single graph in the budget document or in the BIA that demonstrates when they will return to a balanced budget. The BC budget, page 139, talks about the projected surplus of $219 million. The Alberta budget, and there's a question there whether you believe the document in its intention to reach to balance or not, but even the Alberta NDP knows that it's a cultural Canadian asset to say we intend to get to a balanced budget, and this is how we're going to do it. On page 12, they say that through efficiencies, control of spending, and limiting waste, and so on, they'll get to a balanced budget by 2023-2024. The Saskatchewan provincial budget, on page 3, makes reference to this common cultural context. In Canada, ever since the 1990s, we try to balance our budget on behalf of the hard-working taxpayer of Canada, who will be expected to pay for this. All this borrowed money will have to be paid for either by this generation or the next or the one that comes after it. The Manitoba budget on page 3, the Manitoba budget address just says there, we are on schedule to reduce the PST during our first term and deliver a balanced budget during our second term. They say it expressly. It's there on white and black paper. They mention it. They know it's important. Now the Ontario budget, again, whether you can believe the Premier of Ontario and the promises that she makes, on page 166, they make an attempt. There is a table there and wording as to the fact they'll try and balance the budget. There's some shifting around of the numbers, but even they admit to the fact it's important to say the words and to understand how the mechanics of public budgeting work enough to be able to present it to the public and make a case for it. They don't even bother making that case anywhere in the Budget Implementation Act or in the budget document itself. They don't bother to make the case for it. In the Quebec budget, 2018-2019, Section A3, a budgetary surplus of $850 million is forecast for 2017-2018, and a balanced budget is forecast for subsequent years. New Brunswick budget, page 7, they'll return to balance by 2021-2022. The Nova Scotia budget, in surplus, third consecutive balanced budget for fiscal year 2018-2019, estimated surplus of $29.4 million, table 2.1. Newfoundland Labrador budget, financial plan, it's not balanced, but it says on the very first page, the government remains on track to return to surplus in 2022-2023. The government there understands it has to demonstrate to residents they are returning to a balanced budget, and they have a process by which they're going to do it. They have it on page 1, Madam Speaker. They know that it's important. Prince Edward Island, in their budget, they admit to having a deficit of $46 million and that a balanced budget is expected into the foreseeable future. And actually, they actually have a table where they demonstrate expenditures and revenues of the government, where you can see that the graph in the very near future, 2023-2024, actually is balanced. The lines meet, and there will be at some point a surplus. But it's there. Every single provincial government in our country has a finance minister that in their budgetary documents has been able to demonstrate or prove a balanced budget or an intent and a method by which they'll reach it, except for the federal government. This Minister of Finance can't seem to bring himself to say those two words and then explain how he will get there.
He has no idea.
He didn't do it in the budget document. He didn't do it in the Budget Implementation Act, and he hasn't done so before the Finance Committee. In fact, when we ask him the question, he resorts to attacks. He can't even explain it. He doesn't even understand it, Madam Speaker. On the Budget Implementation Act, in the specifics, let's admit one thing, it is an omnibus piece of legislation. Subdivision K on inspections by whom on the carbon tax. It will allow inspect, audit, or examine the records, processes, property, or premises of a person that may be relevant in determining the obligations of that or any other person under this part. That part, Madam Speaker, is the carbon tax compliance. So does this mean that there will be civil servants of the Government of Canada inspecting the premises and properties of Canadians to make sure they're paying the carbon tax they're supposed to be paying? Forgive me, Madam Speaker. Is that the expectation through this section of the Act in Subdivision K, that Canadians can expect civil servants to come onto their property to make sure that they're paying the carbon tax that they're due? It goes on to say, enter any place in which the authorized person reasonably believes the person keeps or should keep records or carries on any activity to which this part applies or does anything in relation to that activity. It's a lot of legalese, Madam Speaker, but I don't see here anything about there being a warrant. It just speaks of a person authorized by the minister to do so may at all reasonable times for any purpose related to administration or enforcement of this part. This is the carbon tax part right here. This is a lot of compliance measures to make sure every Canadian pays the carbon tax and that the government can ensure that every single bit of revenue is extracted out of Canadian business and individual Canadians. That is the only reason to have such a section. Now, other members of Parliament have attempted at committee to ask the Minister of Environment, well, if we're paying a carbon tax, then reasonably the government should be able to understand how much GHG emissions will be reduced by. You know how much total revenue you will generate through the carbon tax. I think it's reasonable to ask the question how much will GHGs be reduced by? Now, at committee, the Minister of the Environment was unable or unwilling to answer the question posed by a Conservative Member of Parliament. And I want to draw the attention of the House to Part 4, Report to Parliament, the annual report that is expected to be tabled on the carbon tax. Now, it says, starting in the year in which the second anniversary of the day on which this section comes into force falls in each calendar year after that, the Minister of the Environment must prepare a report on the administration of this Act and have a copy of the report tabled in each House of Parliament. Reasonable. I like reports to be tabled before Parliament, especially before they appear on some website, some government website on the carbon tax administration. But shouldn't we expect there to be some type of detail? Shouldn't Parliament dictate to the Minister of the Environment exactly what he or she will be reporting on? I think it should be things like how much money was collected by the carbon tax across all provinces and territories of Canada. How much did residents pay versus how much did corporations pay? It should also have the statistic that says how much were GHG emissions reduced by. I think that's a reasonable thing for Canadians to expect. But we know this, Madam Speaker, they don't know the answer to the question because they've never bothered to look into it. From the very beginning, when members on this side of the House have asked the questions on how will the carbon tax work, how will it impact middle-income Canadians, we've gotten either redacted documents or non-answers in question period and during debate. And now it continues at committee, Madam Speaker. So there is no way that we can support this budget, because all it will be is for a punishment to the middle class and for a punishment to Canadians. I'm opposed to the budget. I look forward to the questions from the other side.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I listened quite attentively to my colleague in his discussion about a price on carbon. And, you know, I'm very proud to be part of a government that recognizes that we need to do something now. And we're running out of time. You know, you listen to the scientists, 99 out of 100 scientists tell you that we're changing the climate, it's humans that are doing it, and we need to act now, and we need to do something now. I find it baffling that Conservatives who, you know, tout that they understand economics better than anybody else doesn't understand that putting a price on carbon can actually make a shift in the economic and the business model away from pollution. But my question is to the member, and I've heard it all. I've heard it all for several days now about the costs of it. I want to know what he has to say about the costs of doing nothing. What will the dire consequences be? Will one single Conservative, Madam Speaker, stand up and admit that there will be serious consequences if we do nothing?
Bravo. The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Well, I thank the member for his passion, obviously. Shifting behaviour of Canadians using the carbon tax by the admission of the IEA, the International Energy Agency, Carbon Management Canada, would require the price on carbon to go up to about $200 a ton. Yep. When you see so much opposition already to a $10, $20, $30 per carbon ton, no wonder the Australian government, under pressure by the Australian public, abandoned it. No wonder France is considering abandoning it now. Trevor Toome at the University of Calgary estimates the carbon tax will cost every single family $1,100. At the price point it's at now. And that member is telling me this is the only way. This is the only solution. It's a fallacy. This is their solution. It's not the best solution.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, it's interesting listening to the Conservatives talk about the price on carbon. You know, already today, a majority of Canadians are actually paying a price on carbon. In fact, what we have seen, what we never saw with Stephen Harper, was what we call national leadership. We actually have a Prime Minister that wants to be able to see Canada as a nation deal with the price on carbon. And now what we have is the Conservatives and a few others that want to say, well, no, let's just leave it the way it is. Some provinces would have it, other provinces wouldn't have it. Does the Conservatives have a natural inclination to want to see that sort of a Canada versus a Canada where there is a more of a national leadership, where we have programs such as CPP, Pharmacare potentially. We have other programs where all Canadians could benefit from it, including a price on carbon.
The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Well, I'd like to thank the member's passion again, but as the member knows, CPP was voluntarily created by all the provinces coming together. What the member is doing instead by supporting this budget and supporting the government is imposing on carbon taxes when the provinces don't want it. For those provinces where the provincial government wants to do that, so much the better. The residents there can keep them accountable. But in my province of Alberta, we don't want it. And in 2019, we'll remove the provincial government, and there'll be a new government that is adamantly opposed to having imposed upon them a carbon tax that residents did not ask for. The Minister of Environment has said that a price on carbon would have to go as high as $100 per tonne in 2020 and $300 per tonne in 2050 to meet the 2030 GHG targets. That's the Minister of the Environment of this government. When you have such opposition to it from the Canadian public now, imagine what the opposition will be like at a $300 a tonne carbon tax.
Questions and comments? We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I had a question for the Parliamentary Secretary of Justice about his comments about gun crime, and I'm sure my colleague will be able to comment on this as well, probably do a better job than the Parliamentary Secretary would have. The Parliamentary Secretary told us about the work they were trying to do on gun violence. Now, the member probably knows that 2% of murders in this country involve legal registered guns. 7% of gun murders involve legal guns. So clearly, we need to be targeting criminals, not that very small percentage. Could the member talk a little bit about how actually making it harder to take your gun to the repair shop isn't going to address the real causes of gun crime?
I'll allow a little bit of time for a brief answer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I'd like to thank the member for that question on this piece of gun control legislation the government has put forward. Now, of course, it won't change anything. Asking law-abiding firearms owners to obey more laws will yield abidance of the law. Law-abiding gun owners have been abiding by the rules and the regulations set forth by the government since they were introduced. The problem is gangsters, and it does not help when judges are not appointed to hear cases. And to the members on the opposite side, a leading gang member of the FOB gangsters in Calgary was let go yesterday and released because of this lack of judges.
Before I go to resuming debate, I just want to maybe remind members, because I seem to be getting a little bit of feedback on how I'm selecting members to ask questions or comments. But I'll bring back the members to, this is an extract from the debates of the November 3rd, 2016, and it's the Deputy Speaker's point of view. And it goes on to say that that time for questions and comments is often the most valuable time for an exchange between members, and we recognize that. In accordance with the procedures and practices, we will do our best to ensure that time is generally afforded to the members of the parties who are not associated with the member who has just spoken. This is not to the exclusion of the member. However, it's to allow for proper debate on the issue. So, resuming debate, reprise de débat. I've basically indicated it. If the member has an issue with that, he can come back to the chair and see me directly. Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd. Sorry, I got just a little bit flustered on that one. The honourable member for St. John Rothsay.
St. John Rothsay, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to let me stand today and speak on Budget 2018, on our Liberal government's move forward, restoring economic prosperity to Canada. And let me start by saying, Madam Speaker, that I am a proud member of this House. I'm a proud member of the riding of St. John Rothsay in southern New Brunswick. It's a riding that has a strong industrial base. It's a riding that is very strongly unionized, and a riding that, Madam Speaker, has a strong heritage. It was Canada's first Loyalist city and a strong heritage. And, Madam Speaker, when I ran for the Liberal Party, and, Madam Speaker, I am a proud member of the Liberal Party, I ran on three different things, Madam Speaker. Number one, Madam Speaker, I ran on restoring infrastructure investment and infrastructure spending in southern New Brunswick and St. John Rothsay. Number two, I ran on being an advocate and championing the fight against poverty and poverty reduction in St. John Rothsay. And number 3, Madam Speaker, I ran to lead the charge on restoring historic assets in St. John Rothsay, a riding in a city that has a wonderful history, Canada's first incorporated city, Canada's loyalist city. And Madam Speaker, over the last 10 previous years of the Harper government, we saw a continued decline, number 1, of attention in Atlantic Canada, a lack of attention to spending in Atlantic Canada, and deterioration of infrastructure spending in Atlantic Canada, and in particular my riding of St. John Rothsay. And Madam Speaker, there certainly seems to be a clear attention to my riding. The Conservative Party is running Facebook ads naming me and pointing out my record in St. John Rothsay. The Leader of the Opposition, Madam Speaker, is coming to St. John Rothsay in a couple weeks to speak. And Madam Speaker, let me state very, very, very clearly, the constituents of St. John Rothsay are going to ask the Leader of the Opposition many, many direct questions when he comes to my riding. The party opposite, Madam Speaker, likes to wrap themselves up in they're stewards of the economy. They are the ones who are the best managers of the economy. Well, Madam Speaker, let me tell you, this was a government previously that ran 6 straight deficits, ran deficit after deficit after deficit. And Madam Speaker, all of a sudden their last year...
Again, I know that we're nearing the weekend, and people would like to return home at some point, but I just want to remind members again that somebody has the floor, and according to the rules, they have the right to be able to do their speech without interruption. And so I would ask the official opposition members to stop heckling and stop yelling across the way so that the member can go through his speech. And there'll be opportunities for questions and comments with the official opposition having the first question. The honourable member for St. John Rothsay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And this was a government that basically inherited deficit after deficit. Madam Speaker, we have turned that around. We are investing in our economy. And Madam Speaker, when the Leader of the Opposition does come to St. John Rothsay, there will be questions asked of that leader. What programs, what infrastructure investments that we've seen in my riding, historic investments in my riding, Madam Speaker, over the last 2 years, would he cut? Madam Speaker, would he cut the $67 million invested in the Port of St. John? The historic investment in the Port of St. John to transform the Port of St. John, which employs thousands, which is an economic stimulus for southern New Brunswick? Would he pull back that investment, Madam Speaker? Would he pull back the investment in the New Brunswick Community College, the $6 million invested in a new trade school, Madam Speaker? Would he pull back the recent announcement where the Minister of Transport came to my riding last week and announced over $10 million for the airport, for YSJ, the first federal investment in St. John Airport in almost 20 years, Madam Speaker? Would he pull that back? Would he pull back the investment in the historic assets, Fort Latour, Martello Tower, the Imperial Theatre, the St. John City Market? Would he pull those back too, Madam Speaker? The residents of St. John Rothsay would like to know that. And Madam Speaker, what would he do about the historic Canada Child benefit? The transformational Canada Child benefit that is changing the lives of tens of thousands of people and families across our country. That is better for 9 out of 10 families, Madam Speaker. Would he pull that back? I don't think so, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we are a government that believes that we play a role in Canadians' lives. We are a government that believes in investing in infrastructure, in investing in our communities, in investing in historic assets in St. John Rothsay. And Madam Speaker, let me very, very clearly tell you that the government across, or the party across, ran deficit after deficit after deficit, and then mysteriously, Madam Speaker, their last year in government, they balanced the budget. And they threw in a little bit of EI, rainy day fund, They threw in a little bit of selling GM stocks. They laid off workers with Phoenix and managers with Phoenix, all to balance the budget. And Madam Speaker, that wasn't right. They know that wasn't right. And what we are doing is we are turning our economy around. We are investing in Canadians. We are investing in children. And in particular, in my riding, Madam Speaker, I am thrilled to lead the fight against poverty. Unfortunately for St. John, New Brunswick, we do lead the country in child poverty. 1 of every 3 of our children live in poverty, and that number is not acceptable. That number needs to change. And with the leadership of the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development and Persons with Disabilities, we are making that change. We are reducing the numbers of children that are living in poverty. Through our budgets, we have invested historic amounts in housing. We are leading a national housing strategy. We have invested historic amounts, Madam Speaker, in early learning and childcare. We have signed bilateral agreements with the province of New Brunswick and Premier Gallant. Most recently, Madam Speaker, a $70 million seniors pilot. And Madam Speaker, I can go through investment after investment, project after project in my riding of St. John Rothsay that our government is delivering. And what I'm trying to do, Madam Speaker, as the Member of Parliament, as a representative for St. John Rothsay, I am trying to make my riding better each day, each person, each project, one at a time, moving it forward, working hard for the wonderful citizens of St. John Rothsay. And Madam Speaker, that's what our budget is about. That's what investment in Canadians is all about. As Liberals, Madam Speaker, we believe that we can have an impact on Canadians' lives. We don't want to pull programs back, Madam Speaker. We believe that we can invest and provide transformational programs that change people's lives. And when I go door to door in my riding, Madam Speaker, people are genuinely appreciative of what our Liberal government is doing and what we are delivering in our budget. They are appreciative. And yes, Madam Speaker, let's be very transparent. I come from an industrial city. I come from a unionized city. But I also come from a city that understands its role. I come and talk with industry regularly that wants to be a part of the solution, that doesn't fight carbon pricing. They understand they want to be a part of the solution. And Madam Speaker, the growth in St. John Rothsay has been significant over the last 2 years. The investment in St. John Rothsay has been significant over the past 2 years. We are changing the culture of our city. We are showing them that government, that federal government and strong federal representation is good and can change the lives of citizens in St. John Rothsay, Madam Speaker, and citizens right across the country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for his remarks and for voting against the government's misguided small business tax changes, at least initially. I would have hoped he might have joined us in voting against this budget as well, which proceeds with the government's high tax agenda. I'm sorry that that won't happen, and I know that this will be a topic of conversation when our leader goes to visit the good people of St. John's Rothsay, as the member spoke about. Clearly, he's very aware of our leader's travel schedule, and I congratulate him for being so aware. He's probably following it in more detail even than some members of our caucus. I want to ask him about whether or not he thinks the budget should be balanced, ever, and why this is the only finance minister in the country who hasn't been able to come up with a date by which he'll balance the budget. And I know when we've asked this question before, we hear Liberals say, oh, we're investing, we're investing, we're investing. Well, yes, if you're going to call it an investment, then you have to have a sense of how much, how long, and what the balance is. So it's no excuse to talk about spending when you're being asked a direct question. I want to know from the member, does he think the budget should be balanced? If so, when should it be balanced? When will it be balanced? And can this finance minister, like every single other finance minister in the country, give us that timeline?
The member for St. John's Rothsay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague across for his great question. And Madam Speaker, I have to laugh and remember back when a former finance minister of the party opposite was interviewed once about the tax-free savings account, Madam Speaker. The tax-free savings account, by the way, that was maximized by 3% of Canadians. And the party opposite wanted to double that tax-free savings account. And Madam Speaker, when the Minister of Finance opposite was asked who was going to pay for the doubling of that account, do you know what he said? Oh, the Prime Minister's grandchildren can pay for that. We'll worry for that down the road. So, Madam Speaker, I take no lessons from the members opposite about fiscal responsibility and balance. My background is business. I was an entrepreneur. My background was sports and small business. And, Madam Speaker, I understand the importance of balanced budgets. I understand the need for balanced budgets, but I also understand the need for investment in Canadians, the need for investment in infrastructure spending, and the need for strategic investment in different parts of the country that need that investment, Madam Speaker. And certainly in southern New Brunswick and my riding of St. John Rothsay, we needed that investment. We didn't have that investment for the previous 10 years under the Harper government. And Madam Speaker, my riding of St. John Rothsay is now reaping the benefits of strategic.
To allow for other questions and comments, the honourable member for, sorry, all of a sudden I drew a blank and I know this one by heart. So the honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, I wanted to ask the member a few questions. You know, currently his government still subsidizes the oil and gas industry to the tune of a few $1 billion a year. This government is showing a willingness to invest money into a diluted bitumen exporting pipeline, which makes an absolute mockery of our climate change efforts. And this government still has done nothing to fix tax loopholes. It still has tax haven treaties with some notorious tax havens, and still has done nothing to close the stock option deduction loopholes. And these are all actions that the government has, in one way or another, promised to take action on it. So a very simple question through you, Madam Speaker, to the member is, when are we going to see the Liberal government actually live up to commitments it made to Canadians in 2015? Or are we going to see more broken promises, more false hope again in 2019?
The honourable member for St. John's Rothsay, a brief answer, please.
Madam Speaker, thank you, and I thank my colleague for his question. And Madam Speaker, I'm always puzzled by the NDP party and their stance and their strategies, Madam Speaker. We have a NDP provincial government that is pro-pipeline. We have a NDP provincial government in BC that is anti-pipeline. We have a party that, depending on where they are pro or against. And I know this, we're focused on a developed national energy policy, Madam Speaker, and I think we've been very, very consistent on that. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to speak on Bill C-74, the Budget Implementation Act. 2.5 years ago, when this government was elected, it could be said that they hit the jackpot. They hit the jackpot because they inherited the sound fiscal management of the previous Conservative government, a government that paid down an historic $40 billion of Canada's national debt between 2006 and 2008 during good economic times, a government that resulted in leading Canada towards a balanced budget, and not only a balanced budget, but a surplus budget, Madam Speaker. So they inherited the Conservative jackpot. And then, to top it off, there were a lot of external factors such as low interest rates, low inflation, housing bubble that has resulted in an employment and revenue boom, a stronger than average global economy, a U.S. economy that has taken off, and the doubling of oil prices, Madam Speaker. And so, having inherited such a good situation, what has this government done to the fiscal health of this country? Madam Speaker, the answer is they have made an absolute mess of it. You know, in fairness to the Prime Minister, during the last election he did say he would take the Conservative surplus and turn it into a deficit. And he said he would do it for a few years, 3 budgets. But not to worry, because by 2019 there would be a balanced budget. Now, true to the Prime Minister's word, he has delivered deficits. He delivered deficits in the first year, the second year, and this year. But the deficit in the first year was more than double what he said it would be. The deficit in the second year was more than double what he said it would be. And this year, the deficit is going to be 3 times what he said it was going to be.
Shameful.
And what about that promise, Madam Speaker, to balance the budget? Well, according to the projections for next year, we can kiss goodbye a balanced budget. We're not going to have a balanced budget. Instead, we're going to have a massive deficit of near $20 billion, Madam Speaker. Indeed, on the question of balancing the budget, there was no mention of a timeline towards a balanced budget, either in the budget or in the Budget Implementation Act. There was no plan of how Canada would return to a balanced budget in the budget or in the Budget Implementation Act. Indeed, Madam Speaker, there was no mention of a balanced budget at all in the Budget Implementation Act or the budget. It seems, Madam Speaker, that the Prime Minister just hopes that Canadians will forget that he ever promised a balanced budget. And I think it's important that we put it in some context, because during the last election, what the Prime Minister said was, yes, we would run some deficits, but he had a 4-year plan to return Canada to a balanced budget. Now, when is the budget going to be balanced? Well, it's not going to be at the current rate based on current Liberal fiscal policy. It's not going to be in 2019. It's not going to be in 2020 or 2029 or 2039. It's going to be in 2045. So what we have, Madam Speaker, is a Prime Minister who has taken what he promised to be a 4-year plan to return the budget to balance, and he's turned it into a 40-year plan to balance the budget. Now, imagine if during the last election the Prime Minister had come clean with Canadians and said a Liberal government is going to run deficits, but don't worry, because in 40 years the budget will be balanced. How would Canadians have responded to that campaign commitment? Madam Speaker, I think he would have been laughed off the stage. But here we are with this fiscal train wreck with a 40-year plan to balance the budget. Now, in addition to that, with all of these deficits, the sea of red ink, this government is set to add to the debt nearly $500 billion over the next 20 years. $500 billion. And while we talk about $20 billion deficits this year and next year and as far as the eye can see, and when we talk about $500 billion in new debt, as gloomy as those figures are, they in fact are conservative figures, Madam Speaker, because in order for those figures to be realized, the government next year's budget would have to not increase spending at all. Direct program spending couldn't go beyond 1.5% increase. For the last 3 years, this government has increased direct program spending by over 6%. So the idea that somehow after increasing direct program spending by 6%, that suddenly it's going to be reduced to 1.5% is a fairy tale. And moreover, Madam Speaker, the numbers in this budget are predicated on the basis that both Keystone and Trans Mountain are going to be built. Now, both of these projects are well behind schedule thanks to the policies of this government. Yep. And indeed, Kinder Morgan is on life support. So $450 billion of new debt, $20 billion deficits, Madam Speaker, it's not going to be that. It's going to be far, far worse. Now, Madam Speaker, there are some very real costs associated with all of this liberal red ink. One of those costs is debt servicing costs. Debt servicing costs are set to increase by 1/3 in the next 5 years. 1/3. So debt servicing costs are scheduled to go from $25 billion today to $33 billion in 5 years. $33 billion, by the way, is more than the federal government spends on any single federal department. And who's going to pay for all of this red ink, all of this borrowing, all of this spending? Why, it is the taxpayer. And Madam Speaker, there is only one taxpayer. And what we have seen is a government that has made life more difficult for everyday Canadians as a result of their fiscal mismanagement. We have seen the average middle-class family have their taxes go up by, on average, $800 out of their wallet, Madam Speaker. We have seen a government that is now going to make life even more difficult for everyday Canadians with their tax on everything, their massive carbon tax that is disproportionately going to impact lower income and middle-class Canadians. Indeed, in the province of Ontario, under the Kathleen Wynne cap-and-trade scheme, 1/3 of lower-income earners pay 1/3 more of their income as a result of that tax than wealthy Ontarians. So that's who's going to pay for it, Madam Speaker. And, of course, this government is not only targeting everyday middle-class Canadians with more taxes to pay for their out-of-control spending, they're also shaking down small business owners. They're shaking down job creators, people who invest in local economies and create jobs with unfair tax changes that are, among other things, going to significantly limit the ability of small businesses to save with respect to passive income, Madam Speaker. So there are some very, very real serious costs as a result of this government's fiscal mismanagement. What budget 2018 in the end means, Madam Speaker, is more deficits. It means more debt. It means higher debt servicing charges. It means higher taxes for middle-class Canadians, and it means a sea of red ink. And so, as the Honourable Leader of Her Majesty's loyal opposition so aptly stated, never has a government spent so much to deliver so little. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'll just get some clarification. The member has finished his speech completely? Okay. So the member will have then 10 minutes for questions and comments after questions and after the question period. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This week is National Soil Conservation Week, and I'd like to highlight Manitoba's Netley Marsh. Netley, located at the mouth of the Red River in Lake Winnipeg, is the largest coastal wetland in Canada and one of the most significant wetlands on our continent. The delta is made of numerous islands, and the soil hosts vital vegetation, wildlife, and fish habitat, and is a key pollution filter working like our kidneys. Scientists have suggested a restored marsh would reduce Lake Winnipeg's pollution level by up to 5%, more than all the measures already taken. Prior to 1989, active soil remediation occurred at the marsh, and since it stopped, the islands of soil have been washed out. The International Red River Basin Commission has been working tirelessly to repair the situation. Healthy soils means healthy ecosystems, and it's time this riparian ecosystem is repaired. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to congratulate the Township of Leeds and Thousand Islands in my riding on its recent acquisition of the Rockport Customs Dock, and I'm pleased that the site will receive a facelift after a close to 9-year effort to acquire it from the Ministry of Public Safety. Almost 9 years ago, a small group of citizens approached me to acquire the historic property that had been a steamship dock, and then since 1934 a customs dock, before being closed a number of years ago. Although only 60 feet wide, it was a social hub for generations of Rockport families and their children who gathered to swim, picnic, and to enjoy the views of the beautiful Thousand Islands. This weekend, a lease will be signed with the Friends of Rockport Customs, and fundraising will begin to repair the dock to ensure it opens to the public again. Congratulations to the members of the Rockport Development Group, Hunter Grant, Wendy Merkley, Diane Phillips, Bob Pickens, Morris Huck, and Heather Howard for their efforts on behalf of the residents of and visitors to Rockport, and I look forward to the official ribbon cutting.
The honourable member for Sydney Victoria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize the late Eddie Paris, a performer, politician, and family man who passed away in Cape Breton on March 31st at the age of 75. Eddie was a true community advocate. He spent a great deal of his life as a steel worker and later spending 11 years in politics as an alderman in the Sydney City Council and 1 year as deputy mayor. Eddie could be recognized for his brightly colored African tunics, leading the inspirational singers in song and performing cultural diversity through his music. He often performed to schools, but he also had a chance to perform for Queen Elizabeth II. During 2016, during the African Heritage Month, Eddie was honored to be presented with the Tom Miller Human Rights Award, an award named after his close friend and colleague during his time as alderman. Madam Speaker, in the House, Eddie's commitment to cultural diversity, music, was inspiring to many, and he will be missed in Cape Breton and throughout Canada. I encourage all members of this House to carry on Eddie's legacy and give him a round of applause.
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Liberal government needs to stop threatening British Columbians and admit the Kinder Morgan pipeline is not proceeding due to the company's own failings. Newsflash, pipeline construction cannot begin because Kinder Morgan has not yet received final permission from the National Energy Board. 1/3 of the route details have not been approved, and 2 days ago, Kinder Morgan formally asked the National Energy Board to delay all future route hearings, meaning final approval will not come until at least 2019. Of the 157 required National Energy Board conditions, the company has only ticked half of the boxes, not even filed paperwork for 50, and been rejected by the NEB on some of its efforts, including those pertaining to caribou habitat restoration. At the provincial level, Kinder Morgan requires 1,187 permits from the BC government, yet the company has not even filed paperwork for 600 outstanding permissions. Instead of threatening to use the military against British Columbian coast protectors, the Liberals should just admit this zombie project is days away from collapse. Thank you.
The honourable member for Davenport.
Madam Speaker, this week is National Volunteer Week, a time to recognize Canada's 12.7 million volunteers for the tremendous impact they've made in the lives of their fellow citizens and on their respective communities. I'm blessed to have a strong group of dedicated, hardworking volunteers in my riding of Davenport. I could not do my job without them. They are the ones who provide a warm hello and much-needed helping hand at many of the events that I host. I recently held a volunteer appreciation night to express my sincere thanks to some of the amazing volunteers who give so much to their fellow residents. I'd like to recognize Carmen Kurshid, Cecilia Salazar-Buz, Bahrat Pushkarna, Andrea Cunha, Frank Lindsay, Sarah Santos, and Antoinette Shalop. Volunteering is one of the highest forms of citizenship, from lending a helping hand to someone in need to serving a community or group that you love. The magic of volunteering is that it creates social and economic value for all. So, Madam Speaker, to all volunteers in my riding and across ridings across Canada, I want to express my heartfelt thanks for their contribution to making communities and our country a better place. Thank you.
The honourable member for Haldimand, Norfolk.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to draw attention to the 2018 Terroir Rural Retreat taking place on April 24th in sunny St. Williams, Ontario. The word terroir represents how all environmental factors, including soil, water, and air, in combination with farming practices, impact or cross growth. This, in turn, affects the flavor and quality of the food produced. Now, this year's event will feature over 150 important food industry leaders and chefs from all over Ontario, showcasing Norfolk County's food and wines. Madam Speaker, Norfolk County is proud of its agriculture industry, and the Terroir Rural Retreat is an amazing opportunity to show off Norfolk County's world-class fruits, vegetables, meats, cheeses, and wines. Thanks to everyone involved in bringing this wonderful event to all of Norfolk, and I want to wish them all the greatest of success.
The Honourable Member for Pontiac. Madam Speaker, producing and consuming maple syrup is an important part of Pontiac's culture and economy. Quebec produces around 92% of all maple syrup in Canada and 71.4% of all the maple syrup in the world. And it's sold in 63 countries around the world. That said, I recently learned that of all these stamps issued in Canada, there had only ever been one maple syrup-themed stamp issued by Canada Post. That was in 2001. The time has come to change that.
Pontiac constituents to help us draft a proposal to Canada Post Stamp Committee for a new maple syrup-themed stamp. And over the past month, we've received paintings, poems, comic strips, photographs, and more, all showing what maple syrup means to Canada. It's been wonderful to see all the creative suggestions, and I'm hoping that we're going to see a new stamp that speaks to Pontiac and Canada's syrup culture in the near future. Bon temps des sucres.
The Honourable Member for Surrey Centre.
Millions of Sikhs around the world celebrate Vaisakhi, the day Sikhs were asked to be saint soldiers, to fight social justice, be there for those in need, and to eliminate discrimination, a monumental day in the struggle for human rights. Canada is home to many such Sikhs who work in law enforcement, the judiciary, as social workers, and give back through NGOs like Guru Nanak's Free Kitchen and Surrey Memorial Hospital's Red FM Telethon. They're known around the world to be the first with humanitarian aid, whether it be places like Haiti, Iraq, or Bangladesh, or closer to home in times of disaster, such as when fires broke out in the BC interior and Fort McMurray. In Surrey, hundreds of families, gurdwaras, and local businesses will make and serve amazing meals and desserts for thousands of attendees at Surrey's Vaisakhi Parade. Families will walk and pray and remind themselves that despite wherever they came from, regardless of the color of their skin, gender, or faith, all mankind is one. Come join me this Saturday on the birth of the Khalsa, and let's say, Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh.
Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, the Canada Revenue Agency is out of control. The minister is asleep at the switch. Across the country, Canadians have been filing their taxes to pay for Liberal bad spending. Normally, when Canadians complete their taxes, they have until April 30th to pay their balance. But the Liberal appetite for tax dollars is so great, CRA isn't waiting until the deadline to start collecting. Instead, CRA is withholding payments to low-income seniors until the balance is cleared. They're seeing deductions on their monthly Trillium checks and their senior property tax grant payments. Most Canadians won't find out about these secret stealth deductions until after they have sent the CRA a check for money they no longer owe. Worst of all, CRA won't return the extra money sent in. They just apply it to next year's tax bill, secretly deducting before the deadline is wrong. Only a callous government, desperate for cash, would allow this to happen.
Shameful. Shameful.
De Montalville.
The honourable member for Montalville. Mr. Speaker, a cancer diagnosis can hit people hard. It affects the patient, of course, but also their friends and loved ones. I'm proud that my riding of Montalville, more specifically the city of Saint-Basile-le-Grand, is now home to the brand new holistic cancer treatment center, Vivacia. Vivacia is the only center of its kind in Quebec. It opened on February 23rd, 2018, and offers citizens the support they need in this very difficult time. Since its opening, Vivacia has helped over 65 cancer sufferers, providing professional specialized services such as reflexology, psychotherapy, massage therapy, naturopathic treatments, osteopathic services, nursing care, therapeutic yoga, cooking classes for people living with cancer, and much more. Mr. Speaker, it's wonderful that the citizens of Montalville have access to the services like the ones offered at Vivacia. So I'd like to recognize the wonderful work that the professionals at this cancer center provide, and I wish Vivacia a very successful future.
Gary Prescott Russell.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to celebrate and remember the life of Jonathan Petrie, who passed away on April 4th at the young age of 17. Jonathan was known to many as the butterfly child. He lived with a condition known as EB. Imagine living your entire life with blisters all over your body. Malgré sa condition.
Despite his condition, Jonathan shared his life with the entire world and became an ambassador for his disease.
He somehow found a great sense of humor. At such a young age, he demonstrated humility and wisdom. He has inspired a hockey team, his community in Russell, his larger community in Ottawa, a province, a country, and he's made ripples across the world. Jonathan wanted to create a wave big enough so that when he leaves, it will keep going on. Well, Jonathan, you have unleashed a tsunami in this world. On behalf of residents of Glengarry Prescott Russell, we extend our deepest condolences to his mother, Tina, and his family. Jonathan, your story will continue to inspire us all.
The honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Mr. Speaker, this Saturday will mark the centenary of the most famous aerial combat of all time, in which Canadian pilot Captain Roy Brown shot down Manfred von Richthofen, Germany's illustrious Red Baron. In so doing, Brown ended the career of the deadliest flying ace of the war, thereby saving the lives of countless Allied pilots. In some ways, Brown and von Richthofen were mirror images, natural leaders who were handsome, intelligent, and patriotic. The dogfight lasted only a moment, but it would become the stuff of legend, a metaphor for the chivalry of aviators and for the tragedy of war. However, the legend overshadowed every other aspect of Roy Brown's remarkable life. So let me mention just one other accomplishment. Unlike virtually every other RAF flight commander, Brown never lost a pilot under his command. Indeed, his famous encounter with Richthofen took place because Brown was diving to the aid of another Canadian flyer. Brave, understanding, and thoughtful, Roy Brown was the very model of a Canadian hero.
The honourable member for Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to acknowledge the presence of an important group of individuals who are here in Ottawa today, the Board of Directors of Patuti Inuit Women of Canada, their President, Rebecca Kudlu, and Nunavut Representative Charlotte Wolfrey, and all of their board. Patuti Inuit Women of Canada is the national representative organization of Inuit women in our country, and they are a key partner to our government. These Understanding Women have raised awareness and addressed the needs of Inuit women. They advocate tirelessly for equal treatment of Inuit women across Canada and dedicate their time to creating positive social change for children, for families, and for communities. They are making a significant difference in the lives of Inuit in this country. Mr. Speaker, I ask all my colleagues to join me today in welcoming to the House of Commons these wonderful leaders, Inuit women across Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. On April 22nd, we'll be celebrating Earth Day. I hesitated before writing this statement because I wasn't sure what we have to celebrate exactly. We're dangerously close to irreversible global warming that will cause climate disasters. So what should we be celebrating? Although the situation is serious, it's not too late. As astrophysicist Hubert Reeves once said, it's too late when we decide it's too late. And there are a lot of positive initiatives all over the place, whether it's the City of Montreal banning plastic bags, or neighbours coming together to start a geothermal project. People are eager to do something. We can see this in the protests against Kinder Morgan all across Canada and around the world. People's desire to fight climate change is real, and the federal government should join them. So on Earth Day, let's remember that we can make a difference in the fight against climate change. And let's celebrate everything that's being done to protect our Earth. Thank you.
The honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, with a heavy heart, I rise today to pay tribute to my constituent, Adam Harold, who at 16 years of age lost his life in a tragic accident involving the Humboldt Broncos hockey team. Adam, a young man from Montmartre, Saskatchewan, had many accomplishments during his hockey career. He played for the Weyburn Young Fellows Wings and was the top defenseman at the Kamloops International Bampton Ice Tournament in 2016. He was drafted in the second round by the Prince Albert Raiders, won the Western Regional Championship with the Regina Pat Canadians in 2016-17, was captain and champion of the Max Tournament, and first-team league All-Star with the Pat Seas. Adam received the Chuck Harriott Scholarship, an award voted on by the league's coaches and team governors, and presented to a player who exemplifies sportsmanship, commitment, leadership, and dedication to the game, both on and off the ice. To his mother, his father, and family, my wife and I send our deepest condolences. To the community of Montmartre, we feel your pain, we mourn with you. Adam, you had a great coach and my personal friend, Darcy Hogan. And now both you and your teammates are with the greatest coach of all. God bless.
The honourable member for York Centre.
Mr. Speaker, today is Yom HaAtzmaut, celebrating the 70th anniversary of Israel's independence. Yesterday, on Yom HaZikaron, Israelis stood silently in their workplaces, on streets, and stopped on highways to solemnly remember the fallen Israeli soldiers and victims of terror. Today we proudly celebrate Israel's miraculous independence. For 70 years, Israel has been a beacon of democracy in the Middle East, and we count on it today as a steadfast friend, partner, and ally. As chair of the Canada-Israel Interparliamentary Friendship Group, I'm proud to continue fostering strong ties between Canadians and Israelis. I've had the pleasure of visiting Israel countless times, and I'm always left in awe by the spirit and vibrancy shown by her citizens. Even in the face of great adversity, Israel stands proud and strong. As we mark Yom HaAtzmaut, Canada stands proud and strong with them. Yom HaAtzmaut Sameach.
Oral questions. Questions orales. The honourable member for Lakeland.
Is collapsing. CIBC warns, quote, slowdown or uncertainty regarding a pipeline is a major factor impacting investment in energy. RBC warns capital is leaving in real time and that people will go with it. Scotiabank is worried about Canada's resource-based economy. Businesses are concerned the energy sector is at risk. This Prime Minister wants to phase out the oil sands. He killed Energy East, Northern Gateway, and the Pacific Northwest LNG pipeline. When is the Prime Minister going to stop undermining energy investment in Canada?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, the only people who have no confidence in the Alberta economy are the Conservatives. And it's a little strange because the facts make the point, 50,000 new jobs. Alberta is set to lead Canada in growth in 2018. And we could talk about the growth of the Canadian economy too, Mr. Speaker. We could talk about 600,000 new jobs Canadians have created since 2015. We can talk about leading the industrialized world in economic growth. It's just too bad that that pride and that optimism.
The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
But, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals spent years attacking Canada's energy regulator, track record and reputation at home and internationally. They've emboldened and empowered anti-Canadian energy activists. Now, they don't have the credibility to sell a pipeline or to get it built. They've created this crisis. The livelihoods of hundreds of thousands of Canadians depend on oil and gas. It provides billions for the economy and for social programs for every Canadian. It lifts the standard of living in every community. When will the Prime Minister champion energy investment in Canada?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, the approval of several pipelines in Alberta, the support of Keystone XL, the approval of Trans Mountain expansion, all at the same time of a $1.5 billion investment in the Ocean Protection Plan to accommodate an increase in traffic of 1 tanker a day with world-class spill response. We understand that we have to talk about environmental stewardship, economic growth, and Indigenous partnership all at the same time. After the next question, we'll talk about this government's record.
The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
In fact, Mr. Speaker, they haven't built a thing, and Canada's reputation has always been as the most environmentally responsible producer of oil. On top of banks and investment firms warning capital is leaving the country, the IMF predicts that Canada's growth will slow by next year and even fall behind the U.S. A lack of foreign direct investment and stalling the Trans Mountain expansion directly affects Canada's growth. Energy is Canada's #1 private sector investor and Canada's second biggest export. When will the Prime Minister stop attacking the oil and gas sector, get serious, and put Canadian investment first?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
The 10 years of the Harper Conservative administration, there wasn't 1 kilometre of pipe built to open up export markets. At the same time, they systematically ignored their constitutional responsibilities to consult with Indigenous communities, and they paid no attention to environmental stewardship. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, if you want to talk about 3 strikes, look what's going on. The IMF is sounding the alarm on Canada's management of the economy. They're forecasting lower growth. Economic growth in Canada will be lower than in the U.S. And third, Canada's economic growth will be 2 times lower than global growth. 1, 2, 3. 3 strikes, you're out.
Honourable Minister of Science.
Mr. Speaker, the Canadian economy is growing faster than it has in a decade. Canada is the fastest growing economy in the G7. The economy has created our government has created over 600,000 jobs in the last 2 years. The unemployment rate has dropped to near its lowest level since 2008. The federal debt to GDP ratio is firmly on a downward track. Canada continues to have the best fiscal position among G7 countries.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. One of the main reasons why the IMF found that the Canadian economy would grow slower than expected is because one of the pillars of our economy, the energy sector, is in dire straits under the Liberal watch. $80 billion less in investment, 125,000 jobs lost. That's the fact, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to our energy sector. Why is the Prime Minister doing nothing to help the economy and this vital sector? The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives in 10 years were unable to build any pipelines to bring our exports to new markets. The Conservatives had 10 years to consult Indigenous and local authorities, but they ignored them. The Conservatives had 10 years to fix things up, and they didn't do a thing. The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata, Basque. We learned today that in January 2016, only 3 months after the election, the Office of the Minister of Natural Resources got a call from Ian Anderson, Canadian CEO of Kinder Morgan. The company warned the government that they would scrap the Trans Mountain pipeline expansion project if it took too long to get approved. Mr. Speaker, Canadians expect their government to stand up to this type of ultimatum. Is kowtowing to a Texas giant more important than a thorough environmental assessment process? The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
We understood very well that the failed process of the Harper government meant that the Federal Court of Appeal said no to the Northern Gateway Pipeline project. It was because there was insufficient consultation, so we were faced with a decision. Do we use the failed process, or do we have much deeper consultation? And we did. We consulted with 118 Indigenous communities. We talked to thousands of people. We believed that the process was the one that was mandated by the Court of Appeal, consistent with our Section 35 rights.
Deputy Rimouski.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata, Basque. In 2015, they promised during the campaign that Kinder Morgan would be assessed under a new, more rigorous environmental assessment process. The company set a deadline of May 31st on its ultimatum to the government. That's an arbitrary deadline the oil giant made up itself. The government's trying to put the cart before the horse to look good to Kinder Morgan. That's giving in to blackmail. With all due respect, we have rules here. A government has to consult to ensure that the rules are followed and that the environment is protected. That's what the Prime Minister promised Canadians. When is the government going to stop allowing its policies to be dictated to it by multinational corporations, Gentleman? Minister of Natural Resources.
Yes, because it had to be. Because the Federal Court of Appeal said in no uncertain terms that the Harper Conservative process failed. So we could have tried to copy them and invite more failure. That wouldn't have been very bright. So what we did instead was spent 4 more months consulting Indigenous communities, and as the member knows, these projects do not always result in unanimity. For example, political parties aren't unanimous. Indigenous communities aren't unanimous. There's only one government that has the responsibility in defining.
The Honourable Member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
When watching the Kinder Morgan saga, a lot of Canadians are asking themselves, how the heck did we get here? So let's review. First, Stephen Harper guts the environmental review process and ignores First Nations consultation. Then Liberals get elected promising to do better and have a legitimate review. They betray that promise, and now we find out why. They got a call from the CEO of Kinder Morgan telling them to hurry up and rush the process. So my question is exactly, who's in charge over there? A Texas billionaire or the Prime Minister of Canada?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, we knew that there had to be more consultation, and for good reasons, and we consulted in a fulsome way. The member also knows that among those who have differing points of view would be mayors and reeves in his own riding. And I've met with them, and they believe in responsible resource development, and they actually support the Trans Mountain expansion, even in his riding, because they understand that responsible resource development combined with environmental stewardship is where Canadians want their government to be.
Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
No wonder he's looking so confused. He's looking for support in northern British Columbia for a pipeline that runs through the south of British Columbia. The Liberals were warned by their own officials that rushing the consultation would land them in court. And guess where the Liberals are? In court with First Nations. The Texas billionaire has called again with an ultimatum of May 31st. And when he says jump, the only question the Liberals have is how high. To get this pipeline built on Kinder Morgan's terms, the Liberals have mused about calling in the army. My question is this: how many Canadians, how many elders and young people are the Liberals willing to arrest just to meet this Texas ultimatum?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, we're interested in creating jobs for Canadians. We're interested in expanding our export markets because we don't think it's a good idea, maybe the honourable member does, that 99% of our export in oil and gas go to one country, the United States. We also think there's value in getting a better price for our product instead of the discounted one now that costs us $15 billion a year. So we would like to hear from the honourable member and their party on their vision of the future of the energy industry in Canada.
The honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Mr. Speaker, in the face of this Liberal government's open hostility to the energy sector, foreign investment is fleeing and it's Canadian workers that are paying the price. This is a sector that heats our homes, puts food on the table of thousands of families, and is at the heart of the Canadian economy. When will the Prime Minister recognize what the energy sector contributes to our country and start supporting it instead of trying to kill it?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, once again, members of the opposition are pushing through an open door, and they can't take yes for an answer. We agree that the energy sector is important for the future of the Canadian economy. It's not only words, we're doing it with deeds all of the time. And we have confidence in the future of the Canadian economy. We have confidence in the entrepreneurship of Albertans, their capacity to innovate, which has led Canada for decades, and it will continue to.
The honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, I find it hard to believe the Prime Minister when he swears to us that Trans Mountain will be completed after Energy East got cancelled and Northern Gateway got vetoed. He clearly stated he wants to phase out Canada's energy sector. Is this all part of a plan to destroy this essential sector? The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
It's disappointing that members of the Conservative Party in Alberta don't have more confidence in their own province and in the entrepreneurs and the innovators whose innovation were the reason that we were able to extract that wealth. It makes no sense to keep that wealth in the ground. It makes sense to take that wealth and help finance the transition to a low-carbon economy. It's very disappointing that Alberta members of that side of the House don't have confidence in their own constituents.
Honourable member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, in Ontario, over 1,100 companies and 42,000 jobs depend on the $4.6 billion spent by oil sand producers. Liberal policies have failed Energy East, failed Northern Gateway, and are poised to fail Kinder Morgan. The Prime Minister promised he would transition away from manufacturing and fossil fuels, but, Mr. Speaker, nobody anticipated he would do so quickly and so heartlessly. What jobs can Ontarians transition to as the Prime Minister implements his job-killing plan?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, the energy sector is good for all of Canada, in whatever region we live. It's good for the people of British Columbia, Alberta, my own province of Manitoba. It's good for the people of Quebec. And they come from all over Canada to work in the energy sector in Alberta. When the Prime Minister and I were in Fort McMurray just 2 weeks ago, we talked to workers who were from virtually every region of the country, and they share our ambition to make sure that Canada's energy sector leads the world.
Honourable member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians know the energy sector is good for Canada, but the question The question is, when is the Prime Minister going to realize that? The oil sands benefit not only Alberta, but all provinces. My province, Ontario, receives approximately $1.7 billion per year as a result of economic activity from oil and natural gas operations. Even former Liberal ambassador to the United States, Frank McKenna, warns that Canada's lack of export diversification is dumb. It's even hampering Canada's ability to negotiate favourable terms in NAFTA. When will the Prime Minister realize his bad Liberal policies are not just hurting Alberta, but all of Canada?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, our government is pursuing an innovative strategy across the whole of the country, across a number of different sectors, whether it be in manufacturing, whether it be in aerospace, whether it be in artificial intelligence and the digital economy. Mr. Speaker, 600,000 new jobs since we have taken office, all across the country, most of those jobs full-time. Well, we're doing a great job, Mr. Speaker, on economic diversification, precisely what economists are telling us to do.
Member for Carleton.
Wages are paid by money, so when money leaves, jobs go with it. Stats Canada data shows that Canadian investment in the U.S. is up 2/3 since the Liberal government took office, and U.S. investment in Canada is down by half in that same period. Investment is fleeing Liberal tax increases and red tape. Donald Trump says he wants to steal Canadian money and jobs. Why is the Prime Minister helping him?
Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And our focus is to make sure that the Canadian economy remains competitive. It is one of the best places to invest in the world. We want to make sure it stays the same, Mr. Speaker, with diversification of our economy, with skilled labour, with investment in the middle class to make sure that they have the confidence to invest in their future. And the results speak for themselves, Mr. Speaker. Our plan is working. It's the fastest growth in the G7 that we've presided over in the last 2 years, and it's 600,000 jobs that have been created, most of them full-time. We'll make sure that Canada remains competitive for the years ahead. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Says he wants to make Canada the best place to invest in the world. Well, in 2016, foreign investment in Canada fell by 42%. Couldn't get any lower. But then in 2017, it fell again by 27%. When money leaves Canada, jobs go with it. Yep. This government seems determined to send both south of the border to help Donald Trump's agenda rather than the agenda of Canadian workers. Why?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to tell the members from the other side about investing in our people and in our country. We've invested almost $1 billion, Mr. Speaker, in innovative superclusters. There will be 5, Mr. Speaker, and they will create ecosystems in Canada in leading-edge areas that represent growth and jobs for our economy. Mr. Speaker, we've put $1.4 billion into a strategic innovation fund precisely to foster the kinds of investments and the kinds of economic development through technology that will make Canada a leader in the 21st century. Those are good things about investment, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, threats to supply management come from all sides. If it isn't a Conservative calling for its elimination, it's Liberals who are whittling away at it slowly. But this week, the threat's coming from 4 U.S. senators who are calling on Canada to open up our dairy market. For the NDP, it's clear there should be no concessions at the expense of dairy farmers. For the Liberals, it doesn't seem quite so clear. Will the Foreign Affairs Minister tell Washington that supply management is off the table? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker.
I know these moments of levity are encouraging and so on, but the Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We continue to support supply management. We have always defended that system loudly and clearly. Protecting supply management is important to all of us, of course. We're very proud of our efforts under NAFTA. We will always defend supply management for our dairy sector, and we give it our full support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Let's talk numbers. 146,000 direct and indirect steel and aluminum jobs, good-paying, family and community-supporting jobs that we could lose as a result of American tariffs. Here's another number, 12. That's how many days Canada has before our temporary tariff exemption expires and we become a target for dumping. We need action now to show we are serious about fighting global steel dumping in North America. When will the Finance Minister increase CBSA staff on the ground and fix our trade remedy system to ensure that Canada gets a permanent exemption?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary, Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and we've worked with U.S. counterparts very hard over the last couple of months to make sure that Canada is permanently exempted from these unfair and unjust tariff proposals. The Prime Minister raised this issue directly with the President, as has the Minister of Global Affairs, with Secretary Ross and Mr. Lighthizer, as have all other members, senior members heading down to Washington on numerous occasions. We will continue to advocate for full exemption, and I can assure the member that everyone is working hard to make sure this reality becomes a fact.
Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Mr. Speaker, today's Como decision shows once again that the status quo is not an option. Canadians believe they should be able to share high-quality Canadian beer, wine, and spirits across provincial boundaries. But pages upon pages of exemptions on alcohol and secretive working groups shows that the Canadian Free Trade Agreement has failed consumers and has failed local businesses. Will these Liberals commit today to allow direct-to-consumer sales of alcohol across the country?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Innovation and Science.
Mr. Speaker, I can assure the honourable member that from the get-go, the Minister for Innovation, Science and Economic Development has been a leader in getting the provinces to sit down and negotiate the Canadian Free Trade Agreement, an internal free trade agreement that will eventually reduce, Mr. Speaker, through the working group, the tariffs, the internal tariffs on beer and spirits and wine. Mr. Speaker, we believe in cooperative federalism. We believe that the solution to this question of freer movement of beer, wine and spirits resides in getting all of the provinces to sit down together and to come up with a solution. That's what we're doing.
Well, Member for Perth Wellington.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the fact is the Como case shows that these Liberals really aren't committed to internal free trade. In fact, the working group that the Parliament Secretary cites has met a number of times, but they won't reveal any details because the government says it would be injurious to federal-provincial relations. How bad are these meetings going that even releasing the names of the attendees would be injurious to federal-provincial relations? And the Attorney General herself argued against Mr. Como at the Supreme Court. Will these Liberals finally stand up for local businesses and consumers, show an ounce of leadership, and free the beer?
Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, I guess the question before the Supreme Court was to free or not to free. That was the question. They came up with their answer, Mr. Speaker. Our approach, Mr. Speaker, has been the same from the get-go. We are working with the provinces. Unlike the members of the opposition, Mr. Speaker, our approach respects provincial authority and provincial jurisdiction. Our minister has shown leadership in getting the provinces to sit down and put together a Canadian Free Trade Agreement, and that agreement will eventually result in the free movement of beer and spirits, but only when the working group reports and the provinces agree.
Honourable Member for Foothills.
Mr. Speaker, a true Canadian Free Trade Agreement offers an incredible economic opportunity. It will create jobs and improve consumer choice. Interprovincial trade barriers are crippling Canadian businesses, costing our economy $130 billion. Instead of fighting for free trade, the Liberals are stifling growth, piling on debt, and imposing an unprecedented escalator tax on beer, wine, and spirits. Will the Prime Minister commit to renegotiating a true Canadian Free Trade Agreement? Will he axe the tax? Will he free the beer?
Secretary to the Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, Members of the Harper Conservative government had 10 years to negotiate a Canadian free trade agreement. They did absolutely nothing.
Term, they would have got it. One more term.
Mr. Speaker, our minister has led the provinces. We do have a real, true Canadian free trade agreement in place. That agreement provides a mechanism through a working group to provide for the freer movement of beer and spirits and wine across Canada. That's the result that we are seeking, Mr. Speaker. That's the approach we've taken from the get-go.
The honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable. What do Quebec City's La Chouape, Canmore's Grizzly Paw, and Grand Prairie's GP Brewing have in common? That is that they're excellent Canadian beers made with homegrown ingredients brewed right here at home. Unfortunately, not all Canadians have access to these products because this government has failed to achieve a true free trade deal between provinces and territories. An estimated $130 million is lost on account of interprovincial trade barriers. When is the government going to renegotiate the deal and free the beer? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Trade. The Conservative approach was different, but ours was to respect provincial jurisdiction, the authority of the provinces, and to undertake an approach of cooperative federalism. And that's what we're doing. Our minister has shown leadership, has brought the provinces together around the table to negotiate a domestic free trade deal. That's what we have been doing, and that is what we will continue to do.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative stratagem to muzzle organizations that were critical of their environmental policies is still alive and well in the Liberal Party. Charitable organizations came out of a meeting with the Minister of Finance this week disappointed and dissatisfied, convinced that this issue is not a priority for this government and that it has no intention to update its rules. The Liberals had promised to do this during the last elections, and you can even read that in their platform. How can the government explain this incomprehensible about-face? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Revenue.
Understands the important role charities play in our society, and we have listened to the sector's concern. As mentioned in Minister's mandate letter, we are committed to letting charities carry out the extremely important work without the fear of political harassment. Budget 2018 reiterates our government to clarifying the rules that respect any political activities. An expert panel was set out to study the issue and made recommendations to which we, in collaboration with the Minister of Finance, will respond in the coming months. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Quote, we will allow charities to do their work on behalf of Canadians free from political harassment, unquote. Who said that, Mr. Speaker? Liberals did in the 2015 Liberal platform. They've done nothing. Anti-poverty charities raise concerns about massive inequalities caused by Liberal policies. Environment charities expose the Liberal failure on climate change. And these truths are embarrassing to this government. Is that why the Harper witch hunt against charities is suddenly so convenient for this government?
Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Mr. Speaker, as I just stated, our government understands the important role charities play in our society, and we have actually listened to the sector's concerns. As mentioned, and as mentioned by my colleague and Minister's mandate letter, we are committed to letting charities carry out the extremely important work without the fear of political harassment. Budget 2018 reiterates our government's commitment to clarifying rules with respect to political activities. An expert panel was set out to study the issue and made recommendations to which, in collaboration with the Minister of Finance, we will respond in the coming months. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Long Range Mountains.
Mr. Speaker, as a former small business owner and operator, I know how important women entrepreneurs are, not only to the economy in my riding of the Long Range Mountains, but to my province of Newfoundland and Labrador and to our entire country. I would like to take this opportunity to ask the Minister of Small Business and Tourism what steps our government is taking to help encourage more women to be their own bosses and become successful entrepreneurs.
The Honourable Minister of Small Business and Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the member from Long Range Mountains for her commitment and advocacy on this file. Women represent tremendous potential for our economy. In Budget 2018, we committed almost $2 billion to the first ever Women Entrepreneurship Strategy. This strategy will help women grow their businesses through greater access to financing, mentorship, government procurement, and international markets. We know that women-led businesses can grow and compete on the world stage and create good-paying jobs here at home. This strategy will help them do exactly that and get even further. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, we learned today that the Liberals want to establish a process that would ask illegal migrants which province they'd like to live in. Wow. The Liberals know that the vast majority of illegal migrants at the Quebec border are not refugees. They come into Canada illegally, or they go through the United States to take advantage of the gaps. Does the Prime Minister not understand that under Canadian law, all foreigners have to respect our borders? The Honourable Minister of Immigration. Mr. Speaker, we are an open and welcoming country for people who need protection. However, our government is determined to ensure orderly immigration.
Working very closely with Quebec to make sure that we address the concerns raised by Quebec and other provinces on the issue of irregular migration. We are responsible on this file. We have invested, as part of Budget 2018, $173 million for border security operations and $74 million for the IRB for faster processing of refugee claims. What is scandalous is that the Conservatives, the Harper Conservatives, cut $390 million from CBS.
Honourable member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, I don't think the minister really understands what's happening. The Prime Minister looks down on people of good faith who want to immigrate in Canada. These people have to follow a long and complicated process, whereas those who enter Canada illegally are provided first-class service with a varied menu of health care and various regions they can move to. Canada is a compassionate country, yes, but the Liberals seem to prefer just creating chaos. Why is the Prime Minister so lacking in respect for Quebecers and for true immigrants? Honourable Minister.
The rhetoric that will lead that party to another decade of opposition, because Canadians don't appreciate setting one group of immigrants against another. We are taking responsibility for this issue. We're fully in control. We make sure that there's adequate responsibility and investments in border protection, in the processing of asylum claims. What that party did when they were in government is they irresponsibly cut $390 million from CBSA. So it is very rich for that member to talk about border operations when they cut much-needed investments in CBSA.
Honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's #Welcome to Canada tweet caused tens of thousands of illegal border crossers to flood into Canada from the United States of America and claim asylum. We also know that there's no end in sight. Border agents are expecting upwards of 400 illegal border crossers per day this summer. The Prime Minister has failed to manage the border. Will the Prime Minister tell Canadians if he has any plan to stop the flow of illegal border crossers?
Honourable Minister of Immigration and Refugees.
We are fully in control over this issue. We have a task force, an intergovernmental task force on irregular migration. We had our 9th meeting last night with different provincial representatives. We have made the necessary investments in speeding up work permits for asylum seekers so they don't we minimize the impacts on provincial social services. What is irresponsible is cutting funding for CBSA and pretend that you care about the border. What is irresponsible is cutting funding for the IRB and care about refugee processing. What is irresponsible is having toxic relationships with provinces. We will...
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Dollars at illegal border crossers, over $200 million just to process their paperwork, millions of dollars to construct tent cities, millions of dollars to turn Olympic Stadium into a refugee camp, and all this has done is made the problem worse. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister had the audacity to tell a veteran who served our country that he was asking for more than we could give. Why is this the Prime Minister's priority instead of stopping the flow of illegal border crossers?
The member opposite is on record as having called on us to make investments to deal with the issue of irregular migration. We have listened, and what have we done? We've invested
Sorry. These shouts in unison really are very much a distraction when we're trying to have debate and exchange of questions. So we'll go back to the Honourable Minister of Immigration and Refugees.
Mr. Speaker, the party opposite was calling on us for months to make the necessary investments on this issue. We've listened and we've made the necessary investments. $173 million for irregular migration, $74 million for the IRB, and we are investing in CBSA and so on. We're investing in faster processing of work permits. But let me quote the head of the UNHCR in Canada, the expert on this issue. Canada's borders remain secure. The government of Canada has adapted to the increase with measures that reduce congestions at land points of...
Sorry, we've run out of time. The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Mr. Speaker, in the face of what health experts are calling an epidemic, the federal government has cut funding to 30% of AIDS organizations, providing no explanation. Saskatchewan's HIV rate is 2.5 times the national average, yet the funding of two organizations, AIDS Saskatoon and All Nations Hope, who do important work in outreach, education and prevention, has been cut. Instead of these short-sighted cuts, will the minister provide proper funding by restoring the missing millions from our HIV strategy?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary for Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to assure the member opposite that our government is deeply committed to addressing HIV and AIDS in Canada, and we are proud to have reversed the former government's spending cuts in this area. And for example, Mr. Speaker, this year our government is investing $87 million across the country to help tackle HIV and other sexually transmitted and bloodborne diseases in Canada, and we have announced an additional $30 million over the next 5 years to support Canadian-based harm reduction initiatives. Our government will continue to work closely with all of our partners to make progress towards the global targets in order to eliminate AIDS as a public health threat by 2030. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Esquimalt, Saanich, Sooke.
Recently, the Prime Minister posed for a cover photo for Attitude, the UK's largest LGBTQ magazine, and expressed his support for international LGBTQ rights. Today, he's in London for the Commonwealth Heads of Government meetings, supposedly an organization founded on shared values, yet one where 36 of its 53 members still criminalize being gay, and the topic has never been on their agenda. My question is this: did the Prime Minister make the same effort in getting LGBTQ rights on the Commonwealth agenda as he did to score his own magazine cover photo?
Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, our government is a tireless advocate for the rights of the LGBTQ2 community, both at home and abroad. We raise these issues everywhere we go around the world. We've introduced legislation here at home to protect the rights of transgender and gender-diverse Canadians. We've appointed a special advisor on LGBTQ2 issues. We are co-chairing the Equal Rights Coalition, which is advocating for the rights of the LGBTQ2 community abroad. We've prioritized LGBTQ2 refugees, and as part of our initiative to resettle 50,000 Syrian refugees in Canada. We are on the record everywhere we go standing for the rights of this vulnerable population. We continue to do that.
Member for Niagara Falls.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Justice has continuously said that she is concerned about the efficiency and increasing people's confidence in the criminal justice system. So I have to ask her, after the decision in the Alberta case of the notorious gang leader Nick Chan was thrown out because of delays, why is she not making the necessary appointments to make sure something like this does not happen again?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I've said, our government is committed to improving the efficiencies and the effectiveness of the criminal justice system, to ensure victims are supported, to ensure that offenders are taken into account, and to ensure public safety. Delays in the criminal justice system are not new. They certainly existed in the previous government. The case of reference started to make its way through the system well in advance of us taking government. What is new is that we have taken significant steps by introducing Bill C-75 that will make great aims and bold action to address delays. As well, I have appointed 167 judges to the superior courts of this country.
Member for Niagara Falls.
Mr. Speaker, the minister stated that she had appointed 167 new judges. Then why has she not managed to do her work in Alberta? During my 6-year tenure as Minister of Justice, there was never a lack of qualified individuals to appoint to the bench. Why does she not make the appointments that were necessary to prevent these offensive releases of criminals accused of murder?
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm always pleased to stand up here to talk about the independent process in terms of appointing meritorious candidates to the superior courts across this country. I am proud of the 167 meritorious appointments that I have made that reflect the diversity of this country. 27 of those appointments are in Alberta. I will continue to make appointments to the vacancies that currently still exist. This is something that I take incredibly seriously. We have substantive candidates that are being brought forward, and they will be considered in the same process that every candidate is considered.
Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, the criminal organization that Nick Chan is the head of is the so-called Fresh Off the Boat gang, a gang linked to more than a dozen murders. Today, Calgary is a less safe place because Nick Chan is back out on the streets because this Minister of Justice has abdicated her responsibilities to deal with the backlog and get judges appointed. When is the minister going to stop making excuses and take responsibility for her negligence?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I am committed to continuing to appoint meritorious judges to the superior courts across this country. The member opposite should know that appointing judges isn't necessarily the main reason why delays exist. What we are doing is fulfilling our government's commitment to follow through to significantly address court delays with introducing bold reform by way of C-75. I expect the member opposite will support these measures because they will significantly reduce the delays in the criminal justice system.
The Honourable Member for Oakville.
Mr. Speaker, in my riding of Oakville, access to temporary housing, shelters for abused women, and adult supportive housing are critical issues. Last November, the government announced Canada's first ever national housing strategy, a 10-year, $40 billion plan to give more Canadians a place to call home. Last week, we saw the first multilateral agreement on housing in a quarter of a century signed with the provinces and territories. Could the minister responsible for the national housing strategy explain how the housing partnership framework will help realize the government's bold vision for Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like first to thank and congratulate the member for Oakville for his tremendous work in support of the housing needs of his constituents. On April the 9th, we signed a historic housing partnership of provinces and territories that recognize our combined and complementary responsibility to support the housing needs of Canadians. This is part of the National Housing Strategy, a 10-year, $40 billion plan that is going to bring 500,000 Canadians out of housing need and launch a new era for housing in Canada.
The Honourable Member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals' weak response to systemic problems in our rail transportation industry has already hurt Canada's agriculture, manufacturing and natural resources industries. Now they are bracing for another blow. A work stoppage at CP Rail will be devastating, not only to these industries, but to our economy as well. Is this Liberal government prepared to act to protect the livelihoods of thousands of Canadians, or will they simply cross their fingers and hope for the best?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, federal mediators are on site. They're working very hard on the negotiations. I've spoken to the employer and both unions, and I have stressed that I expect all parties to stay at the table until they get a deal. I will continue to closely monitor the situation. Thank you.
The Honourable Member, Lala Deputy de Desnathy, Miss Nippy, Churchill River.
Mr. Speaker, in September, the government and the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls promised they would come and hold public meetings in La Ronge, Meadow Lake, and La Loche, but they never came. When we followed up with them on their promise, they never answered our questions. So far, the government has failed families in northern Saskatchewan. When will they come and fulfill the promise they made to First Nations and Métis mothers and fathers in my riding?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her question today. Our government is committed to ending the ongoing national tragedy of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. That's why we were the first government to establish the Independent Commission, and their mandate is clear, and that is that families must be at the centre of their work. We are committed to ensuring that this inquiry operates in the best interests of family and those affected, ensuring that they get the answers that many have been waiting for about the systemic and institutional failures that have led to this tragedy within our country.
The honourable member for St. John's East.
Monsieur le Président, Mr. Speaker, from St. John's, Newfoundland to British Columbia, our official languages are at the heart of who we are. After 10 years of underinvestment on the part of the Conservative government, our government is taking concrete action to protect official languages because we recognize the importance and contribution of linguistic duality in the lives of Canadian men and women. Can the Minister of Heritage tell this House what our government is doing to protect our official languages? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from St. John East for his question and for his excellent French. Our two official languages, as he said so well, is at the heart of who we are, and that's why this government has decided to make the most significant investments in our history. $500 million in new funds for a total of $2.7 billion in our official language communities. After 10 years of underinvestment under the Conservatives, we're very proud of taking concrete steps. We will strengthen our communities, strengthen our services in order to promote a bilingual Canada. That's why we are acting.
Member for Yorkton Melville.
Mr. Speaker, leading scientific research shows that quality service dogs significantly benefit the lives of our veterans who are struggling with PTSD. And yet yesterday, this government announced that it will not be providing a nationwide standard for the training of these dogs. We already know that this Prime Minister has money for everyone but our veterans. Is he now saying that a national standard for the training of their service dogs is, well, also something more than he can give?
Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I won't even draw attention to the fact that the party opposite was a party that voted against funding for service dogs, but I will speak to the issue directly. Governments previous had attempted to derive a national standard for service dogs. We realized that this wasn't getting anywhere, not fast enough for this government, so we decided to solely look at psychiatric service dogs, and we will establish a standard for them because we will get that service to those who need it, our veterans, as quickly as we possibly can, just as we've delivered $10 billion for our veterans in 2 years.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to meddling in others' affairs, you can always count on the federal government. This time, they are interfering in the National Assembly's work by funding a case against their right to work in French. I'm not inventing this, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Heritage is giving the Montreal Bar $125,000 to challenge Quebec's laws because they were debated in French. $125,000, Mr. Speaker. Does the Minister agree with this challenge that she's funding? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Mr. Speaker, there are organizations that decided to start these procedures. That's their choice. It is before the courts currently, and therefore I cannot comment on it further. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, talking about funding this case, pay equity legislation, anti-scab legislation, consumer protection legislation, child care legislation, environmental legislation, all these Quebec laws that we are so proud of are being challenged thanks to who? Thanks to the support and the money of the Minister of Heritage. How can the Minister justify using Quebecers' monies to attack the only Parliament that acts on their behalf? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Mr. Speaker, as I already said, these organizations decided to start these procedures themselves. That's their choice. And because the case is before the courts, I cannot comment any further.
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The warnings of climate scientists are becoming increasingly urgent and worrying. The most recently days ago was that the world is watching the weakening of the Gulf Stream ocean currents with potentially catastrophic impacts. The scientists are warning that we must reduce greenhouse gases far more rapidly than on our current commitments. And if we fail to do so, if we blow through our carbon budget, we will pay dearly. This is a budget we can't afford to ignore, and it is incompatible with completing Kinder Morgan. Can the government show us the numbers of how you build a pipeline and meet your climate targets?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Environment.
Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member. This government agrees that climate change is an extremely important issue. We have been working very actively to implement the Pan-Canadian Framework on clean growth and climate change. The latest National Inventory Report from the United Nations shows that carbon pollution declined between 2015 and 2016, and in fact, Canada's third biennial report, which was published in 2017, shows that Canada's emissions are projected to be 232 megatons lower than was projected just last year. The Trans Mountain emissions, both upstream and direct, are incorporated into the Pan-Canadian Framework. When these policies and programs are fully implemented in Canada, we are very confident we will meet the targets under the Paris Agreement and set even more ambitious targets as we move forward.
That will conclude question period for today. I have notice of a point of order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's with great sadness that I rise today in this House, because nothing hurts us more on this side of the House than a creative and literary work which is futile.
Among many of us, and I suspect if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent to free the book by the member from Beauce. Libérez le livre, Monsieur le Président.
Free the book, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Beauce.
Reglement.
On the same point of order. The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, I believe that these people are desperate. I'd like them to be patient, wait a few years, because it was my own decision to not publish this book, but one day I will write something.
I think that will consider the matter closed. Order. Order. And at this point in the week, we invite the usual Thursday question, the Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have a question for the government, and I hope that I'll get a better answer than the one given during question period. We'll see. The government House Leader could perhaps tell me what the government proposes for the rest of the day and for next week. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, this afternoon we will debate the Senate amendments on Bill C-25, Business Framework. Lundi, nous continuerons le débat à l'étape.
Then we will begin the bill on C-74 on the budget, and then there will be designated days, and then we will look at Bill C-55, a third reading. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank both the Opposition House Leader and the Government House Leader for their advice to the House on these matters, and now we'll go to orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Government bills. Consideration of Senate amendments on C-25. An act to amend the Canada Business Corporations Act, the Canada Cooperatives Act, the Canada Not-for-Profit Corporations Act, and the Competition Act.
Mr. Sejan for Mr. Baines, seconded by Mr. Sohi, moves that the amendments made by the Senate to Bill C-25, an act to amend the Canada Business Corporations Act, the Canada Cooperatives Act, the Canada Not-for-Profit Corporations Act, and the Competition Act be now read a second time and be concurred in. Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased that this, excuse my cold, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased that this chamber has the opportunity to consider Bill C-25, an act to amend the Canada Business Corporations Act, the Canada Cooperatives Act, the Canada Not-for-Profit Corporations Act, and the Competition Act one final time. At this point, Mr. Speaker, I think we're all aware that Bill C-25 makes a number of targeted amendments to our economic framework laws in an effort to bring them up to date for our modern economy. The bill modernizes the director elections for publicly traded CBCA corporations, requiring individual annual elections and introducing a new majority voting mechanism for uncontested elections. It also allows these companies to take better advantage of modern technology through the notice and access system. The part of the bill that has received the most exposure, Mr. Speaker, is, of course, the measures to promote diversity on corporate boards through new informational requirements and a comply or explain model to having a diversity policy put in place. The bill, moreover, requires bearer share options and warrants to be in registered form, as the shares themselves must already be, as an effort, Mr. Speaker, to promote transparency. It also updates the Competition Act to account for a greater variety of business structures. The measures in Bill C-25 allow us to embrace best practices, add clarity to the law, and minimize the regulatory burden. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, this bill, referred back by the other place, after a scrupulous study in committee and in the House. The other place proceeded to a number of changes, which, it goes without saying, will improve this bill. With respect to Section 13, paragraphs 1066 and 6.1, a small but significant change has been introduced. Its aim is to avoid an executive board from being paralyzed after the failure of vote.
Introduced by the bill sets out the rules that apply to an uncontested election. That is, where candidates run unopposed, they must receive a majority of votes cast for over all votes cast in order to be elected. Directors who fail to be re-elected because of the operation of this provision cease acting as directors immediately after the election. After hearing from stakeholders, it became clear that the strict application of the majority voting rule could lead to unintended consequences. The decision-making structure of a publicly traded corporation could be disrupted, as some or even all the directors could fail to be re-elected. While ensuring shareholders' wishes is a key principle of good corporate governance, this principle should not lead to a corporation being without a decision-making body. This would not only be contrary to good corporate governance, but could endanger, albeit for a short period of time, the ability of a corporation to make important decisions affecting market and product strategies and the bottom line. Mr. Speaker, our colleagues in the other place have carefully assessed this situation and the potential risks associated with it. Based on suggestions from stakeholders and corporate governance experts, they have adopted a simple but effective solution. It guarantees corporate boards affected by a director's defeat through majority voting a respite of up to 90 days. The amendment is intended to mitigate the risk that the sudden loss of directors would result in unexpected disruptions to corporate decision-making. Provides a specific grace period of up to 90 days in which directors can continue acting until replaced. The amendment is largely consistent with provincial securities law and Canadian corporate practices and results from a consensus among stakeholders who have an interest in corporate governance. Mr. Speaker, shareholders are entitled to vote out directors who are no longer proposing a vision or direction that is expected from them, or who have not delivered according to shareholders' expectations. Bill C-25 reinforces shareholder democracy through majority voting, and this is a positive development. However, within the context of this policy objective, it must also be acknowledged that the immediate effect of voting out directors can pose challenges. For these reasons, this amendment adopted by the other place should be carried. I would note that a similar amendment has been reflected in the provisions on elections to boards of cooperatives. For the same reasons which I just explained, that amendment is also an improvement to the bill. Clause 24 of the bill has also been amended by our honourable colleagues. That is Section 171.1 of the CBCA. This amendment addresses a slight oversight and enables the use of electronic communications in a broader range of circumstances. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, you'll agree that the use of electronic communications must be encouraged as much as possible. This bill would facilitate the use of electronic communications with stockholders because of this notice and access provision. This would allow stockholders to have access to corporate documents electronically once they have been provided a link, rather than asking the corporation to send them hard copy versions. There are several providers of these services, and those who invest directly in corporate Canada and Canadian corporations already know how helpful they are.
In relation to publicly traded corporations, such as those traded on the Toronto or Montreal stock exchanges, there is no reason not to extend the availability of the notice and access system to every corporate document that is required to be shared with shareholders, with the exception perhaps to notices of shareholder meetings in some circumstances. New subsection 172.11 requires directors of a publicly traded corporation to place before the shareholders at every annual meeting a policy on diversity among the directors and members of senior management. This provision, which has drawn large public attention, is a key feature of the bill. The amendment proposed by the other place allows corporations to choose the time at which they wish to send the diversity policy, either at the time of sending the notice of meeting or when sending the proxy circular. In the absence of the amendment, the policy would be required to be sent in paper form in many situations, if sent with the notice of annual meeting. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, this amendment is useful and consistent with the trend that has been observed in relation to rules established by Canadian Securities Commissions. Mr. Speaker, I have outlined some of the ways that Bill C-25 supports our modern economy and the various improvements that it has undergone in the other place. I thank the other place for its work in making those amendments. The amendments made by Bill C-25 are quite targeted, as they arose from issues with the clearest consensus during consultations. But modest change should not be mistaken as being unimportant. This bill helps advance the laudable goals of ensuring transparency, clarity, and fairness, empowering shareholders while presenting the opportunity to address important issues such as diversity. This process has been long, Mr. Speaker, but I look forward to royal assent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Beauce.
Monsieur le Président, je remercie mon collègue.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech on Bill C-25. And I'd like to tell him that the official opposition is absolutely in favor of this bill. As you know, the House voted in favor of this bill unanimously a few months ago. With regard to the amendments, you told us what the amendments were. But can you tell us a little bit more clearly what the different pieces of legislation are that this bill amends? For example, do the amendments also apply to the Canadian business corporations and the nonprofit organizations as well? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation. To my knowledge, or rather, first I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. To my knowledge, the amendments that I have just described in my speech apply to the Canada Business Corporation Act and the Canada Cooperatives Act. So, to my knowledge, they do not apply to those other organizations, but I can check and get back to him. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech on Bill C-25. And I'd like to thank the members of the other place for their report back to the House. Now, this bill was criticized quite roundly because there are issues that are very important with regard to the transparency of businesses in Canada. And I can even testify myself that there are discussions right now in the Finance Committee with regard to money laundering and the proceeds of crime. And this is a problem that is brought up regularly. One of the problems that is raised, obviously, is the entire question of who actually owns these businesses. And this bill really misses the mark in addressing those situations of the lack of transparency in company registers in Canada, both federally and provincially. So could my colleague tell us why they decided to not incorporate these provisions on transparency into the bill? And if they intend to do so, when will that happen? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. That question was debated during committee meetings. What I can tell him, Mr. Speaker, is that those are matters that are still being studied. They are matters that are much more complex than what the scope of the bill allows. This bill has had specific objectives, and the questions raised by my colleague are broader matters. And so it would be better to address them in another study at another time. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable colleague, I haven't had the opportunity to follow this debate all the way through, but as a former banker, I'm very interested to understand how promoting diversity on corporate boards, such as a bank, would actually help the bottom line. Is there any rationale for that?
Honourable Secretary Parlementaire.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The honourable member, my honourable colleague, for her question and for her diligent work on a variety of different dossiers. The simple answer, Mr. Speaker, is it is a basic economic fact that diversity on boards is not only right and just and equitable and a good example, but it's also great for the bottom line. Companies that have more diversity do better economically.
Questions and commentaires. Questions and comments.
Questions and comments. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Beauce. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague spoke at great length about the amendments to Bill C-25 that were made by the Senate. But I would also like to talk about the general content of this bill. It is very important to explain why the official opposition voted in favour of this bill. In fact, the whole House of Commons did, because it seeks to modernize the Canada Business Corporation Act and the Canada Cooperatives Act and the Canada Charities Act, as well as the Competition Act. So this bill seeks to reform certain aspects of those laws to allow for the election of directors to certain companies, directors of certain companies, and to modernize communications among companies and their shareholders as well, and to clearly establish what is prohibited, for example, to issue bearer shares. But what is important for the people listening to us today is that bill will have an impact on over 270,000 companies that operate under federal jurisdiction. So many of those companies are small and medium-sized businesses that operate across Canada, and they will be affected by these amendments, and I would say that they will be positively impacted. The amendments made to this bill stem from a review, as my colleague said, a study by a committee in 2010 and a consultation conducted by Industry Canada in 2014, so that it was high time that this bill go ahead with the modernization of this, that the House go ahead with the modernization of this bill, and the many companies have already adapted to these and adopted regulations to comply with this bill. I'd like to remind my colleagues here that the legal environment of companies must be modernized. That's a good thing. It's a very noble objective, and it is important to achieve. But we have to think of the economic environment in which small and medium-sized businesses are operating. We're talking about over 200,000 small businesses across Canada, and that is where I am more concerned, Mr. Speaker. The current economic climate is not favorable to investment, and we have to say this. The investments of both small and large companies are at the base of our wealth creation. They're the driver of our economy, and the more we invest, the more we have jobs. So because of the Liberal government's policies, investments are declining. And my colleague, the critic the parliamentary secretary, my colleague, the critic for finance, pointed out that our companies are fleeing to the United States because President Trump has lowered taxes, because here we're increasing taxes, we're complexifying regulations, and basically we're telling foreign companies to not come and invest in our energy economy. And Mr. Speaker, we can see the results of that right now. The regulation that the government is imposing means that investment in our energy industry here in Canada has declined. I just want to be sure that I have the right number here. So it has declined by over $84 billion over the past 2 years. So that's $84 billion of investment that we've lost in the energy sector. And so can you imagine what the impact of that is on job creation in Canada? And Mr. Speaker, in addition, foreign investment in Canada, because you know that our country is open to foreign investment, and it has been since the first government of Brian Mulroney in 1984, where the Liberal government of the time had put in place an agency to screen foreign investments. But when the Mulroney government took power in 1984, one of the first things that it did in the budget was to eliminate that agency and to welcome foreign investment with open arms, because they knew that investment creates wealth. And since that time, the country has developed based on foreign and domestic investment. But today we are realizing that foreign investors are fleeing Canada. Foreign direct investment dropped by 42% in 2016 in Canada and by 27% in 2017 under this Liberal government. Why? Because the economic climate is simply not favorable to investment or to wealth creation. And luckily, we can see that the legal framework, the Cooperative Act and the CBCA have been modernized. So that's a good thing. But we have to change the economic environment and make sure that we attract foreign investment. And we have already said, we in the official opposition have been saying for months that there has to be less regulations, lower taxes, and also the government has to stop taxing Canadians and then giving it back to companies in the form of non-refundable loans. I'd like to add, Mr. Speaker, that currently businesses no longer trust Canada, and the investment of Canadian businesses have dropped by 5% or $12 billion. Since when, Mr. Speaker? Since 2015. Well, what happened in 2015? We know, the election of a Liberal government. This government drives foreign investment away. This government makes sure that our business people no longer want to invest, and that is disastrous for the economic future of our country. We will see the impacts of this in a few months, in a few years, and less investment means fewer jobs, and that's what's happening right now. And so I fully agree with the government that the legislative framework of stock companies must be modernized, but where we don't agree with the government is with the economic climate. The Liberal government has plunged our country into a problematic situation, and that is very bad for future generations. Now, that being said, Mr. Speaker, I would like to say that the amendments made by our colleagues in the Senate to this bill are something that we fully agree with, and I certainly hope that this bill will be adopted as quickly as possible by the House. And what I also hope is that the Minister of Finance understands the situation in which Canadian business people are having to work, and he needs to ensure a brighter future for them than he is doing right now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be very brief. I'd like to thank my colleague for his work on this file, and he talked about his party's support for the amendments to this bill. And I was just wondering, though, talking about diversity on boards of directors, I was wondering whether his party's position had changed on that, because there was a bill in the last Parliament that sought to increase diversity and parity in federal corporations, and my colleague voted against that. So I'm wondering if his party's position or his vision on that matter had changed, because he's supporting C-25 today. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Beauce. Today, Mr. Speaker, I am very happy, like all my colleagues on this side of the House. The official opposition is very pleased to support this bill. And in this bill, as you have just said, there are proposals to elicit more gender diversity, more parity on boards of directors. So we are very happy to support this bill. Thank you. Questions and comments? Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise in this House to to take my turn to speak to this bill, to Bill C-25. My colleagues have already spoken about the Senate amendments, so I won't necessarily repeat what they said. But we are called upon to speak to this legislation, and so I would first like to mention that this bill contains a number of flaws, and I said so when I put a question to my colleague earlier. There are flaws, but there's most especially a lack of courage. As I said earlier, some of my colleagues will recognize that we're discussing a number of similar issues on the Finance Committee. And we heard testimony about the transparency of businesses, company registers in Canada, because we need to know who is behind these companies, because one of the problems that is being raised right now, and one of the flaws that has been singled out by a number of internationally renowned organizations, well, they are singling out Canada for its lack of transparency with regard to company registers concerning company regulations. And in fact, we're laggards in terms of corporate transparency. There's a new term called snow washing in Canada, and some companies, certain rich business owners, use Canada to hide who really owns their businesses. And unfortunately, in C-25 would have been a golden opportunity to fix this, because it was we had a perfect opportunity, or rather, to be able to address those accusations about corporate transparency, but unfortunately C-25 doesn't go far enough, and that is why we tabled amendments to try to fix this bill, and they were rejected, and I would like to speak out very firmly against the government's position on that. C-25 was also an opportunity to fix another problem. And I was talking about the Finance Committee, because there was a tax expert who appeared, Mr. André Larue. He appeared when we were studying money laundering and the proceeds of crime from terrorism financing. And this has something to do with C-25. This expert pointed out to the committee that in Bill C-25, with regard to bearer shares, so he said that we were going in the right direction, because for the future, bearer shares would be prohibited, because it hid the identity of the people who own these shares. But for these shares that have already been issued and that are already in circulation, there's nothing to stop them from continuing to be circulated, and so they should be changed into nominative shares. And my colleague, said that we were right. That's a flaw in the bill, because the bearer shares that are already in circulation should be changed. But it wasn't, and so that's one of the flaws in this bill. And unfortunately, the opportunities to review our bills come very infrequently, especially bills that have to do with corporation cooperatives as well as nonprofit organizations. So unfortunately, the opportunities are so few that we hope that the government would note this flaw, and we hope that it will still consider making more amendments, especially with regard to, and I'm going to wrap up here, especially with regard to corporate transparency. This remains a very important topic that was not sufficiently addressed in this bill. Everything around transparency and owners who benefit from these companies. This government should address this, because criticism will continue to be expressed with regard to corporate transparency. So one step has been taken by the government. There's been an agreement with the provincial ministers to ensure that each province has in its books the owner beneficiary, and that is perhaps not the right way to go about it, but there we can see that there is a certain commitment to establishing a register of owner beneficiaries, and that is very important for us on this side of the House, and I hope that it will be in the government's plans for an upcoming amendment to this bill to fix this issue of transparency with of businesses.
And so, my colleague from Windsor West worked on this matter. He's done remarkable work on the issue. I hope that this will be promising for the rest of the issue of corporations, co-ops, nonprofits, transparency, boards of directors of these entities. Thank you for listening, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague from Sherbrooke for his speech. I had raised amendments in an attempt at clause by clause when this bill was before the House, to follow up on this issue that he's raised of bearer bonds, we did have very good evidence before committee from Publish What You Pay Canada on the misuse of bearer shares, that bearer shares are difficult to track, and that there's no transparency around ownership. And I just would invite my friend from Sherbrooke to expand on the point.
La députée de Sherbrooke.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. I would like to thank my colleague for her question. This is a fundamental issue. It is a matter that makes Canada one of the worst in the world when it comes to bearer bonds. The bill still has not yet been passed. We rank among the worst because we have such an easy system that allows owners of shares or businesses to hide their identities. It's fundamental to deal with this. It's fundamental that at last Canada gets moving on this matter, because many other countries have already acted to prevent this being used to hide someone's identity, hide the owner of a business or shares. Usually when they hide their identity, it's not for a good reason. Of course, that means we should be dealing with this to fight money laundering, to fight criminality, and organized crime. At last, we're taking a step in the right direction, but there's an important aspect of it missing, as I already said. There are bonds that are already in circulation, and we're doing nothing to deal with those. We're only dealing with bonds to be issued in the future. Questions and comments?
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. House is ready for the question. Yes. La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. It is moved that the amendments made by the Senate to Bill C-25, an act to amend the Canada Business Corporations Act, the Canada Cooperatives Act, the Canada Not-for-Profit Corporations Act, and the Competition Act be now read a second time and concurred in. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Yes. Yes. Adopté.
Carried.
See the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, perhaps rising on a point of interest to the House.
Yes, yes. If I may, Mr. Speaker, I suspect if you were to canvass the House, you'd find unanimous consent to call it at 5:30 this afternoon, so we can begin private members' hour.
Is it the pleasure of the House to see the clock at 5:30 p.m.? Yes? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Affaires et amendements députés, projet de loi et amendements députés de M. Bernier.
Private Members' Bill C-396. An act to amend the Department of Industry Act, second reading.
Mr. Bernier, appui.
Mr. Bernier, seconded by Mr. Kmitch, moves that Bill C-396, an act to amend the Department of Industry Act, Financial Assistance, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Industry, Science, and Technology. Debate. The Honourable Member for Beauce. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. This is a bill, Mr. Speaker. It's a bit unfortunate to have to table a bill for more transparency. It must be said the Government of Canada is giving financial assistance to many corporations. The goal of this bill is that when the government says that financial assistance is reimbursable, to find out for Canadian taxpayers if taxpayers have been paid back. That's what we don't know, and that's the goal of the bill. It is a very simple bill. It's unfortunate, a shame to have to table such a bill. Let me go back to 2006, when I was Minister of Industry. Information was available. That is to say, when the Minister of Industry gave financial assistance that was reimbursable. Taxpayers knew on the minister's website, the Minister of Industry's website, which business had received financial assistance, how much, and what were the conditions of repayment. We asked the government for more transparency for months now. Remember the repayable loan of $275 million given to Bombardier a few months ago. I asked the government to find out what were the terms and conditions of that loan, and we were told that it was secret. It's a shame, because this is taxpayer money, and they will never see that paid back. It's money that the government gave to a corporation that has unfortunately allowed jobs to leave Montreal. Thanks to these $270-something million that the government gave to Bombardier, well, shareholders got some really nice bonuses. That being said, these types of agreements are not secret. They should be public, because all taxpayers need to know where their money is going. That is why we have to table a bill today to ask the government, with regards to future loans or future contributions, we want to know their official position. I hope I have the support of the NDP. We want to know what's going on, if these sums have actually been paid back. Let me give you some numbers, because the Minister of Industry is responsible for contributions and funding to businesses. But this problem is not new. I'm looking here that the Government of Canada gave $57 million to Bell Helicopter. When we look at the column repayment, which is on the department's website, what do we see? Confidential, no information. The problem is that this loan was granted in November 2003. We still don't know what's happening with it. We knew a few years ago when it was public, as I said, in 2006, but now we don't have that information. I'm looking at another file. CMC Electronics, Inc. In 97, the government gave $23 million. Was it repaid? No. I can name you some, Mr. Speaker. The list is a long one. I'm just giving you a few. IBM Canada, a company that's doing quite well, $33 million. That was given by the Department of Industry. Has this been repaid? No, we don't know. It's confidential. And if I look at all this, and we add up the businesses that haven't paid these contributions back, there's more than, I don't want to make a mistake, I'll look at my notes here. There's more than 200 businesses which have received loans or repayable contributions or subsidies. And out of those 200, 45% of those businesses are the ones where we have absolutely no idea what happened with the money, if it's a subsidy or not. When a business does not pay back those loans, which are repayable, it becomes a subsidy. For 45% of these businesses, we have no data. And what's the most alarming thing is that the amounts given to these businesses represent more than $700 million. $700 million, Mr. Speaker, which have not been repaid. Is this $700 million of subsidies to corporations? Yes or no? We don't know, because we know absolutely nothing about the state of repayment of these subsidies, in quotation marks. When it comes to, this is taxpayer money. Everything should be public. Some organizations, some civil organizations asked to have, and who are even before the courts right now, to find out what's going on with these grants, with these loans that are supposedly repayable. Mr. Speaker, the bill is quite simple. The bill simply says that when the Minister for Industry gives a repayable contribution to a business, well, Canadian taxpayers will know what has happened with that money, if it's repaid, yes or no. That's the basis of democracy. That is why I believe, that is why I'm happy to have the support of my colleagues for the NDP. It's rare that I can come to an agreement with socialists, but Mr. Speaker, this is common sense, and they see, as I do, that in this case, I believe that the government is using its power and is telling us that it's secret when it is not a secret at all. And so I hope that my Liberal colleagues will support me, because during the election campaign and since then, my Liberal colleagues have talked about transparency, open government, accessible government. If that is indeed the case, I say to my Liberal colleagues, they have an opportunity to act and to ensure that their words align with their actions. They have the choice to act and support this bill and to demonstrate that transparency is important within Canadian society, and to demonstrate to Canadians that over $700 million will be repaid because it is unfair. There's many small businesses, for example, those in Beauce, that don't have the privilege of getting subsidies or repayable loans. Between you and I think that's a subsidy when it's not repaid. A lot of businesses in La Beauce, they pay their taxes, they uphold legislation, they respect the law, but they don't have these privileges. They can't receive these amounts. We should be fair and make sure that this is repaid. And I have a suggestion for my Liberal friends. When the $700 million is repaid, if these are indeed repayable loans, maybe they could use this loan to lower taxes for all businesses in Canada and have a truly fair policy, a policy that creates wealth. The bill is on the table, and I'm looking forward to hearing from my Liberal colleagues, and I hope that they will understand the common sense of this measure and support it. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and commentaires. Questions and comments. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, because he raised the question of Bombardier. And I am a firm believer in making investments in Canadian businesses to make sure that we create Canadian jobs, to build a strong Canadian economy. But in the question of Bombardier, where they lost $900 million, they got $1 billion given to the taxpayers, and then because they seem to have felt they've done such a good job, they paid themselves $30-some million in bonuses. I know my friend is a very hardcore fundamentalist capitalist, but would he not agree that the bonuses that these CEOs were paid was actually taxpayers' money, and that as taxpayers we should have some right to be able to at least claw that back, or to ensure that if the company is getting this kind of money, that we're getting the full benefit, including accountability and transparency?
Well, Deputy de Beauce.
The honourable member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, I feel really concerned about what this member for the NDP has said, because I see that it's in line with the principles of freedom, responsibility, conservative principles. And I'm delighted that my colleague is saying yes to conservative principles of freedom and responsibility. He's right about Bombardier and about other corporations that receive these loans. I think that Bombardier, when it received these loans, the leaders gave themselves huge bonuses, and that was taxpayer money. That is why I think that the NDP and we are in agreement, because taxpayer money is an important matter, and we should have the details of that agreement, which we don't have because it's a secret agreement. But as my colleague said, taxpayers should be repaid. That's the most important thing. Questions and comments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I've found that as the months go by, that there's the Conservatives and the NDP have a lot more in common. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Many would suggest it as that holy alliance. But anyway, the question I have for my colleague across the way is to acknowledge, you know, that we have political entities of all stripes, across the country at the provincial level and at the national level that have recognized at times there's a need for government to get involved. And we have seen many success stories, jobs that would never have survived if, in fact, government had not gotten involved. Now, even the member across the way, the introducer of this bill, might be a minority from within his own caucus in terms of does he believe that government at times does need to get involved in terms of ensuring that the longevity of some of these very important industries is able to survive. I could cite examples specifically in my own province of Manitoba. It seems to cross political lines, party lines, at least at the provincial level. I would like to think even here at the national level.
The Honourable Member for Beauce.
When the government is involved, we must have transparency. Everybody must know what's happening, and that's the challenge that we're having right now with the government. The government is involved with more than $700 million, and we don't know what happened with that money, where the money goes to corporation, but it was supposed to be reimbursed, and it is not. So the government was part of the economy. I don't question that today. If you look at that bill, what I'm questioning is what happened with taxpayers' money. That's the question.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to add that the initiative from the member for Beauce goes to the heart of parliamentary democracy. When the King was confronted by the nobles, they wanted to know what was being done with the money that the king was spending, the money of the people that was being collected by the bourgeois at the time for the good of the kingdom. I would like the member to talk to us a bit about that, to say that his bill goes at the very heart of parliamentary democracy. And we're looking at parliamentary accountability or responsibility. They have a great deal of money in their budget, and I would like this member to talk about his vision about how this bill goes to the heart of parliamentary democracy and accountability. The Honourable Member for Beauce. I would like to thank my colleague. You know that here in the Conservative Party, we are very erudite and we know our history. This member knows his history. I'm proud to be here with the rest of my colleagues. It is a privilege to represent the people. It's a very limited club, and when it comes to our obligations, we have to uphold the Constitution. Why are we here? Well, to question the government about what's happening with taxpayers' money. The question is going so far that we have to table a bill in order to get answers about transparency. This goes against the very principle of a parliamentary democracy, and I hope my Liberal colleagues know it. I thank my colleague for having added one argument more to support this bill.
Before we go to resuming debate, it's my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised this afternoon at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East in respect to the status of women, the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan regarding employment, and the Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay regarding the Canada Revenue Agency. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Markham Thornhill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to challenge a claim made by my honourable colleague. He asserted that in the past, and he repeated the claim that when he was industry minister, that he made all agreements public, as well as the balance that remained to be paid for each loan and each company. That simply is not true. I would like to refresh his memory. The Department of Industry, now Innovation, Science and Economic Development, or ISED, has never published the terms and conditions of individual funding agreements or the agreements themselves. When the member from Beauce was Minister of Industry from February 2006 to August 2007, ISED followed the Government of Canada's proactive disclosure policy for grants and contributions. Since then, nothing has changed other than our government has dramatically increased the amount of information that is currently being disclosed, something that I will speak about shortly. So since 2015, Mr. Speaker, more openness and more transparency, and not less.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you. I'm honored, as always, to rise in this House to represent the people of Timmins James Bay and to participate in this Bill C-396, an act to amend the Department of Industry Act in terms of loans that are given out and the issue of transparency and accountability in loans. What I've learned, Mr. Speaker, in my many years of representing Northern Ontario is that government has an important role to play in working as a partner in ensuring that we can build a strong economic base across this country. And part of that role the government plays as a partner is making sure that if there's loans that are being made, they are to a net benefit to our regions and to our country. The issue that's being brought forward by my colleague about more transparency in these loans is certainly something we should be looking at, because we've seen a number of recent scandals that Canadians ask themselves, well, how could these decisions be made? For example, Export Canada that loaned $41 million to the notorious Gupta brothers to buy a jet, and then they absconded with the jet. And they absconded on the payments. And so to someone back home would ask themselves, well, how could it possibly be in the interest of Canada and the hardworking taxpayers of our country to take $41 million to invest in a couple of brothers who are involved in all kinds of accusations of corruption in another continent, to buy them the ultimate lifestyle trinket, which is a private jet? And then how could Canadians be surprised that they absconded with the jet? That kind of transparency is worth having. I would like to challenge my Conservative colleague. I don't think we've ever agreed on almost anything, other than the fact that I do think this issue of transparency is important. But under the previous Conservative government, when it came to these issues of net benefit to the Canadian people and deals with industry, they were very secretive, and we saw that with the takeover of American Steel and Stelco. We saw it with the supposed net benefit to Canada when two of the greatest mining companies in the world, Falconbridge and Inco, were allowed to be taken over by corporate bandits, Xstrata and Vale. And we were told that this was to be a net benefit to Canadians. And yet when we asked what were the terms of the agreements that they had to live by, we were told that was secretive. How is it possible that we can sell off major Canadian industries when there's supposed to be an agreement that they will actually invest? And then we ask, how are they investing? Are they living up to it? And we're told that the agreements are secretive. That is not in the best interest of the Canadian taxpayer. In terms of what my honourable colleague's putting forward with obligation for industry, it is vital at this time, because we see a government that's talking about moving forward with clusters. This is their big vision, is that they find a super cluster, a mega cluster. I don't know what they're going to call them in the next budget, the super duper oodle cluster. But the idea that you can find 3 or 4 places in the country and you're going to turn an economy around is a ridiculous notion, because an economy is like a strong ecosystem. You have to have values at every level that are actually sustainable. And so, contrary to their vision of the supercluster, I think one of the important roles of government investment is in terms of regional economic development, to make sure that we have solid local economies across this country. And you do that by being partners. And you do it through, traditionally we've done it through the various economic development agencies. Now there's been lots of allegations over the years of pork barrel politics and problems with that. This is why accountability and transparency is important. I think it's extremely important in my region of Northern Ontario, which is a resource-based economy. So on the principle of resource-based economies, where you have non-renewable resources, the revenues should benefit the region. In the case of Alberta, the revenues go back to Alberta. In the case of Newfoundland, they go back to Newfoundland. In the case of Ontario, the entire resource-based region sends its money to Queen's Park in southern Ontario, and then we have to go down like beggars cap in hand and beg them for what they consider gifts and loans and charity to us poor northern communities when we do not have the benefit of our resources. So one of the agreements that was to offset this huge disparity in the economic system that exists in Ontario with a very, very powerful urban core and very isolated communities was to create a regional economic development agency, and that was FedNor. And FedNor's job was to reinvest money in the regions, working with local partners. But what we've seen over the last number of years is FedNor has been atrophied, it's been cut. We've lost 30% of the staff at FedNor. FedNor had a $1.76 million a year annual budget. It's down less than half, about half that now. And we see that in this latest government, they didn't even mention FedNor. They talk about maybe moving it all into the minister's office, and this is another concern because the minister for Mississauga is now taking the role of the regional development voice for every part of the country. That doesn't make sense because regions of the country are dramatically different. I cannot believe that the minister in Mississauga understands the issues that they face in Lassar and Abitibi, or understands the differences and having a local economy when you have communities that are sometimes 5 and 6 hours away from each other. And that's the role of FedNor. FedNor gets this. But when the federal Liberals came in 2015, they shut all the broadband projects in Northern Ontario that were under FedNor because they had a super-duper cluster plan, which took another 2 years to roll out. So we lost 2 years of broadband development in a region that is isolated where it's badly needed. So FedNor, or the federal Liberals, then decided they were going to take a consultation process. This is another thing, Liberals love to talk. So they had a national consultation process on rural broadband, and what did they find? They found that Northern Ontario had serious shortfalls in broadband. And why is this important? Well, how do you attract business? How do you get startup businesses if you don't have broadband? And so this consultation process went on for 2 years, and they consulted everybody. They consulted municipalities, they consulted NGOs, they consulted businesses. I'm surprised they didn't go door to door with surveys. They consulted everybody except the economic agency of the region that is there for the federal government. Not only that's more surprising, they went and consulted with the provincial economic development agency, but they ignored FedNor. And it tells me that this is a view of a government that does not understand the value of our regions and the importance and the distinct differences between rural, between northern, between resource-based economies. And you have to understand that if you're going to make economic transformation. So the Liberals, they're now talking, they're super and they're mega clusters. They're now talking that they want to do regional development like that. Well, that's not how it works. When you have communities that are spread out over such a vast region, you have to understand. You've got to do it at the grassroots. You have to have the people who know it. And we have some amazing people who do this work. And I want to say this year at the Prospectors Developers Association, FedNor's booth was probably the largest single booth there. The European Union booth looked like penny ante stuff compared to FedNor, because the economic potential of the mining sector rebirth in Northern Ontario is gathering international investors. And FedNor is there. But FedNor's budget is so underfunded that 70% of their funds are spent before the year begins. So imagine what we could do if we had actually a strong mandate for regional development, that we had the government investing in regional development, if they actually understood the importance of sectors like the mineral sector in the north and the potential for creating spin-off industries. That's how you build a sustainable long-term economy. And so when we get back to this issue of transparency, when this government is going to be giving out massive loans like to Bombardier, and I got nothing against Bombardier, but holy smokes, you lose $1 billion, you lose $900 million, you borrow $1 billion from the taxpayer, and you take of that $100 million, a $30 million cut for your CEOs. That, to me, is not credible. We should claw back every dime from those CEO bonuses because it's taxpayers' money. And Bombardier, which can play such an important role, and in Thunder Bay, Bombardier has the plant for the subways and the streetcars for most of Canada, and that's important work, and yet Bombardier ships 80% of the jobs to Mexico. I got a problem giving a company $1 billion if they're going to ship 80% of the work to Mexico. My belief is you get money from the Canadian taxpayer, you invest in Canada. If you get bonuses through the Canadian taxpayer, it goes back to the Canadian taxpayer. Our deal has to be, if you're going to be getting Canadian money, you're not buying jets for corrupt businessmen in South Africa. You're not going to be shipping the money to Mexico. You're going to create a sustainable, profitable economy for our region. And that's why we need issues of accountability and transparency. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Before we go to resuming debate, I just want to bring to the attention of the House, just prior to the honourable member for Timmins James Bay, the honourable member for Markham Thornhill had made a brief intervention, and that was because of a misunderstanding at the time. I thought we were on resuming debate, and I think we got off on the wrong foot, and the member for Markham Thornhill was in fact posing a question, thinking that we were still on questions and comments. These things do happen from time to time. I erred in not sort of recognizing that she was framing that as a question, not as, in fact, part of her speech. And so we're going to go back to her now, and the honourable member for Markham Markham Thornhill on resuming debate. The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this government is committed to being open and transparent about how taxpayer dollars are spent so that Canadians are better able to hold Parliament and the government accountable. In fact, we have recently introduced proactive disclosure requirements for grants and contributions that enhance transparency and oversight of public resources. These requirements set a higher bar for openness and transparency with regards to financial support provided by the government. These guidelines exceed many of the requirements laid out in this bill. In June 2016, as part of the Open Government Action Plan, the Treasury Board of Canada Secretariat committed to increasing the transparency and usefulness of grants and contributions data. The initiative was spearheaded by a TBS-led committee of 37 participating departments, agencies, and Crown corporations, known as the Committee of the Reporting of the Grants and Contributions Awards. This was part of a first major renewal of the proactive disclosure requirements for grants and contributions since the policy first came into effect in 2006. As a result, starting on April 1st, 2018, federal departments, agencies, and Crown corporations have been following the new guidelines on the reporting of grants and contributions awards, which consists of three major themes. First, the government will now have to disclose all grants and contributions, not just those over $25,000 as required previously. In fact, Innovation, Science and Economic Development Canada, the department targeted by this bill, has been following this practice for its grants and contributions since last January. Second, all government grants and contributions information will be posted on the open.canada.ca platform, rather than on each federal organization's websites. This will give Canadians a simple, one-stop repository that will better enable them to oversee how their government is using public resources. Third, the amount of information to be disclosed has been dramatically increased. Previously, each grant or contribution disclosure contained basic identifying information, including the value of the award, the name and the location of the recipient, and limited information on the purpose of the funding. Now, the government will publish a much more robust amount of information for each disclosure. This includes a more comprehensive section on the purpose of the award, the expected outcomes, and the information on the recipient. In addition, if passed, these reporting requirements would be strengthened and modernized through Bill C-58, an act to amend the Access to Information Act and the Privacy Act, which is currently being reviewed by the Senate. Bill C-58 would create a legislative requirement for proactive publication of grants and contributions aligned with the new guidelines I just explained. In seeking to legislate these requirements, rather than through policy, the government looks to enhance the accountability and transparency of federal institutions in order to promote an open and democratic society and to enable public debate on the conduct of those institutions. Mr. Speaker, as I've just shown, the current proactive disclosure requirements and proposed legislative changes through C-58 provide Canadians with a robust oversight of public resources. Importantly, this is done, unlike the proposed bill, without compromising the competitive position of individual firms. Bill C-396 would see the requirement of private businesses and organizations to release sensitive commercial information, potentially compromising their competitiveness and market position. The bill would effectively obligate the government to publish commercially sensitive and confidential information of private Canadian businesses, information that could potentially be used by a competitor, domestic or foreign, to undermine the competitive position of Canadian companies in the global innovative economy. This would be of particular concern to smaller, privately owned businesses that are not already required to publicly report on things like revenues and expenditures in the same way that publicly traded companies do. Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada supports firms looking to scale up, expand into new markets, and develop technologies that support a modern innovation economy. The government's support for innovators and entrepreneurs is essential to achieving the goals set out in the Innovation and Skills Plan to build an economy that works for everyone, an economy where Canadians have access to high-quality jobs and where Canadian businesses are well-placed to compete in a rapidly evolving and competitive global marketplace. Mr. Speaker, despite what the opposite member who has tabled this bill claims about the kind of support that the government is not in the business of corporate welfare. Rather, the government's support for innovative projects and collaborations help Canadian firms enhance research and development activities which benefits Canadians and Canada by generating investment, developing new technologies, and enhancing Canadian innovation capacity and expertise. From the development of a new clean technologies to scaling up of small businesses, the government supports entrepreneurs and researchers working in various sectors of the economy who demonstrate the potential to drive forward Canadians' innovation economy. The government will continue to support cutting-edge research that drives innovation and the development of new products and services for global consumers. This is just one of the many ways the Government of Canada is working towards creating a competitive business environment which will benefit all Canadians and also attract investment. We have made significant strides in advancing this ambitious plan to strengthen the middle class, create jobs, and ensure a clean and inclusive future for all Canadians. Just recently, we successfully announced the selection of 5 innovation superclusters. Together, small and medium-sized enterprises, large companies, academic institutions, and not-for-profit organizations will work together to advance Canada's technological capabilities. We are also simplifying the way we support innovators with the creation of Innovation Canada to serve as a single point of contact for entrepreneurs looking to grow their businesses and as a gateway to government programs and services. In summary, this government provides a broad level of support to businesses looking to scale up, expand into new markets, and develop technologies to grow an innovation economy. Governments should not be compromising sensitive commercial information that would undermine the competitiveness of those firms or Canada's attractiveness as a place to invest. The new proactive disclosure requirements the government has put in place already strengthen the oversight of the use of public resources without creating a disincentive for businesses to get the help they need to benefit Canadians. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-396 would impede the government's efforts to better support innovation and entrepreneurship in Canada. Strong collaboration between ISED and the business community are essential to successfully drive forth the Innovation and Skills Plan, create jobs, and improve the standard of living for all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Bravo. Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Donc, c'est avec plaisir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to join this debate regarding the Private Members Bill, Bill C-396, which in my opinion, as a private members bill, As the member for Beauport-Limoilou said, this is the very basis of why Parliament exists. We're here to make sure that expenditures by government be accepted by the House of Commons, which represents the citizens of this country. We are a country that has a parliamentary system, and the question for me is not really subsidies for business or transparency with respect to government expenditures, but the two should go together.
And if there's a situation where we should support citizens and their rights to know how the government spends on their behalf, or the rights of companies to have their company secrets, well, obviously it should be the citizens who prevail. And this private member's bill from the member from Beauce, which seeks to amend the Department of Industry Act on financial assistance.
Companies in any way. I think we should privilege the rights of Canadian citizens to know how their government spends money. And, we were reminded a bit that the history of Canada in the 1840s, the main question when Confederation was first debated was about responsible government. Louis-Hippolyte Lafontaine, Robert Baldwin, and other great fathers of Confederation. The question was centered on the elected parliaments or appointed governors. Who decides the power of the purse? Who decides those decisions? Those are the same debates that the United Kingdom's parliament had when there was a difference of opinion between what the Crown wanted to spend on and the Commons wanted to spend on. Those same debates that influenced debates in the 1840s, 1850s, 1860s in Canada, and eventually led to Confederation. The Act of Confederation was passed by the Mother Parliament of the United Kingdom, and we got responsible government in Canada. And since then, there's been that tension between what the government wants to do and what the Commons wants to do. So I know a few members, and the member previous to me said this, when she said we, referring to the government. Well, in fact, only the members of the front bench are members of the government. Our job as backbenchers, regardless of where we sit, is to hold the government accountable for the spending that it does. Because it does so both in our name, but it does so in the name of the citizens of Canada that we represent. And, there is a non-transparent reality about Canadian corporate welfare. And we as politicians, we offer a lot of justifications. And this is a problem all governments face, whether they're provincial or federal. And we offer justifications. We're investing in the future. We're investing in new technology. These are all things that corporations, business can do on their own. Now, if they're asking for the taxpayer to take some of the risk with them, I sometimes hear de-risking. It's a finance minister's favorite term, de-risking. That's the taxpayer being forced to take on some of that risk. And I want to talk about some of the risks that the taxpayer has taken on in the past. There's a Technology Partnership Canada repayment status report that was put out November 1st, 2017. That's the latest one that I could find. And our corporations on there that pre-2006 took money from the taxpayer. And not all of them are bad. Some of the investment decisions made by previous governments have panned out. But we don't always know what they were. There is actually a clause here, B, that says, indicates that a company has not provided ISED with an authorization to disclose repayment information. Well, I, on behalf of the taxpayers in my writing, say, I don't care if the company hasn't filled out a little document saying that they're okay with releasing the contents of that information. I want to know the contents of that loan. Or was it a gift? It has to be one of the two. Vector Aerospace Helicopter Services, Inc. was given $3,509,249 in September of 2005, and it's paid back $1.9 million. That's maybe not a bad amount. I can't tell. But a lot of these are simply blanked out. The information is not available. So there's no way actually as parliamentarians for us to return to the House and say, well, in this particular decision that the government made, it was a good one or it was a bad one. When there is a lack of information, it privileges ministers of the Crown. And I know that the previous member and other members have said there's all this great transparency, all these great things going on. The information will be released eventually. So if that is true, and I have serious doubts that it is true, why not vote for this bill? it will just make it into legislation. It won't be a policy decision of the government of the day. You could have it as a statutory requirement. What could be better? It'll be a law that we could then have civil servants live up to. You could come to a parliamentary committee and their performance could be judged based on how they adhere to the law. If we are going to have more transparency, then why not? While the reason why I think many members of the governing caucus are defending vote against this private member's bill, because they know there is a lack of transparency. You need to look no further, Mr. Speaker, than the $7 billion slush fund that's being set up in this great attempt to try and bring more transparency to this House. This great attempt to change the way the estimates work. For 8 years this will be done. That will create a fund where the Treasury Board Secretariat will decide where the money goes. Not parliamentarians, the Treasury Board, civil servants. You know, to bring it back just to these examples that I gave before about potentially good investments, I want to bring up Sandvin Incorporated. $9.5 million of taxpayer money was given to them in May of 2013, and a taxpayer made back almost $14 million. Now, there are good examples like this where you could say, well, I wonder what was different about this agreement. What worked out in this agreement that did not work out in, say, Sanofi Pasteur's $48.5 million, was it a loan? We can't tell. We actually don't know how much of the money was returned to the taxpayer. Was it a good investment? Was it not? And this is something that Mark Milkey said in the Globe and Mail, that on the claims that corporate welfare works, that these subsidies to corporations work, he says it's based on poor data, unsound social science methods, and faulty economic reasoning. But without the information being released consistently, there is actually no way for us parliamentarians and the Government of Canada to actually say yes or no. There's no way for them to look at the good cases and the litany of bad cases where government money, taxpayer money, given by hardworking Canadians is wasted to sustain companies, in some cases that have no product, no service that the free market wants to purchase. So why are they being sustained longer? I could complain about Bombardier, but I'm a member from Calgary and from Alberta. So let me complain about corporate welfarism, which I think goes to some oil and gas companies. I think it's only fair. Suncor Energy, this is according to Natural Resources Canada. This is Table 1 of Corporate Welfare Cash 21st Century Justification of billion-dollar bills to come. It's a report written by the Mark Milkey, the gentleman I spoke about previously. Suncor Energy Products, $217 million, a repayable contribution, but there's no data showing how much of it was actually repaid to the taxpayer. Shell Canada, IGBC Ethanol, Greenfield Johnston Limited. I think it's right for the taxpayer to know the terms and conditions of the loan, how much of it has been repaid, even if the purpose is good, even if the purpose, there might be a legitimate public policy purpose that is outside of profitability and sustainability that dictates that maybe taxpayer dollars should go to it. But let's have that debate with the data, with the fact. I thought we're all about evidence-based policymaking. Well, give us the evidence. We're asking for a piece of legislation to be passed that the member of BOS has proposed that will give us the facts and the evidence in a public manner on a quarterly basis so we can see what I call corporate welfarism is doing. And those good cases, those micro cases, the few cases where it does work, what was so different about them, where in the majority of cases it turned out to be an absolute disaster? And those disasters have a political cost to them, so maybe I'll caution the government here. But it was the former Nova Scotia Premier Darrell Dexter who was defeated last fall, the fall previous. It was partially over grants and loans given to Irving Shipbuilding, $300 million, when they already had won $25 billion worth of federal contracts. So this is a quote from Liberal Premier Stephen McNeil. Why would we be giving grants, free money to large corporations who in some cases are doing very well and try to lure them to our provinces, then get ourselves caught in a situation where we're really competing with other provinces in a race to the bottom? I think the Premier is right. So give us the information. Pass this piece of legislation so we can be the judges of how taxpayer dollars are spent.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good evening. I'm very pleased to be able to speak today, and according to tradition, and as a Conservative, for me, well, tradition is very important. So I'd like to greet all my fellow citizens in Beauport, Limoilou, the people that I meet in community centers and knocking on doors. So I'd like to wish you a very happy and National Volunteer Week. And I'd like to greet all the members in my riding. You know, in Beauport, there are over 2,500 volunteers. It's one of the best volunteer places in Quebec. And so I'd like to congratulate all the fellow citizens in my riding who devote themselves to volunteering. I'd also like to come back to the comments made by my colleague, the member from Markham Thornhill. She spouted her lofty ideals about how the Liberals are transparent. But I don't think that the trip to Aga Khan's Island was very transparent. The Ethics Commissioner had to investigate to find out what was going on. And so I think that is an absolute heresy that the Prime Minister should go south instead of remaining in Canada like most people, like most Canadians do. Also, the tax reform, Mr. Speaker, that they imposed on small and medium-sized businesses was not transparent either. The purpose was to using dividends and other financial vehicles, was to raise taxes on small and medium-sized businesses. What about all the Minister of Finance's actions, who, when he hid his benefits from Morneau Chappelle, from his family business, when he hid numbered companies in Alberta? So I could go on and on to show how this government is not transparent. And what about the amendments that they made to the Access to Information Act? The Commissioner herself said very clearly that that was going to hinder access to information. And so they did not keep their promise that they made in the election campaign. Now, I do want to come back to C396. A courageous, tabled by a courageous man. I respect him. And it goes hand in hand with his principles. This person does not like subsidies. He's not a fan of subsidies. He doesn't like corporate welfare. But in this bill, he does not say that it's bad to help out companies. He just says, listen, we have a program here. And he says that $3.3 billion were spent, and he wants to know is that in 45% of the cases, so for 200 businesses, that represent $700 million, so businesses that have received loans of $700 million, all the member for BOS wants to know. He doesn't say that it's a bad thing that they receive this money. He just wants the government to tell us whether they repaid that $700 million. And so this money was scattered about, but did they refund it? And if not, then did they repay it? And if not, we'd have to tell Canadians that that was not a loan, that was a subsidy. And I'm going to come back to what I said earlier. When I was a student at Université Laval, I remember that I told a professor, because I was very naive, I said, you know what, I'm going to talk about the Constitution and the philosophy and, great debates. And he said, Alupa, he said, you know what, there'll be debates like that in the House of Commons for sure. But basically, fundamentally, what is at the very heart of parliamentarianism in 13th century England was accountability. That is, what is happening with money. And often, that's what I find here. We spend a month or two talking about the budget because it is at the very heart of parliamentarianism. And sometimes I find, it's a bit of a problem. Can we talk about Distinct Society of Quebec, the Constitution, and so on? But all we do is talk about money here. But there's a good reason for that, Mr. Speaker, because at the end of the day, we're here to represent 100,000 people in our riding who, and most of them, pay taxes. All the programs, all the initiatives, all the public policy of this government and of any other government, whether they're good or bad, that's not what's important here. What's important here are alive and operate thanks to public monies. The bourgeois capitalists in 13th century England went to see the king and they said, listen, you know, your big war projects, that's starting to be a bit much. We want you to create a space where we can discuss things with you and your representative, and we want to know what you are doing with your money, with our money. And that was the beginning of liberal democracy in the history of mankind. The other example that shows how important it is to show what we do with the money is the American Revolution. Yes, it's complex. We could talk about this for hours. But basically, the American Revolution occurred. Why? Because England did not want to do tax representation with taxation. So the Americans said enough is enough. If you tax us more on tea, I believe that it was the Boston Tea Party that started all this. If you want to tax us more, this time we want to know what you're going to do with our money. And the only way that Americans could find out what the Brits were doing with their money was to have elected representatives in the British Parliament. And the king was very arrogant. And his concept of British governance, he said, no, you're just a colony, so just be quiet, pay your taxes to your majesty. And the American Revolution followed upon that for that very reason. So there are historic examples like that who show us that at the very heart of democracy, liberal democracy and parliamentarism, which guarantees the protection of rights and freedoms that is so dear to the liberals here, well, liberal democracy is at the very heart of all this, and that is accountability. So what I don't understand is that often we here in the opposition, whether it be the NDP or the Conservatives, the Quebec Parliamentary Group, we table bills, we introduce bills that make a lot of sense. They're quite simple. And so I don't know why the government can't just say, hey, you know, that's a good bill. It makes a lot of sense. Thank you, member from Beauce. Indeed, not only is that it's a goal of Parliament to know what's happening with our money, but also we ourselves as government should know what's happening as well. Because, in fact, out of the $700 million, half of that has not yet been repaid. Well, perhaps if the government was aware that $400 million hadn't been repaid, well, it could take that money and activate more quickly its social insurance policy or its program. It's pharmacare program. I'm just saying, you know, we're talking about $400, $500, $600 million that hasn't been repaid to the federal government. So it's absolutely illogical and unacceptable to see the Liberals say to us, well, it's not a bill that is, it's not a good bill. It can't be justified. And so, you know, we saw this again yesterday, and I had the opportunity to work on OGO, the Government Operations Committee. It was very complex. I had just arrived here in Parliament, but I took it seriously. I did all my reading, all my homework. And on OGO, you know, they vote for budget appropriations, all the spending, all the expenditures. And I saw the president of the Treasury Board meet with us 3 times to explain to us the reforms that he wanted to put in place with regard to the main estimates. And those were disastrous reforms to remove the power of the opposition members to analyze vote by vote the expenditures over months. He wanted to reduce that to 2 weeks. So we can see attempts, you know, slowly but surely on the part of the Liberals to hinder and the transparency that is here in this institution. And when they tried to put in place the parliamentary reforms here, they wanted to reduce our speaking time here in the House of Commons. Come on, Mr. Speaker. You know, look at the debates at the time of Confederation. Some people stood up and spoke for 6 or 7 hours. When we get 20 minutes, we're lucky. I mean, I've got 10 minutes today. So they wanted to, you know, reduce us from 20 to 10 to even fewer minutes. So they are trying to cut down on the opposition's time. And that's why I talked about the $700 million. We don't know where that is. So this is a good bill. The member from Beauce did an excellent job. And it goes right to the heart of democracy and the British parliamentary system as to where taxpayers' monies goes. Thank you.
Before we go to resuming debate and the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, I'm sure that he will be disappointed to learn that there are only 3.5 minutes remaining in the time provided for private members' business this afternoon, but we'll get started and I'll give him the usual indication when it's time to wrap up. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is somewhat disappointing, but I do know I'll get that other chance to add some more words to it. You know, I appreciate the fact that the member from Beauce has brought forward a private member's bill. I really do believe he's quite genuine in what it is he's attempting to accomplish with the bill. Having said that, I think that he's overlooked a great deal of things. And, you know, the member from Markham, the government representative, in trying to explain a position, I thought did a fantastic job in terms of just saying how it is that the government of Canada already exceeds what it is the Stephen Harper government did. And one of the things that I really respect about the Prime Minister is he has consistently said that, look, we look for ideas and where we can improve and where we can make things better. We're open to doing that. And there has been no shortage of ideas. All one needs to do is just take a look at the many different initiatives that this government has taken on and been very successful at. You know, it wasn't that long ago, and I've mentioned this before in the House, where I had someone show up at a local restaurant in my riding and saying to me that this particular Prime Minister has done more in a couple of years than the previous Prime Minister did in 10 years, Mr. Speaker. And it's because, as a government, we do have a very aggressive, and I would suggest to you a progressive attitude at trying to get things done, to work hard, Mr. Speaker, and to achieve the best we can for Canadians in all regions of our country. Now, I wanted to add some thoughts in regards to the whole idea of why it is at times it's necessary for governments to get engaged in terms of the private sector. And we have seen, if you take a look at the national government or provincial governments, governments at different levels, governments of different political parties, even progressive conservative governments, even the Harper government, Mr. Speaker, has recognized at times there is a need to be able to look at how it is that we might have to protect certain industries, jobs that are there that might be into some difficult times. So it's nothing new. We expect, I believe, a majority of Canadians want to ensure that the government is there to support industries if, in fact, there is a need for them to do so, and it can be justified. And I believe that what we have seen within this government is recognizing, in particular, Canada's aerospace industry. It is an industry that is very important to my home province and the province of Quebec, BC, Ontario, and indirectly, if not directly, in other provinces, Mr. Speaker. We have seen literally tens of thousands of jobs that are absolutely critical where the Government of Canada needed to get involved. But it's not the first time. For example, with Bombardier, where there was government assistance. You will see even in previous Conservative governments that have come forward, recognizing that there is a need. To provide that additional accountability, transparency. This is something that this government continues to do in everything, and when it develops a policy from the different departments, and we are seeing more of that. I see my time is already run for the day, Mr. Speaker. I'll be happy to add more words when the debate comes up. Thank you.
Indeed, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary will have 6.5 minutes remaining in his time when the House next gets back to debate on the question. The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper.
At this time, pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been moved and seconded. Consequently, the question is as follows: that this House do now adjourn.
For Vancouver East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise in the House to discuss recognizing and declaring December 13th each year Nanjing Massacre Commemorative Day. On November 30th, 2017, I made a statement in the House regarding the 80th anniversary of the Nanjing Massacre. I also asked if the government would proclaim December 13th as Nanjing Massacre Commemorative Day during question period. I received an encouraging answer from the Minister of Canadian Heritage as she offered to work with me to achieve this goal. I then followed up with the Minister, and she informed me that the issue falls in the jurisdiction of the Minister of Foreign Affairs. I then promptly wrote to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. As she was out of the country at the time, she asked that I work with her Chief of Staff. Subsequently, I was advised that, in fact, the matter should be dealt with in the Ministry of Canadian Heritage. I then went back to the Minister of Heritage, at which point she advised that it would not be possible to have the declaration made by December 13th, 2017. While it's unfortunate that this did not happen on its 80th anniversary, however, I hope that the Minister of Canadian Heritage is still open to declaring December 13th of each year as Nanjing Massacre Commemorative Day. This is an issue of recognizing a tragedy and the lasting impact that it had on many people, many of whom now call Canada their home. 80 years ago, it estimated that between 20 and 80,000 Chinese women and girls were raped, and approximately 300,000 people were killed. Over the course of World War II, an estimated 200,000 women and girls from China, Korea, Burma, Indonesia, and the Philippines and other occupied territories in Asia were tricked, kidnapped, or coerced into working in brothels to serve as, quote, comfort women. It is worth noting that on November 2007, members of this House unanimously passed a motion moved by the former NDP MP Olivia Chow, recognizing this act as sexual slavery, expressing regret at attempts by some members of the Japanese government to ignore or diminish the events that occurred, to recognize the progress made by Japan and its major contributions towards international peace, to affirm that Canada-Japanese alliance, and for the Government of Canada to encourage the Government of Japan to abandon any statement devaluing the expression of regret from the Kono Statement of 1993. In 2001, the NDP BC government worked in collaboration with BC Alpha and developed a resource guide and educational materials to ensure that this past is not forgotten. This guide has now led other provinces to adapt the material for their use, and I also want to acknowledge that in October of 2017, members of Ontario's legislature passed MPP So Wong's motion to recognize December 13th as Nanjing Massacre Commemorative Day unanimously. In that process, she also received over 100,000 signatures in support of this declaration. In commemorating this atrocity, communities across Canada hosted events to mark this day. I had the opportunity to attend the ceremonial tribute and exhibition of historical materials and cultural relics, along with photos of some of the Nanjing Massacre survivors at the Greater Toronto Chinese Cultural Centre. The event was hosted by 80 organizations under the umbrella of the Nanjing Fellow Association of Canada. I also attended a film screening at the Richmond Public Library hosted by BC Alpha. Mr. Speaker, there's no question that this is a nonpartisan issue. It is an important day to mark, and I ask all members of the House to work with me to achieve this goal.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to start by thanking my colleague, the member for Vancouver East, for her intervention and her efforts regarding raising awareness of the tragic atrocities that took place in Nanjing during the Second World War.
Canada recognizes the compassionate gesture and encourages all countries to go forward positively and constructively. China and Japan are two important partners for Canada in the Asia-Pacific region. We are committed to increasing our links with these regions, including on the cultural level, to ensure the prosperity of Canadians, but also their security in those regions.
Outlined by the member for Vancouver East. The majority of the victims being Chinese civilians. We fully recognize this. Women and girls suffered in particular, as they are often the most victimized group in these types of violent conflicts. It is well known that one of our government's core priorities is its commitment to gender equality and women's rights, Mr. Speaker. At the international level, we are a leader in this regard through our championing of the promotion and protection of human rights, as well as women's and children's rights. in a wide range of multilateral fora, including as a focus of Canada's presidency of the G7 this year, which will be taking place in Charlevoix. As with other atrocities in history, the Nanjing massacre was predicated upon the systematic dehumanization of Chinese people as non-human, as other. It's important that discourse at every level does not marginalize populations or portray them in demeaning or dehumanizing terms. Muslims as terrorists, LGBTQ2 community members as sexually deviant or morally reprehensible. The
Prime Minister has publicly stated on several occasions that fighting intolerance and hate in all of its form is important. All political leaders and communities need to support each other in the face of this challenge, and Canadians must work together to promote mutual understanding and overcome hatred. Furthermore, protection of human rights is a fundamental aspect of our vision for Canada and for the world. This is a component of the mandate letter for the Minister of Canadian Heritage and has a link with the mandate letter for the Minister for Global Affairs. Through our efforts, we support diversity, inclusiveness, Pacific pluralism, and efforts to reconcile different countries on matters such as those raised this afternoon.
Welcoming communities, actions such as speaking out when we encounter racism in our communities, volunteering with one of the many organizations that support inclusion, and reporting any hate crimes that are encountered can go a long way towards ensuring that all Canadians can grow together in peace and prosperity. The
Government of Canada recognizes the events and measures taken to highlight this sad event, including those passed by the Legislature of Ontario, but will not take a position regarding commemorative days designated by provincial legislative assemblies or other levels of government. However, the Government of Canada expresses its sympathy to the victims of suffering and those who have lost their lives during armed conflicts. Thank you.
For Vancouver East.
This is about the formal recognition of atrocities, learning from history, and paying tribute to those impacted. This is not only to commemorate the victims and survivors, but in the aim of preventing such atrocities from happening again. The Nanjing massacre is often referred to as the forgotten Holocaust. It is incumbent on us to ensure that atrocities of this magnitude are not forgotten. It is my hope that the government will work with me to ensure that history is not ignored, that the Nanjing massacre is not forgotten, is not a forgotten Holocaust, and that for the Canadian government to recognize December 13th and each subsequent December 13th moving forward as Nanjing Massacre Commemorative Day. I'm open to work with whichever minister the government deems appropriate to engage in whatever process the government feels could most effectively and efficiently have every December 13th declared as Nanjing Massacre Commemorative Day.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Heritage.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government is committed to promoting peace, constructive dialogue, as well as safety. At an international level, we work and will continue to work with our national and international partners. This government recognizes the suffering that all armed conflicts inflict on populations around the world, namely civilians, women, and girls. The occupation of Nanjing is not an exception to that.
Our work as ardent defenders of human rights, gender rights, and encourage positive dialogue between nations to ensure a more peaceful and prosperous world. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're learning today that the Fisheries Committee will no longer be able to benefit from the able service and chairmanship of the Liberal member for Coast of Bays Central Notre Dame. Indeed, that member was the only Liberal MP who had the courage to listen to his constituents and stand up and vote for the opposition motion that would have protected the fundamental freedoms of charitable organizations to do the good work they do, to collaborate with the government through the Canada Summer Jobs Program without facing the kind of arbitrary discrimination proposed by the government. Earlier, I had asked the government a question, why they won't support our motion which would have said simply that those groups involved in non-political, non-activist work, they should be able to access the Canada Summer Jobs Program regardless of their private convictions. And really, this motion called the government's bluff, because the government told us that all they were trying to do is deal with the activities. They weren't at all interested in persecuting organizations on the basis of their private convictions. They were only interested in activities. So we wrote a motion that said groups who do not engage in activities the government finds objectionable should not be prohibited from accessing this funding on the basis of their private convictions. However, clearly showing their hand, members of the government, all of them except one, decided to oppose our motion. And because of that opposition, charitable organizations, as well as other organizations who would otherwise have benefited from this funding, whose work has nothing to do with controversial social or political issues, will still be denied funding this summer. Students will be denied summer jobs on the basis of their private convictions. But the member for Coast of Bays Central Notre Dame had the courage to listen to his constituents, listen to what I know many other Liberal MPs were hearing, and actually have the courage to act on it. This is interesting because there was one member of the NDP who also had similar courage. He was initially disciplined, but thankfully the NDP thought better of it and restored him to his position on the Procedure and House Affairs. So I'm calling on the government to, first of all, to respect fundamental freedoms in this country in terms of their approach to the Canada Summer Jobs program. But secondly, to allow the member for Coast of Bays Central Notre Dame to do his job, to represent his constituents, and not to be deprived of the opportunity to continue to serve as chair to lead on the Fisheries Committee. Because when the government punishes one of their members for simply doing his job, doing the job he was sent here to do, which is to listen to charitable organizations and other groups in his constituency, when the government disciplines him for doing his job, for listening to his constituents, Mr. Speaker, I submit to you that that goes against everything that the Prime Minister talked about in the last election in terms of actually listening to Canadians and in terms of free votes. And that really jeopardizes the position of many different MPs who I know were quietly saying to stakeholders in their ridings, in many cases, we don't really like what's going on here, but, you know, we don't have a choice. Well, they did have a choice, Mr. Speaker. But unfortunately, the way this Prime Minister runs this government is that when you have a member like the member for Coast of Bays Central Notre Dame who stands up, who listens to his constituents, who does the right thing to support simply allowing groups engaged in non-political, non-activist work to access that funding, well, then he is kicked off the Fisheries Committee. He is no longer able to do the work that he has the experience and the knowledge to be doing very well. So will the Parliamentary Secretary stand up and explain to us why a Liberal member should be deprived of the ability to do his job simply because he had the courage to stand up for stakeholder groups in his riding who the Prime Minister refuses to listen to?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Labour.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question coming from my colleague across from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. And again, one of the benefits of having been in this House for over 17 years is that you've seen a lot of things come and go. And for the Conservatives to start preaching about disciplining or taking any kind of action on a party member, on a caucus member, because they've been a little bit out of line. I know one of my best friends in caucus now is the member from Cumberland Colchester, who used to sit with the Conservative caucus. But what he did, he stood up to Stephen Harper, and we're looking at Stephen Harper light now in this the opposition, Mr. Speaker. But when Nova Scotia was getting shortchanged by $400 million under the Canada-Nova Scotia Offshore Accord, and our member, our friend from Cumberland Colchester stood, he got heaved out of caucus, Mr. Speaker, but he went back and he ran as an independent. That's what he did, and then he saw the light, and he came to that red light, Mr. Speaker, and he's been an incredible contributor to not just the people of Cumberland Colchester, but the province of Nova Scotia, the province that he stood up for, and of course the greater good here in Canada. But Mr. Speaker, we know that the Canada Summer Jobs program is intended to help young Canadians that you always have that chicken and the egg kind of dilemma where young people are sort of faced with the fact that You don't get the job until you get the experience. You don't get the experience until you get the job. And that's the purpose of the Summer Jobs Program. That's to give them that foot in the door, let them get that first piece on their resume. And Mr. Speaker, as that party, again, you know, under Stephen Harper, as they cut funding for youth jobs, as they cut funding for summer programs, we've gone back and we've invested and reinvested. In this past budget, over $450 million for more opportunities for young people in this country to get that summer job, to get that first opportunity to start working on their resume, Mr. Speaker. That's what we're committed to, and we've seen that. You know, when I look, it's really strange that you know, the Conservatives can stand up. Even the leader himself. When you look at the leader of the official opposition, back in the Tory days, in 2013, he had a total of 37 jobs in his riding. Now it's 93 jobs. This past year, it's 93 jobs. I know my friend and colleague is from, we can't make that reference to his riding because he's got a new riding, but my friend from Elgin, Middlesex, London, she had talked about you know, the way that we're handling the Canada Summer Jobs Program. I know that her riding went from 92 jobs to 201 jobs last year, Mr. Speaker. That's a significant number of Canadians, young Canadians, that are getting the opportunity to get their first job, to start building their resume and start building their work career. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clearly, my friend across the way wants to be the parliamentary historian as well as the poet laureate here. But let's review some actual history, Mr. Speaker. There is a big difference between voting against your own government on a budget and voting in favor of an opposition motion. The member who's been here for 17 years, I think, should understand the difference in terms of the implications for the confidence convention. There is nothing that would have stopped the government from operating or denied confidence if more members had been given the freedom and the respect to listen to their constituents, as the member for Coast of Bay Central Notre Dame had the courage to do. The member said that that member was out of the line. It's too bad that the Liberals will be deprived of his contribution because they've shown a great deal of disrespect to someone who knows a great deal, I think. They think that they could solve every problem with more money. The Canada Summer Jobs issue is about fundamental freedoms. It's about the right of organizations to provide services regardless of their private convictions, without being asked to check a box. Frankly, if an employer asked those questions, it would violate human rights codes in most provinces, Mr. Speaker. So it's not about the money. It's about fundamental freedoms. When will this government actually start showing respect for the fundamental freedoms of Canadian organizations, start listening to their own members, and stop running roughshod over organizations that do important charitable work in this country?
Honourable Parliament Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, on the issue of the freedom of conscience and religions, you know, as raised by my colleague, the changes that we made do not in any way impinge on the opportunity for faith-based organizations to make application. We do not in any way exclude them. This is about ensuring funding does not go to those who actively work against and undermine the rights of Canadians, including women and other underrepresented groups. As in previous years, churches, religious groups, faith-based organizations were encouraged and welcome to. I know that, Mr. Speaker, the application rates this year pretty much mirror last year. I know in my own riding, having gone over the list, the number of faith-based groups that received funding last year, it is in line with what we're seeing this year, and I'm looking forward to working with those groups and helping them provide the services and those opportunities for the young Canadians that so much need that opportunity.
The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, my original question asked the Minister of National Revenue about a Canadian company, Turquoise Hill Resources, that operates a very large, very profitable mine in Mongolia. The company is based in Vancouver and listed on the Toronto Stock Exchange. And now a report from the Centre for Research on Multinational Corporations explained how Turquoise Hill used a so-called mailbox company set up in Luxembourg to avoid paying about $690 million in Canadian taxes over a period of 6 years. The same report also suggested that Turquoise Hill Resources avoided paying hundreds of millions of dollars of taxes in Mongolia, but I want to concentrate on the Canadian side of the story here. Now, coincidentally, there was a long opinion piece in the Globe and Mail today about this very report, written by a tax lawyer who wanted to make sure that people didn't frame this as tax dodging or tax cheating, but simply a story of a Canadian company doing what it was legal to do, or as the Supreme Court has ruled, the taxpayers have the right to order their affairs to minimize tax payable. Now, this isn't a one-off case, and I'm certainly not suggesting that it's illegal. Turquoise Hill acted within Canadian laws to lower its tax exposure. It even got a tax ruling from the Canada Revenue Agency that assured them their scheme was fully approved. And this is the crux of the problem, and this is what concerns me. It's an example of how Canadian tax laws allow companies and individuals to legally avoid paying billions of dollars in taxes, and why we should act to limit that practice. And now you can certainly debate about what a fair amount of taxes would be, but when a Canadian company pays nothing or next to nothing in Canadian taxes on profits it made in this country, but shipped offshore to a mailbox, something is clearly wrong with our tax laws. And this is a big problem for Canada. Some analysts have calculated that offshore tax havens funnel $10 billion to $15 billion every year in tax revenue to countries with very low tax rates. It's a major part of Canada's lost tax revenue, which has been estimated by the Conference Board of Canada to be as much as $47 billion every year. The Government of Canada should be looking seriously at ways to remedy this huge problem. Now, I was recently talking to a major Canadian money manager and tax expert, and he brought up the subject of tax havens as a serious problem and suggested a straightforward solution. Write tax treaties so that companies must pay a minimum amount of tax at a reasonable rate if they are reporting foreign income. So you could set a reasonable rate, say at 20%, still well below Canadian rates, so that if a Canadian company reports $2 billion of income in Luxembourg and Luxembourg levies taxes at 4%, that company would pay 16% in Canada. There are likely other ways to tackle this, but we really have to do something. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I think it's important when members from opposition raise issues of this nature, they often get into the specifics. They'll name a particular company. And it is important that we actually note that there is confidentiality provisions of the Income Tax Act that actually prevents us from discussing the circumstances of individual taxpayers or corporations. Now, having said that, I've been a parliamentarian now for 25 plus years, and one of the things that I have always experienced is this expectation, justifiable expectation that Canadians have as a whole, that there is a sense of fairness in taxation. And there is a frustration in terms of when you get this perception or reality of the tax inequities that are there today. And that's why what I would encourage my friend across the way is to recognize that we have some problems today that have been in place for many years. And what we do is we have a Prime Minister that is actually taking the issue of taxation head on. Virtually from day one, Mr. Speaker, trying to look in terms of how it is our middle class and those aspiring to be a part of it, those that need that helping hand, how it is that we can ensure that there is a heightened sense of tax fairness. So, for example, one of the first initiatives that we would have seen was the special tax on Canada's 1%. I'm sure even my New Democratic friends will acknowledge that at least they have argued in the past that we need to apply and put more taxes on Canada's wealthiest 1%. Well, we've already done that. That was one of the first initiatives. Then we looked at lowering taxes for Canada's middle class. Then we also took a look and said, well, what about those that are aspiring to be a part of the middle class or the working poor? we brought in programs that would in fact put more disposable income in their pockets, such as the enhancement of the Canada Child Benefit Program. Now, the NDP, and this gets to more so to the question, will talk about tax evaders. And, you know, like members in the NDP benches, Liberal members are also offended by those tax evaders. We also want to see a higher sense of accountability from corporations or individuals, and I'm not being specific by listing those names, but I can say in general it offends us when we have individuals that go out of their way to avoid paying their fair share. Tax evaders. And Mr. Speaker, this is something in which, as a government, we have seen, again, the Prime Minister working with the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Revenue responsible for CRA and actually investing real dollars, significant dollars. I believe this year alone it's over $150 million. In the last 3 years, it's close to $1 billion. $1 billion to go after the people that are trying to not pay their fair share of taxes. So we have a government virtually from day one trying to be able to improve the system. We need to recognize that many of the types of initiatives that my colleague or friend across the way might want to see the government act on today, we are going as quickly as I believe that we can. In certain areas, we need to look at what other countries are doing because you need a collaborative approach because it's a worldwide problem. That means we need to work with other governments around the world in certain situations, Mr. Speaker.
Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the Parliamentary Secretary talks about tax fairness. And what this government has been doing is spending $1 billion going after the little fish, going after small corporations, small businesses, and individuals across Canada, getting very little in return when they could be going after the big fish, when they could be going after CEO stock option loopholes that would net maybe $800 million every year to our tax revenues. And in terms of tax havens, what have they done? They're signing new tax treaties with the Cook Islands, with Grenada. And, you know, tax treaties are ostensibly drafted and signed for legitimate reasons. They're set up so that Canadian companies that actually does work in another country isn't taxed twice. If a Canadian company actually made $2 billion in profits for work it did in Luxembourg, it should pay those taxes in Luxembourg. But that's not what's happening here. And I'm using this example just because it is an egregious example that is in the news. Turquoise Hill is a mailbox in Luxembourg. Luxembourg made millions of dollars in tax revenue simply by recognizing that mailbox. This is not what tax treaties were meant to accomplish. In fact, the use of mailbox companies to gain illegitimate access to tax treaty benefits is considered by the OECD as a treaty abuse, and it has to stop.
Parliament Secretary.
But, Mr. Speaker, I would argue that in many ways, these tax treaties that the member is making reference to enables the CRA, if not directly, indirectly, to be able to withdraw more information. And we need that information, at least then, to ensure that there's less tax avoidance. You see, the member is wrong on the assertion that this government is going after the little guy. This government is going after individuals and corporations, all of those that are actually going out of their way to avoid paying their fair share of taxes. And that's what that close to $1 billion, it might even be just over $1 billion with this recent addition of $180 million. This government is aggressively pursuing individuals and corporations, not just little guys, Mr. Speaker. We're talking about huge sums of money. There's a commitment from this Prime Minister to continue working with the Minister of Revenue and the Minister of Finance to ensure that we have a more fair taxation system, and that is something that we will continue to strive for. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Pursuant to an order made January 31st, 2018, this House stands adjourned until Monday, April 23rd, 2018 at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.